Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger, bringing to you a true story. Well, it's good to be back today. A week ago today, I actually don't know if I slept through or if I was entangled in my movies that I've been watching that I love so much lately. But be that as it may, I woke up Thursday morning and I was so ready to prepare my show because I thought it was Wednesday until Phyllis called me and said, "Oh, so you didn't do your show last night?" And I'm like, "No, tonight is Wednesday." She said, "No, today is Thursday." I had to look at my phone to see what day of the week it was. So that's the kind of life I'm living. Like it's golden, and I don't know the days. Hey, Guns, aka Uncle Suge, missing side teeth. I don't know who you are, but let me tell you, I don't like names like that. So if you're really a troll, you're gonna have to troll in a better name. And I'm gonna have to, for this one, ban you. But hi, have a good one. I know that that's just, that limp stick man that can't stay away. He's been looking for me, and he's really upset that I haven't been here. But I'm back, and I'm back where I left off. Sunday, I just decided I didn't want to come on. One thing I know is that I do things according to my pace, and I'm grateful for whoever look at my videos, listen to me. But I came here to uplift fallen humanity, and that's what I do. So sometimes people just don't want to hear what I have to talk about, and I can accept that. But I can't stop talking. So if it's just me in the chat, then I'll just talk to me. And maybe on the replay, a few people will hit it and look at the video. I would appreciate it. But the video normally is going to start like I'm about to start now, about 7 to 10 minutes in. I try to give people an opportunity to catch the beginning, and then when they don't, I go ahead with the show. But I want you to know tonight that I'm going to be showing different videos. I'll be showing my interview that I had with Dr. Umar in October of 2022. I believe it was when I had that interview. And what I'm doing is contrasting the things that Dr. Umar is speaking of to what is happening to our young boys today, yesterday, and will continue to happen tomorrow if we, as parents, friends of children, aunts, uncles, whomever you may be, don't take an interest in what's happening to us as a people and start learning some truths to try to find a way out of this quagmire we find ourselves in, because we're in pretty deep and it's not getting any better. The YSL trial is, to me, the trial of the century, because it is letting us see firsthand in a courtroom what we've been complaining about for years: how we're railroaded, how we're mistreated, how we're disparaged as a people, mainly our men, our boys. So I have to keep sounding the alarm. But what I decided for me is, on the days I don't feel like coming out here and just talking to the screen, I won't. Maybe I'll make a video, maybe I won't. But I will continue, as I've always stated, until I'm tired of sounding the alarm. And right now, we're in a crunch situation. We're in an election year. And we know everybody's trying to sway everybody on which way to go. I say vote your conscience, your heart, and your thoughts. I say that you investigate the individuals that are running and see what they stand for, especially those that have been in office. If they are the incumbents, or if they've held another political position and they're applying for another one, I say that you study them and see what they've done. Look at their track record, who they associate with, and then make your decision. But I'm also going to play some of Dr. Claud Anderson, who teaches us that we should be going for people that go for us. And if nobody is willing to give you anything, then I've taken a stand, and you can do whatever you choose, to not go for anybody who's not going to promise me anything. And I've already heard, hey, Esther, good to see you. I've already heard that Kabamala, as Dr. Umar would call her, has already promised that she's not going to just do something for black people. We heard that before from another candidate that was Kenyan and his mother was European. And I understand that they can't. It's a system, and we have so many systems in place. But when are we as Americans going to stand up and do our part and start demanding? And if we don't get what we want, then we withdraw. I've shared with you all so much how we became who we are, why we're Asiatic, why our identity was stolen, why we don't know who we are, why we're so confused, and why nobody is going to help us. We have to help ourselves. But if we don't want to accept that, it's nothing I can do about it. But what I am going to do is keep on telling the truth that I've discovered. And you must do the same thing. It's a painstaking journey to learn that everything you've been taught was wrong. Backwards. Something somebody made up. Very, very hard to swallow that pill. Especially when you love the people that taught you a lot of the things that you know. But when you realize our education system and how we have been kept from learning economics, linguistics, we don't honestly understand the English language. And we laugh and talk about others. We should be ashamed once we learn what we don't know. There is a lot. We don't know a lot about law, jurisprudence. See, everything is done in a science. And if you don't understand the science of a subject, you don't understand the subject. History and law should be studied together so that your concepts will not be wrong. Many of us don't want to study, but we complain about the very conditions that we find ourselves in. So I'll be letting you hear some of Dr. Claud Anderson. I'm also going to be talking about the trial. It was very, very, very good the last 2 days since the defense has been able to cross with Woody. And here's the title: The YSL Witness, Woody, in the YSL trial, is what Dr. Umar speaks of. You know, the pipeline, the prison, the special education, the drugs that they put you on and take you off of, the behavior that comes from that. A lot of things that these young men have done that brought them to a courtroom, they've spent time for. Some of them are going to face some time, possibly. But the main thing is, it was based on decisions that they made. And a lot of the decisions were bad ones. They are not their crimes, but they certainly committed them. And some of them, most of them, have paid their debt to society by going into the criminal and justice system. But we have political gangbangers, and we say stop black on black crime. But we're witnessing that in the courtroom in Atlanta, Fulton County, Superior Court, YSL. So I'm going to be listening to Katt because I love the way she breaks down what's going on as she shows her videos. She has a brilliant legal mind, in my opinion, and she breaks it down to a 2-year-old can understand it. Same is said by I'm Not a Lawyer But. Her commentary is great. So I'm going to be a minute tonight, but I'm going to stop talking so much so that I can show the videos, and I will do a commentary from time to time. But this is a very interesting night for me because I'm excited. I've shared some videos with Asatar, and he's excited on what he's learning. And so I wish that as he learned, that he would share as well. And I know some of you people are not going to receive him, but I receive you, Asatar, wholeheartedly. Just do your work, and I know you will, and do your thing, your way. Not Toothless way, not nobody else's way. Do it your way. And I know you will do it well, because I know you. So Alicia, congratulations. She's been a member for 20 months. I tell you, sometime I be in those bigger chats and see people giving 20 memberships and 50 memberships, 10 memberships, 5 memberships. I be like, aw. But it is what it is. And I am so excited because those people that I see them give the memberships to truly deserve it. They're very good at what they do. And they do it very frequent. And they are dynamic. So, no hate here. I can only congratulate. Katt made $20,000 just the other day. Katt Not Williams. Fantastic. And so we want to congratulate her on that. I'm going to be adding some links in my chat that I hope that you guys will go and sub up to these individuals. They do an awesome job. These are small, just starting out content creators that's doing an awesome job covering the trial. And if you like roasting, they do really good on roasting as well. Funny. So I'll be dropping those links from time to time. But right now, I'm going to start with my interview with Dr. Umar. And I'm going to take it back to when we were talking about just questions and answers. I asked him questions and he answered them. And I think that, you should enjoy them. At least I did. I think I have to leave the mic on for this.
idea that destiny would bring me to where I am in the Black consciousness movement. I just thought I would be a private practicing psychologist for pretty much the rest of my life. I knew that I would be organizing and pushing the Pan-African program as a devout Pan-Africanist, but I never knew that my work would actually marry the political struggle, because a lot of people have professions that don't merge smoothly into the political struggle. But being a school psychologist and being a part of fighting back against that war against Black children, it just so happens that I happen to be in a profession that is very relevant to the political struggle, which is the saving of our children.
Fantastic. So you're talking about more or less like the exploitation of Black children in public schools. Give us some idea of how that works.
Well, there's 6 stages in the miseducation machine. There is miseducation, there is special education, there is psychiatric medication, there is juvenile incarceration, there is psychological frustration, and there is premature extermination. These are the 6 cycles of death, what I refer to as the psychoacademic holocaust. Miseducation is intentional, it is deliberate, it is not a byproduct of poverty, single motherhood, or absentee fathers. The schools don't work because they don't want them to work. And the reason they don't want them to work is America is based on a racial hierarchy. White people must remain at the top. And in order to protect white privilege for Black children, you have to disadvantage the academic outcomes for Black children. Schools will never work for Black children as long as white people are doing the teaching. And special education, which is a weapon of mass destruction, which came directly out of the eugenics movement. I want people to understand that. The special education program was a creation of the eugenics movement. The eugenics movement was a movement that was founded by a white psychologist in Europe who wrote a book by the name of Hereditary Genius, where he basically argued that intelligence was hereditary, that white people were the most intelligent, and Black people were somewhere stuck between a monkey and an underdeveloped man. And it is this thinking that gave birth to the extermination theories that would dominate scientific thinking of the white man for the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, and now 21st century. And psychologists, it's important that we understand that psychology gave birth to white supremacy. When you look at apartheid in South Africa, white psychologists created that philosophy. When you look at Adolf Hitler's master race philosophy, Joseph Goebbels, a psychologist, gave birth to that. When you go to the United Kingdom, you will see that it was the psychologist who gave birth to white supremacy in the UK. And when you come to America with the likes of Henry H. Goddard of the Goddard School in New Jersey and other popular white psychologists, they also gave birth to white supremacy, which is interesting because a lot of people talk about how Black people don't like to search out mental health services. Well, there's very good reasons why Black people don't search out mental health services. And the biggest reason that Black people don't search out mental health services is because white psychology helped to create not only the philosophy of Black repression, but they actually created an entire system of mental health that was based on the inferiority of Black people. White psychology has never been the friend of the Black community, not our children with special education and not our adults with clinical psychology.
Okay. Would you go into the special education and how they, determine, in their words, how our children are supposedly, special ed?
Well, the first thing that has to be stated about special education is no child would dare qualify for it if parents didn't sign their children up for it. So we have to make sure that we understand that Black parents are complicit in the miseducation and the special education and the psychiatric medication of Black children. You have to sign the permission to evaluate form. You have to sign agreement with the evaluation. You have to sign the IEP. You have to sign the special education service agreement. So any Black child in special ed is only there because their parents signed their name, gave permission 4 times on 4 different sheets of paper before that child got special educated. So yes, we could talk about the racism of the school system, but we also have to talk about the negligence and the irresponsibility and the complicity of Black parents at every single stage of the special education process. And I tell you, it is amazing, or should I say, it was amazing for me to find out that I was the first psychologist in American history, first Black psychologist in American history to make Black parents understand that the most popular learning disabilities and mental disorders that they diagnose in Black children, the most popular ones are all ideas. They are artifacts of the white mind. They are inventions. They are not facts. They are not scientifically provable. So, for example, what are the most frequently diagnosed conditions in our children? The reading disability, the math disability, the emotional disturbance, mild intellectual disability, conduct disorder, oppositional defiant disorder, and of course ADHD. Well, guess what? There's no blood test that can prove you got a learning disability or ADHD. There's no CAT scan that can prove you have an emotional disturbance or conduct disorder. There is no X-ray. There's no MRI. There's no urine sample that can prove that your child actually has any of these problems. These problems are presumed to be present. They are not proven to be present. Let me say that one more time. These disabilities that they diagnose our children with, the ADHD, the CD, the ODD, the LD, the ED, the ID, they are presumed to be present in your child. They have never been scientifically or objectively proven to exist.
That's something. Could you please define for us, Dr. Umar, what is special education?
Special education.
Okay, now what Dr. Umar just said is very important to know. That all the diagnoses that you see in the DSM-5, all of them is based on human opinion. That's very important to know. Does not mean that you can't speak with a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but it means that you need to start being aware, and you need to really research it. We're in the information age, and now you can get on the internet and you can define any subject, and you can find detailed information about subjects and what to expect and what not to expect. So I think that it's very important that we hear exactly what he's saying. Many will disagree, but there are many that has been helped by the works of Dr. Umar Johnson. So let's go and let him define what he's about to tell us.
Is a federal law that was enacted in 1975 called the Education for All Handicapped Children Act. Now it's called the Individuals with Disabilities Education Improvement Act 2004. George W. Bush signed the most recent version. It's almost been 20 years, so I expect there will be an overhaul of special ed sometime soon. And basically, it is a program that says if a child has a disability, he has a constitutional right, or she has a constitutional right, to receive a free and appropriate public education. In other words, you cannot discriminate against children with disabilities. Not only do they have a right to a free and appropriate public education, they have a right to receive that education in the least restrictive environment. And what least restrictive environment means, LRE, and we're going to go over this in depth at the Black Parent Boot Camp in Philadelphia next month, November the 19th. But LRE basically says you cannot be allowed to sit in a special education classroom any longer than what is absolutely necessary in order for you to learn. So if your son has a math disability, he should only be in special ed for what class? Answer me, Sister Cheryl. If your son has a math disability, he should only be in special ed for what class?
Math.
Exactly. So then if your son should only be in special education for math, why is he in special ed for science? Why is he in special ed for language? Why is he in special ed for history? Why is he in special ed for gym? Why is he in special ed for art, for recess? Why is he in special ed all day if he only has a math disability? And that is because the reason that these white teachers put our kids in special ed is to get them removed from the class the entire day. The purpose of special ed is to reduce the class size for these white teachers. So they don't want to hear about he's in special ed, but he's not staying in the classroom all day. Because the only reason why they manipulated his mother into signing him up for special ed was to get him the hell out of her classroom. You see, so special education in practice is a trash can where you throw away the black boys you don't want to be bothered with until they're old enough to drop out and go to jail. It is one of the greatest, in my opinion, special education and the miseducation of black children in general is one of the greatest overlooked and unidentified human rights abuses in the 21st century.
God. I would agree, especially, seeing children and seeing what's happening to us. Could you explain to us, like, I've heard you talk about, like, the ADHD and the medication that is, prescribed for the children is equivalent to the crack that they gave the fathers. Could you break down that, like when they took the jobs away and brought in the different drugs?
Yes.
Could you bring that?
Basically, we are still under the post-Dr. King mandate of the disintegration of the black community. After the FBI and the U.S. government, because the FBI is a branch of the U.S. government, after they assassinated Dr. King in '68, they said we can never ever allow a black civil rights or black power movement to get this far out of hand. After they killed King in '68, they also decided they had to kill Fred Hampton in '69, because with King gone, naturally somebody else would get all the attention that Dr. King would get. And Fred Hampton was that person. And so they murdered Fred Hampton at the age of 21 in Chicago in December of '69. And they had, in killing King and in killing Fred Hampton, to a large extent, they effectively killed the civil rights movement and the black power movement in America. It would be some years before the black power movement would be totally dismantled. But Fred Hampton, without question, was the greatest threat to the power structure in the post-Dr. King era. So with King murdered in '68 and Fred Hampton murdered in '69, the government said we have to create a policy and a program to prevent another Dr. King from being created, another Fred Hampton from being created, another civil rights movement, and another black power movement. So they said, here's what we're going to do. Dr. King was financed by black entrepreneurs. The Black Panther Party was financed by black entrepreneurs, barbers, hairdressers, electricians, plumbers, bakers, carpenters. It was the independent black businessman and woman that financed the civil rights and the black power struggle. So they said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make sure black people don't have enough money to finance any more black movements. And they said, from now on, we're going to do all the financing of the black movements. And so if you look at most of your community-based organizations today, Sister Cheryl, they're financed by white people. They are not independent. I don't know of a single black independent community-based organization. I don't know of any that doesn't take money from a white corporation or the U.S. government. That was on purpose to make sure the government could control the direction and the height to which the black struggle would grow. So the first thing they said we're going to do in 1970 is we're going to take out all of the economic opportunities for black people from the inner city. Strip the inner city of any economic opportunity. And they did that two ways. They went into the high schools and they removed all of the industrial building trades. They took out carpentry. They took out plumbing. They took out welding. They took out HVAC. They took out auto shop. They took out bricklaying. They did this to make sure the black man would no longer have the skills to pay the bills. The purpose of the deindustrialization of the inner city was to make the black man economically irrelevant to the black woman. I want to say that again. The purpose of the deindustrialization of the inner city in the 1970s, after the murders of Hampton and King, was to, number one, make sure we couldn't finance any more independent black power movements, but also to make the black man economically irrelevant to the black woman. And making the black man economically irrelevant to the black woman, you would now turn the black community against itself. The black woman would now turn against the black man and say, what good are you? What have you done for me lately? And then the black man would turn against the black woman and say, the white man is looking out for you by giving you jobs and giving you education that he's not giving to the black man. And so since that time until today, Sister Cheryl, we have been fighting this civil war, this internal gender-based civil war in the black community, where sisters are blaming brothers for their condition and brothers are blaming sisters for their condition. And both sides of the aisle are failing to recognize that we are not the problem.
I think that's very important for us to note, because everybody talks about us as men and women, how we get along and how we don't get along. How can we change it? If we go back and remember, I have shared with you in the past, everything has a timeline. And if you don't go back and start from the beginning, so that you can map out what has happened over time, then you won't be able to find the solution. Because in asking questions, researching, looking, you're seeking answers. And you may not agree with his philosophy, but if you just weigh it to what you know is true and how we get along as men and women and how we view each other. Remember, a nation can never rise higher than they see their women. And we're not viewed too high. And the value of a woman is so very important. Number one, because she has a womb that carries life. So I think this is very interesting and we're going somewhere. So let's continue.
Problem is racism. Let us stand together and fight against a common foe, as opposed to allowing the common foe to play divide and conquer, separate and rule with us. So along with that 1970s deindustrialization of the inner city high school was also the 1970s deindustrialization of the inner city factories and plants that existed in the black community. Up until 1970, you did not have to get a college education to live a decent life.
Okay.
If you go to Detroit, Philadelphia, Chicago, Milwaukee, New Jersey, what do you see? Old factory buildings. That's where our grandfathers worked. That's where our grandmoms worked. Sometimes grandmom and grandpa worked on the same job. Both of them was making $40,000, $50,000 a year, and they lived a comfortable middle-class lives.
Yes.
Right? The power structure said we have to eliminate that. So they took all the jobs out the black community and took all the skills out the black community. In the 1980s, the CIA dropped off crack. So you already have a black community that's really, from its deindustrialization, they economically raped us. That's what the government did. They raped the black community of any economic viability, and then they dropped the crack in. Now, human nature dictates that if you cannot provide a way for your family, you're going to look for a way to cope with your stress. That was the purpose of the crack. You're either going to smoke it and deal with your pain, or you're going to sell it and try to substitute for the jobs that were no longer in the black community. The crack epidemic would have never hit the black community as strong as it did, Sister Cheryl, if the black community was not first deindustrialized. It was the deindustrialization of the black community that laid it hostage to the drug epidemic that came in the 80s. And then in the 1990s, Bill Clinton hit us with the crime bill, which was largely authored by President Joe Biden, who black people couldn't wait to go vote for a year and a half ago. So Bill Clinton 1994 crime bill comes, and for the first time in American history, you can be sent to jail for the rest of your life. Although you never hurt nobody, never killed nobody, never stabbed nobody, never harmed anybody. Bill Clinton introduced mandatory minimum sentences for nonviolent drug-related offenses, and he also introduced 3 strikes and you're out. Go to jail, 3 felonies, you'll be in jail for the rest of your life. Now, this was the Democrats, who black people are so loyal to. I don't know why, because they've done nothing for us. And the reason I'm bringing that up, Sister Cheryl, is in 3 weeks, every Negro you know is running to the polls on November the 8th. All 435 U.S. congressional seats are open. You have a number of governor seats. You have a number of other seats. And black people can't wait to vote. And I'm trying to find out, what are we voting for? Because I haven't seen a single candidate, not a Republican, not a Democrat, not an independent, speak directly and passionately to the issues that matter most to black people. Somebody just sent me a video right before I tuned in with you of newly elected U.S. Congressman Pastor Raphael Warnock of Georgia. He was at a Korean American seminar where he was pledging his loyalty to the Korean Americans of Georgia. But he hadn't said anything about the black agenda. He hadn't said anything about miseducation, mass incarceration, gentrification, police genocide, and access to wealth. And see, here's the kicker, Sister Cheryl. Up until the 70s, white America had decided upon a policy of segregation. Keep the blacks away from the whites. But black people, with our self-hatred, we follow white people everywhere they move to. White people can never get away from blacks. No matter how far they move, we want to live with them. We do not believe in having our own communities. Black people do not want their own communities, which is why the so-called popularization of Black Wall Street is a hypocrisy. And the reason the popularization of Black Wall Street is a hypocrisy is how we going to talk about Black Wall Street when we don't believe in Black communities. We believe in being part of white communities. Half the middle-class Negroes you know live in a white neighborhood, and they're not thinking about coming home to a Black community. You see? And so the point that I'm trying to make here is that, getting back to Raphael Warnock and all these other Black elected officials, the whole Congressional Black Caucus, Sister Cheryl, they have turned their back on Black America. And they are financed by white America to ignore Black America. Let me say that again. They are financed by white America to avoid Black America. There are what?
I want to stop it right there to just remind everybody that that is very true. No matter who is running for office, if we don't contribute to their campaign to get them to see what we need them to see, then certainly we don't have a voice with that electorate. But the simple reason is you're going to go with who support you and who put you in office. And that's no matter who you are. We hold no accountability to people that look like us that run for office. We just so happy that we have someone that look like us. We don't understand their politics. We don't know what they stand for, where they come from, what they voted on, if they, are coming back. And that's something that we as a people got to stop doing. And it's very important that we teach this to the youth, because right now, today, I don't know of candidates that are being groomed and taught for the next election, when on like our city council, when their times are up, almost the entire council has to leave because they've served the full terms that they can serve. So who are we going to replace them with? Now, I'm sure that there is someone somewhere being taught, but as a group, we don't have a clue who's being taught or who's running for office or who even have a desire to want to run for office. We don't know that. So it would be very, very, very helpful if before November, whoever you decide that you want to vote for, if you just look into that person and see how they voted on past issues, look at some of their interviews in the past, if they were public figures, look at how they ran other positions that they held, and just get to know them a little bit before you just blindly go casting a vote. I see that they're saying all over social media, oh, the Black women are coming together and pushing Kamala Harris. That's not true for me. That may be true for a lot of people. And I say vote what you choose to vote. But you got to know a person's history. If you don't know history, you're bound to repeat the very same mistakes. And one of the things that, it could be a cliche, but one of the sayings we hear, that one of the definitions for insanity is doing the same exact thing, expecting a different result. You're not going to see one. So let me let Dr. Umar finish.
Of 70 Black U.S. congresspersons, right? And there is nothing on the agenda in Congress by the so-called Congressional Black Caucus to do anything for Black people. Why? They are handcuffed and straitjacketed by the Democratic Party into pushing whatever agenda the Democratic Party plantation dictates for its Democratic House slave representatives. The problem Black America has is we do not have independent representation. And Sister Cheryl, until we get independent representation, nothing is going to change for Black folks. You have to have people who do not have to worry about retribution from the Democratic Party for not doing what they told them to do after they gave them their money. If you want real Black representation in D.C. or in your state government or city government, you have to pay for it. Yeah. Black people do not systemically finance their own candidates. We let the white Democrats finance our candidates, and then we complain about why they don't carry out a black agenda. How the hell I'm gonna carry out a black agenda when my entire campaign was paid for by white folks? See, Negroes will vote, Sister Cheryl. Negroes will vote, but will Negroes put their money together and finance their own mayors, finance their own governors, finance their own state reps, state senators, U.S. rep, U.S. senator, council person? It takes money to play the political game. Black people just want to vote, and they wonder why they don't get nothing, because all you did was vote. You didn't sacrifice nothing. It cost you nothing to go to the poll and cast that ballot. You have to pay. The labor unions, they finance candidates. The mafia, they finance candidates. The LGBTQ, they finance candidates. The Arabs, the Chinese, they finance candidates. Black people are the only people who do not finance their candidates. They let the white racist Democratic Party, who has never done anything for us, take care of our politics for us. November 8th, I can tell you right now what's going to happen after November 8th election. Not a damn thing for black folks. You're going to keep on getting what you've been getting. Voting Democrat for 89 years for no reason at all other than the black bourgeoisie told you to do so. But getting back to the timeline, Sister Cheryl, so the 70s was the decade of deindustrialization. The 80s was the decade of crack, the criminalization of black people. And let me go back to this, Sister Cheryl. One of the reasons they had to criminalize blacks in 1980 was they didn't want to put any more money in the war on poverty.
Okay.
I'll say this again. One of the reasons they had to criminalize the black man in 1980 is they didn't want to put any more money into the federal war on poverty program that Lyndon Baines Johnson started. So they said, listen, if we don't want to keep on helping black folks, we're going to have to criminalize black folks. So instead of helping them, we're going to lock them up. Instead of using money to build neighborhoods and build better schools and create jobs, we're going to use that money to lock black people up. In other words, just to show what they did was they transformed the public image of the black man and woman from a victim to a victimizer. Let me say it again. In the 1970s, we were viewed as the victims of racism. By 1980, we were viewed as the purveyors and victimizers of American society by way of crime and crack sales. They totally transformed the image of us. And our image has been stuck on being that of a criminal ever since the 1980s. And unfortunately, we have an entire population of so-called gangster rappers. Ain't nothing gangster about them because they all live in white neighborhoods. But we have an entire population of gangster rappers who are out here advertising the very behavior that gets black men locked up. The gangster rap community are some of the biggest coons and Negropeans that we have. And the black community should be embarrassed that we continue to support them. Black men, by way of gangster rap, Sister Cheryl, are the first men in world history to be responsible for destroying their own image across the world. We are creating the image that justifies the mass incarceration. And guess what makes it even worse? Many of the same companies that publish gangster rap music are investors in the private prison system.
Private prison.
Let me say it one more time. The same company that pays these coons to glamorize black on black murder, to glamorize exploitation of our women, to glamorize drug selling and drug smoking, to glamorize conspicuous consumption. The same companies that publish the music invest in the prisons that lock our boys up after they get influenced by these buffoons. Now, 90 was the crime. 2000 was George W. Bush. Faith-based initiative. George W. Bush changed the game because he turned the black church into a useless shell of what it used to be when he found a loophole in the law that allows the federal government to finance churches. Once they started financing the churches, Sister Cheryl, you haven't seen the black church at all in 22 years. Sister Cheryl, name me a black church in Texas or anywhere else in this country that is at the forefront of the fight for better schools, at the forefront of the fight against police genocide, at the forefront of the fight against gentrification, at the forefront of the fight against economic injustice or mass incarceration. Not TD Jakes, not Creflo Dollar, none of them. You know why? They got their wings clipped when they took 30 pieces of silver from George Bush. Now, isn't this ironic? Because the black church loves to talk about the metaphorical Judas. That's how Judas betrayed Christ for money. Now look at this, Sister Cheryl. Judas betrayed Christ for money. But isn't that exactly what the black church did to black America?
Yes, I would agree.
The community for 30 pieces of silver from George W. Bush.
And that's so very, very, very true in my opinion. And I would just like for anybody that's listening to this, that will listen to this, to know that these are opinions based on our research, based on our experiences, based on so many studies. You would be amazed if you would start Googling the different studies that have been done about us as a people that everybody knows about, but no one can speak about publicly. So I don't know how this will go. Maybe it will be monetized, maybe it won't. But for me, this is necessary information that has to be passed on to our children. A lot of us are older and set in our ways, and we don't want to change, and most of us are not going to. But what we should be doing, since we say we love our children and they are our future, we should be preparing them to be able to be competitive in a world where we're not going to be here for them. They're going to have to be able to compete for jobs. They have to be able to compete for everything, a place to live, to have actual money, to do whatever it is that makes them a civilized individual in society. And we must note, civilization came from us. It is so very sad that we're the only group of people that had their whole identity stolen and wiped away. And then we had to learn who we were from people who know who we are but won't tell us. So there are so many scholars out there, Asiatic and European, that speak truth and speak half-truths. It's up to you as an individual, if you're interested, to discern and to find your own truth and learn to live in that truth. Many people talk integrity and honor, but they don't live it, and they certainly don't display it. They don't display compassion, kindness, consistency, consideration. Many people, if given the opportunity, should do those things, but don't do those things. So let's keep listening. It's going to get interesting as we go.
Not Judas, but George. Now, the reason George Bush had to do that is because what was coming down the pipe, Sister Cheryl, would be so disadvantageous to the black community, they had to make sure the black church would not participate. And what was coming down the road? 4 things. Number 1, mass gentrification. Mass gentrification.
Yes.
They are pushing black people onto the streets like we have never been put on the streets before, Sister Cheryl. Black America's homeless rate is as high as it's ever been since, I think, the 1960s. Because what nobody's talking about, Sister Cheryl, is when they push us out of housing, where are they pushing us to? They pushed us to the street and to the cemetery and to the prison. And so they needed to make sure the black church would not fight back against that. They knew the LGBTQ bomb was coming. And they needed to make sure that the black church would not say one word.
Not one.
The homosexualization of our children in public school. Right? And then they knew Barack Obama was coming, and they needed the black church to not say nothing about the multiculturalization of black people's civil rights gains. Everything we died for, Sister Cheryl, was taken by Barack Obama and redistributed to every other people of color except us. The Barack Obama presidency was the disintegration of civil rights and its meaning in the lives of black folk, and the empowering of other groups with those very same civil rights. So after George W. Bush's weapon of mass destruction in 2010, the FBI faith-based initiative, the pastor is the new agent, in 2000, Barack Obama destroyed the civil rights gains of black folks and put every other group before us. Sister Cheryl, when Barack Obama became president, black people were the priority minority. We were the priority minority for 44 consecutive presidents. 44 consecutive presidents. After Barack Obama gets elected, guess what? Black people would never again be a priority minority. Everybody is more important than you, Sister Cheryl. The homosexuals come before you. The Ukrainians come before you. Afghanis come before you. Transgenders come before you. Native Americans come before you. Latinos come before you. Can you name one group of so-called minorities that is not more important than black people? None of them. And guess who we have to blame for that? Barack Obama for sure, but ourselves. Because for 8 years, we sat still with our hands folded and let Barack Obama push us back damn near 100 years on America's political clock. And then when Donald Trump gets elected, black people say, okay, we can start fighting back against racism again. Excuse me, Barack Obama was the face of racism. You're supposed to fight against Barack Obama. You cannot take 8 years off, Sister Cheryl. And think because you have a new president, you're going to pick up where you left off with George Bush. It don't work that way. Our grandchildren's grandchildren are going to be suffering the effects of 21st century black political retardation. No black president is going to benefit you. What we need is black power. We should have held Obama accountable. And even if you ain't going to hold him accountable, Sister Cheryl, at least act like it. But guess what we did? We got on national television and told the whole world, we don't care if Obama don't do nothing for us. You saw them people.
Yeah,
you
that's
saw
what they said. Yeah.
You saw black people on TV. He don't have to do nothing for me except be black. And you know what the white power structure said? Thank you, God, for Barack Obama. And since he ain't got to do nothing but be black, that's all he gonna do for you is be black. And we're gonna take everything you Negroes fought for and give it to the gays, the transgenders, the women, the Ukrainians, the Afghanis, the Latinos, the Chinese anti-hate crime bill, and everything else. And now check this out. Joe Biden gets elected. And Joe Biden signs an anti-Asian hate bill. He signs a violence against Native Americans bill. He signs a transgender bill. He signs a Latino bill. He signs an immigration bill. Joe Biden took care of every other minority group and still ain't took care of black folks. Let me ask you a question, Sister Joe. Can you explain to me why Congress just passed an extremely weak Emmett Till anti-lynching bill? First in American history, right?
That was crazy.
They gave Emmett Till and his mother a Congressional Medal of Honor. Why are you giving deceased Africans an award after they dead? But stay with me. Emmett Till get a Congressional Medal of Honor. His mother gets a Congressional Medal of Honor. They passed the Emmett Till anti-lynching bill. The Emmett Till movie comes out next week. We had an Emmett Till miniseries that came out this summer. All this Emmett Till energy, right? Why is the white woman responsible for Emmett Till's lynching still alive and living her best life?
Not like
ain't been arrested, ain't been arraigned, ain't been questioned, accused, or tried. How do you pass an Emmett Till anti-lynching bill? And a woman who killed Emmett Till will not even be persecuted under the Emmett Till anti-lynching bill. Mr. Cheryl, make it make sense.
You can't do it. You can't do it.
But let us be honest about something else, Sister Cheryl. We are so lazy as a people.
Yes.
Now I say lazy, I'm talking about collective political and economic organization and mobilization. I'm not talking about individual selfish agendas. I'm talking about collective political and economic organization and mobilization. None of this that they're doing to us, Sister Cheryl, could be happening without our participation. Our laziness, our apathy, our neglect, our disinterest is the environmental context in which white supremacy acts. Right now, we are in the worst state we've been in since slavery, Sister Cheryl. You know why I say that? This is the first time in 400 years you have nobody, no organization at all that speaks up and fights for black people. Who do you have right now, Sister Cheryl, who you can say beyond a shadow of a doubt will die for me or go to jail for me if I am mistreated or abused? Think about that. Every stage of our existence in this country, from slavery to Harriet Tubman said, I'll die for my people. Frederick Douglass, I'll die for my people. Medgar Evers, I'll die for my people. Deacons for Defense, I'll die for my people. Marcus Garvey movement, I'll die for my people. Black Panthers, I'll die for my people. Who do you got right now? Al Sharpton not dying for you.
No.
Jesse Jackson not dying for you. Cornel West not dying for you. Michael Eric Dyson not dying for you. The NAACP ain't dying for you. The Urban League ain't dying for you. The black fraternities and sororities ain't dying for you. Sister Cheryl, our children have nobody right now. And the white power structure sees it. The reason these police are killing like they're killing, where is the resistance? Resistance and defiance are the heart and soul of the black struggle. We resist and we defy. Slavery, we resist and we defy. Jim Crow, we resist and we defy. Civil rights, we resist and we defy. Black power, we resist and we defy. Sister Cheryl, we ain't resisting and we ain't defying. White folks can do whatever they want to black folks, and we will tolerate it. And guess what? After they do it, we will forgive them for it, and then we will proudly pick up the American flag and say, I'm proud to be an American.
Yes.
And then they'll turn around and tell you slavery has not affected them.
That's what they say. How do you feel about that critical race theory? And we're getting close to our hour.
We're good till 11:30, Queen Mother.
Okay, well, that's beautiful. I greatly appreciate that. Okay, so how do you feel about that critical race theory?
Critical race theory is an academic, intellectual approach to the teaching of American history and the evaluating of American institutions that posits that racism is at the foundation of every institution in American society. And if you want to rid those institutions of racism, you're going to have to undergo a deep reformation, if not an outright revolution and reconstruction of those institutions. I don't disagree with critical race theory, Sister Cheryl. Let me tell you what I disagree with. I disagree with these opportunistic, academic, talented 10th bourgeois Negroes who gave birth to critical race theory, who are not doing anything in the black community. And the reason they're running around with critical race theory is because they want to get paid. This is a hustle. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Academics is big business, Sister Cheryl. So if Dr. Umar comes up with a theory, right? I came up with critical race theory. Me and a couple codes, we got critical race theory. If I can get the United States Department of Education to endorse my critical race theory, guess what? I get paid to teach it in every school district. I get paid to write books. I get paid to do the manual. I get paid to teach the teachers. It's a multi-million-dollar hustle, Sister Cheryl. They're not fighting for critical race theory because they care about black folks. Because none of the people who are at the forefront of critical race theory have any history of grassroots struggle in our community. They are bourgeois academics. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Here's the contradiction and the hypocrisy and the irony, Sister Cheryl. If you really want black kids to know about racism, if you really want black people to understand how deeply entrenched racism is in American society, why not teach them at the church on Sunday? Why not teach them at the community center after school? Why not teach them somewhere else? You follow me? Why do you need the government to endorse your theory? If you believe it, bring it to the hood and put it in practice. They're not interested in coming to the hood. They're not interested in teaching black children. They're interested in getting paid by white people to tell them about their crimes against black people. Critical race theory is a hustle. 1619 Project is also a hustle. It's a bunch of Negroes who want to be accepted and included by white folks, and they want to get paid in order to remind white folks how racist they are. I liken it, Sister Cheryl, to the movement to get black history in our schools. I don't support black history in the public schools. You know why? Because why do I want racist white women teaching my daughter Harriet Tubman? Why do I want racist white women teaching my daughter Fannie Lou Hamer and Ida B. Wells and Sojourner Truth and Mary Church Terrell and Anna Julia Cooper? Why do I want white women teaching teaching black girls who their ancestors are? Why do I want a white man giving my son Marcus Garvey, Denmark Vesey, Nat Turner, Gabriel Prosser, the Deacons for Defense, Fred Hampton, George Jackson? I don't want no white man teaching my son that. The black community's job is to teach their children who they are, not white people. All these people are hustlers, Sister Cheryl. And the problem with us is we can't tell the difference between a hustler and an activist. And until we can tell the difference between a hustler and an activist, we will always be taken advantage of from Negro opportunists in our community.
I believe that. You know, you really kind of see a lot of that in this type of situation. But let me ask you a question.
Real quick, Queen Mother. Somebody put a post on the comments. I don't know if that's you or not. They said, subscribe to King Kong Consciousness YouTube. I would like them to remove that because I don't have a YouTube channel. Every YouTube channel that operates under my name operates by somebody who I do not know and never condone to operate a channel under my name.
Okay.
I'm the biggest name on YouTube, but I do not have a YouTube page.
I just want to stop right now and just say thank you, Katt. I'm so glad you visited my channel. I greatly appreciate you and love your work. I use your videos all the time, and I'll be using them tonight as well when I start talking about the trial. What I'm doing is I came to YouTube to help uplift fallen humanity. In that, I came to teach my people who they are and who we were before we were slaves. A lot of people differ on that, who we were. But I've done a lot of research and I just stick with what I know. I ask people to do the same thing and come to their own conclusion. I believe in only one race, and that's the human race. And I think there are systems in place that keeps us at odds with one another, that keeps us where we can't get any better. I love Dr. Umar and what he teaches about our sons. And the very thing that he teaches, the war against black boys, is to me what has driven those 6 guys and the other 24, I guess, or however many it is, that has taught them the behaviors, living in the socioeconomic conditions, and caused them to make some of the poor decisions that they made. And so I like to kind of just break down things in a way, to me, that's educational. Not many people are into learning truth because they don't want to be responsible and held accountable. But this is my purpose in life, and this is what I do. So I generally just used to talk, but since I've been looking at you and the way you break down those cases, and I love, I'm not a lawyer, but there are a lot of people that I look at and listen to and try to support, but I really like doing things the way I do them. And so this is how I do them. And sometimes I often find myself with 1 or 2 people, but we get in there and they hang in here with me and I do my thing. So right now I'm showing Dr. Umar when I interviewed him on live back in October. I believe it was about October the 18th, 2022. And I had the pleasure of bringing him to Dallas, Texas when he came in 2016. And so I was able to get a live interview with him, and it was just fantastic. So I'm sharing that because what I want the people to see, in my opinion, what's happening in the YSL trial is a modern day, I call it a lynching. It's the Emmett Till syndrome without the unaliving. It is the worst possible thing that can happen, and most of our people are not paying attention. But the way you break things down is a second grader could understand the way you break it down and the way you know the science of jurisprudence. Most of us only know the colorable law. We don't really understand jurisprudence, but you break down those principles and those maxims to a science. And I appreciate you. So thank you for my membership. Okay, let me get back to Dr. Umar because he's telling us some good stuff, y'all. And hey, Phyllis, I thought you were gone already. Okay.
So whoever's telling people to subscribe to my channel, it's not my channel.
Oh, okay. Well, we can take that away because that's something that I've seen. I thought it was yours. And
no, my channel, Queen Mother Cheryl, I have a new pay-per-view video platform, and they can put that up, or you can put that up as well. And it's www.drumar.tv. www.drumar.tv. No period after the doctor, just 6 letters. drumar.tv. It's $9.99 a month, and for $9.99 a month, you get to watch all my new content. drumar.tv. That's the platform. I don't control any of the other ones.
Okay. But we'll definitely do that. And we'll put that in there. That's good to know. I had a question going back to the school system. One of the people in the chat asked, are you familiar with the all-inclusion program that the system is adding to the education plan?
If they're speaking of the inclusion of special education children?
I think it has to do with special education.
Yes, I'm familiar. Inclusion, there's inclusion, and then there's mainstreaming, right? When you include a special ed child in instruction in the regular class, what you're doing is you're sending them in the regular class with his IEP, with his special ed teacher, to work with him while the teacher is teaching the entire regular ed class. That special learner has a teacher working with him at his desk. Inclusion says we're not going to put him in a separate class. He's not going to a special ed class. He's going to get his special ed in the regular class. Do you follow? We're going to include him and his IEP in the regular classroom. Mainstreaming is when you put a special ed kid in a regular class without the special ed teacher, without his IEP, without any supports. So both of them are in the regular class. Mainstream kid is in there with no support. Inclusion child is in there with support.
Okay. One time in your, I think it's the psychoacademic Holocaust, you were explaining the different types. You know how you were talking about, like, you know how when we went to school, most of the teachers looked like us. Now they don't look like us. Now they're younger and they're of the European persuasion. And then you were talking about the different things that they use to try to say that your child has special education needs. And you broke down those I think it's about 7. You recall that? When you
are you speaking of the disabilities or something else?
Yes, exactly.
Well, in special ed, there's 13 federal disabilities.
Okay.
13. That's school psychology. Now, when we come over to clinical psychology, there's over 400 of those. Okay. That's your bipolar, your borderline, your depression, your anxiety, your psychosis, your schizophrenia, your bulimia, nervosa. You know, that's everything. Everything else. And there's over 400 clinical psychology diagnoses. There's only 13 school psychology special ed disabilities. And those are speech and language impairment, deafness, blindness, hearing impairment, children who are deaf and blind, autism, learning disability, intellectual disability, emotional disturbance, traumatic brain injury, if I didn't say that, other health impairment, and I'm not sure if I said multiple disabilities, but there's 13 of the federal ones. But the big black 5 are the ED, emotional disturbance, ID, intellectual disability, LD, the reading and math, learning, OHI for ADHD, and then autism is beginning to catch up. Now, autism is real, Sister Cheryl, but autism is also often misdiagnosed because Black parents let these schools and daycare centers pressure them into getting their children evaluated too early. 2 years old is too early for an autism evaluation. 3 years old is too early for an autism evaluation. 4 and 5 years old is too early for an autism evaluation. So you might ask the question, if it's too early, Dr. Umar, why are schools pressuring parents to get the children tested between the age of 2 and 5? And the answer is real simple. MONEY. They want the money. Federal special ed begins at age 3. At age 3, Sister Cheryl, we can diagnose any of the 13. That doesn't mean you should. That don't mean it's a good idea. That doesn't mean it's in the best interest of children. But the schools want the money, and Black parents do whatever white people tell them to do, and our children are suffering for it.
You also spoke about, like, how when they, diagnose the children, you kind of spoke to the black parents, because I think the black parents are major part of the problem, that the things happen to our children. And you speak to that with, the way they do at home or whatever, and how they do listen to the school, as opposed to knowing their children and making the decision. You tell them basically how not to let someone tell you about a child that you had and you raise every day. Could you speak to that a little bit?
I tell parents all the time, nobody knows your child better than you, not even Dr. Umar. And I think I'm the greatest school psychologist of all time. But guess what? You are the expert on your child. I didn't carry him. I didn't birth him. I didn't raise him. I don't know about the sex abuse. I don't know about the car accident. I don't know about the bullying. I don't know about the emotional scars. I don't know that he don't do homework at home. I don't know that you don't value academics in your house. It's all the little things, Sister Cheryl, that matters when you evaluate a child. That matters when you decide not to evaluate a child. But you got to put this in context, because I don't want to beat up on the parents too much. And putting it in context, I'm going to say this. I'm very disappointed in black men. I'm very disappointed in black men. And the reason I'm very disappointed in black men is we are allowing our mothers, and when I say mothers, I'm speaking collectively, because I approach our reality as a village, because that's what we need to get back to. The solution is the village, Sister Cheryl.
Mm-hmm.
Black men are letting black women go into these schools with these hostile white men and hostile white women. And our sisters are in there by themselves with no support, fighting an entire school system in an attempt to save our sons. Any black man that allows the mother of your son to go into a public school, a charter school, a parochial school, an independent school, and fight for your son without you, you are a coward. Sister Cheryl, all I see is mothers in these meetings trying to save their son, and the father nowhere to be found. I even see it with the Black Parent Boot Camp. Most of those who attend are the mothers. But guess who's the most victimized by the school system? The boys.
The boys.
So if the boys are the ones being victimized, why do we not see more black men in these schools fighting with these mothers? I want to say this, and I'm talking to black men. We have been so oppressed that we have gotten comfortable letting black women take the lead all the time, Sister Cheryl. I understand sisters got to take the lead some of the time. I understand they held down the community while we were in jail. And I understand that some mistakes was made, but they did the best that they could. What's bothering me now, Sister Cheryl, is we have created a pathology of allowing black women to bear the brunt of the burden of trying to raise our sons and fight the school system for our sons and fight the court system for our sons. Where the hell is the black man to back up the black woman when she has to go to court for her son, go to school for her son, go to the clinic or the juvenile detention center for her son? 3 weeks ago, Sister Cheryl, I spoke at a juvenile detention center in Columbia, South Carolina. And for your listeners who are watching us right now, I want them to know that if you work with children, especially court-adjudicated youth, boys or girls, teenagers or young adults, if you need Dr. Umar to come and speak to them, I will do it. And if you don't have the funds to pay me, I will do it free of charge, but you will have to cover my transportation.
That's good.
I want, and that's nothing new, Sister Cheryl. That has been 25 years. I have always made myself available for free if need be. Prisons, halfway houses, substance abuse centers, domestic abuse shelters, juvenile, any troubled population that needs some motivation and inspiration from someone who is trained as a traditional psychologist. I want people to know that they can call on me at any time. And again, that number, 215-989-9858, 215-989-9858, and email drumarjohnson, drumarjohnson at yahoo.com.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, I know, like, when you give your lectures that you let senior citizens and the youth
And free.
always, yeah, they always come
free. Because
Yeah.
we got to stop hustling. You know, somebody came up to me and they said, Dr. Umar, I went to so-and-so lecture, and he charged me $100 for a meet and greet. But when I come to the Dr. Umar lecture, I don't have to pay for no meet and greet, because Dr. Umar going to meet and greet everybody, sign our book, take a picture, and don't charge you a penny. And that's because, Sister Cheryl, some of us are in this for the struggle, and some of us are in this for the hustle. Some of us are in this for the activism, and some of us are in this for the capitalism. And I dare not compare myself to anybody, because I don't think there's anybody in the conscious community who's on my level. And I say that with all due humility, but I say it with all due truth. Nobody has my credentials in the conscious community. Nobody is building an independent institution like me in the conscious community. Nobody has raised more consciousness across the world like me. Nobody has the elder support I have. Nobody has the youth support I have. Nobody has the middle class support I have. Nobody has the international support that I have. Nobody has saved as many black children as I have. No psychologist you can ever name, no educator you can ever name has ever done what I have done for the black family and for black children. Nobody. So as far as I'm concerned, there's nobody you can put in the category with me at all.
And I agree 100%, because I know what he taught me just by looking at his videos. Taught me that when you go to the school, you don't go alone. You go with a buddy. And you have to have, like, you know how the police do the good cop, the bad cop type situation? Well, you need to have someone taking notes as you are presenting questions that you want answers to. You can't go with an attitude, and you have to have prepared questions and be focused on, and keep the conversation on what you're interested in for the child. Because they had a system here in Texas at one time, and it could be throughout the United States, I don't know, but when they were doing the STAR testing, and if the child could not read on the level in which it was supposed to read, they would want to have them evaluated for special ed, and then give them a diagnosis, and then put them on a computer as if they were going to take the test better being on a computer. Not looking at that they're destroying this kid's life for the rest of its life, possibly, especially putting them on medications and changing the whole structure of their thinking and their physical bodies. But learning what I learned from Dr. Umar helped save my great nephew that I call my grandson, because I brought his mom home from the hospital when she was a newborn as my daughter. So it's very important that we learn little things. He teaches us to know that the school is not your friend, and their agenda is not the same as yours. You may know the teacher. She may be very nice. She may be kind, ethical, and respectful, but she has a job to do, and she has to follow the policies of her job. And you have to know that, and he teaches you that about politicians and all. But if you listen to a lot of the scholars, they have a lot of the basic philosophies are the same. Where they differ is when they talk about us as a people in the slave Atlantic trade, the Atlantic slave trade, and how we're treated and how we are treated to date. That's where a lot of the things differ, but the main things are the same. So that's why you have to research for yourself and start reading documents and start reading, different laws like public laws and joint resolutions. You have to really get into Congress, and you can get into the Library of Congress from your own living room, your own bedroom. You don't ever have to leave your home. You can get on it from the computer, but you must do your own due diligence so that you can grasp and have an understanding. If you need to have a conversation, you can have an intelligent conversation about whatever it is that you need answers to. And so let me get back to Dr. Umar.
I would have to agree, because it saddens me, and I commend you on your humility, because I know that you're very humble and in our interaction with one another. But what bothers me as a woman, a mother, you know, leader, whatever you want to call me, long as it's not out my name. It bothers me to hear people continue to talk about you in manner that it has nothing to do with who you are as a person and what you're doing for our children. You know, you're the only person I know in the history of man, I'm talking about man, that do what you do and get criticized for what they say you didn't do. I've never seen so many people ask for people credentials. I've never seen them ask for people credentials the way I've seen them hound you like a hound dog. I've never seen them get up on Saturdays like you do and talk to parents throughout the United States.
For free.
I hear for free. I've been there with you 3 hours. Sometimes you go longer. But the parents, they cry. You know, the men cry. Their children are being abused, especially in places like Oregon and Utah. You know, I've heard these things. But you get criticized for one thing. Nobody seems to care about the lives of the children that you're actually saving from medication and the parents. You know, and how do you handle that? Because you do it so graciously to me.
Because I know why I'm here. I mean, I know why I'm here. I've been in the Black consciousness since I was a 4th grader. It's all I know. So when the first degree came, it didn't change me. The second degree came, it didn't change me. The 3 master's degrees didn't change me. The doctorate didn't change me. The professional certifications didn't change me. I'm still that same young man in 4th grade speaking at the Black History Contest in North Philly. I've never changed. See, Sister Cheryl, what we have to understand is some people come to consciousness because they ain't got nowhere else to go. Some people come to consciousness because, you know, they came out of prison and they want to do better. Nothing wrong with that. Some people come to consciousness because they wanted to make a living at the white man's table and he kicked them out. Nothing wrong with that. I didn't come to consciousness as a result of going to jail. I didn't come to consciousness because I got tired of the church. I didn't come to consciousness because I got tired of the masjid. I didn't come to consciousness because the white man disinvited me from the table of the black bourgeoisie. I came to consciousness organically and innocently as an 8-year-old in Black history class. So for me, it's nothing nobody can say because I know why I'm here. You understand? And then we also got to put it in perspective, Sister Cheryl. And that is to say this. I do have my detractors. But compared to the supporters, they are a very small number. There are 2 billion Africans in the world. My detractors might be 1,000 strong. Maybe. But for every detractor that I have 1 million supporters. The difference between the detractors and the supporters are mature. They are disciplined. And they have a life. My detractors are immature, undisciplined, and they do not have a life. They sit on YouTube all day long and make Dr. Umar videos. Okay? And of course, some of them belong to the alphabet community. The leading detractors, they're members of the alphabet community, which also helps explain why they're so incessantly addicted to my downfall. Okay? Because they're a part of that community. They're the rainbow gang, you see. But the other thing, too, is the popular personalities in the conscious community, they're quite envious of my stature. And they wish they had it, and some of them are trying to get it, but again, they can't, because nothing I bring to the table they have. They need FDMG to fail, Sister Cheryl. But they need it to fail because he's already the most requested scholar. He's the most relevant scholar. He's the most loved scholar. He's the most traveled scholar. If that man opens up a school and built it from nothing, exclusively off of the black penny, what excuse do we have for not having no institutions? See, Sister Cheryl, FDMG is going to make the community hold their so-called conscious leaders accountable for producing more than podcasts. You understand me?
Yes.
Once the school is open, people can now say Dr. Umar started with nothing. He got 2 schools and he built it purely from black donations. Where is the bank, since you the economics man? Where is the hospital, since you the medical man? Where is the supermarket, since you the diet and nutrition man? You see where I'm going?
Mm-hmm.
In order to avoid accountability, I have to fail. Because when I succeed, I automatically raise the bar of expectation.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Cheryl, I speak more than everybody else in the conscious community put together. I don't have a YouTube page, and I'm the biggest name on YouTube. I'm the biggest name on TikTok. Because people love my message. Yes. I don't have to load a video. I never load up a video except the ones you see on my Facebook and Instagram. I don't load up videos on TikTok. I don't load up videos on YouTube. I don't have to. I'm loved that much that anytime I speak, somebody loaded it up. Somebody called me yesterday, Dr. Umar, I need your speech from London, England. I said, it's on YouTube. He said, how do you know it's on YouTube? I said, because everything I do, anytime I open my mouth, it's on YouTube. Go find it. In other words, I don't have to self-promote. I don't have to self-promote. The people are going to do that for me. So I'm just saying all that to say that I thank God for giving me this responsibility. I thank the ancestors for putting me in this position. It's not easy. I do have my days like everybody else because in addition to building the school, in addition to saving children, I have to deal with the constant sabotage from these schools. Yes. I can care less about the videos, Sister Cheryl. I don't care about that. My issue, I've been investigated by the FBI, IRS, CIA, Homeland Security, all by black people. This is what they do. Pennsylvania State Board, Attorney General for Delaware and Pennsylvania, Governor for Delaware and Pennsylvania. My own people are going to white people, trying to have me destroyed because they're jealous they're not in my position.
I believe that. I promise you I believe that. It's really disheartening, but I like the way you stay focused and you stay on course. And that's one of the things that my son tells me to, because I admire you so, and we talk about you a lot, and he just say, what does Dr. Umar do? Stay on your purpose.
Oh,
don't get sidetracked.
On November 19th, when I do the boot camp in Philadelphia, Sister Cheryl, that will be my 11th anniversary of my first visit to the Oyotunji African village in South Carolina, where I received my first traditional African divination via Yoruba culture, Ifa, which is what I practice. Mm-hmm. And it was Orunmila, the divinity of death. I got my name through consultation with heaven. Mm-hmm. And my name came out Ifa Tunde, Ogun Tade. Ifa Tunde means destiny has returned. And Ogun Tade means Ogun, the spirit of iron, wears the crown. Ogun is my father in the Yoruba tradition. I'm saying all that to say I am destiny returned. The ancestors sent me here to finish work that was left undone. Mm-hmm. So there's nothing they can say about me. There's nothing they can write about me. There's nothing that can speak about me. There's nothing they can try to do to me that's going to stop me from doing the work. When I got my divination, Sister Cheryl, the first one ever, November 19th, 2011, some in the village thought I was a child of Obatala. They said Dr. Umar is Obatala. They said, why? Because Obatala is intellect. He's consciousness. Dr. Umar is an intellect, very conscious. He's a child of Obatala. But guess what? I was not. Then they said he's a child of Shango. That's a Shango man. He's a leader. He's an orator. He gets attention from the women. That's Shango. Guess what? I wasn't Shango. I was Ogun. And I now know why. The reason I'm not Shango, the reason I'm not Obatala, the reason God made me Ogun is because Ogun is the warrior, Sister Cheryl.
Okay.
And the wars I have to fight on a daily basis just to help my people dictate that the strongest Orisha has my back. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm a son of Ogun. Because if I was a son of any other Orisha, I might buckle under the pressure I got to deal with. Remember, Ogun is willpower. Ogun is strength. Ogun is indomitability. Ogun is the one who will make a way where there is no way. Mm-hmm. And that's who walks with me in this life. And I see why Ogun is with me in this life.
Mama. So we're getting close to the hour. You want to freelance and just give us something that we need to know?
Yes, indeed. Couple things. We will be going back to Africa this summer. I haven't been to Africa in 3 years because of COVID, Sister Cheryl.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to take 2 trips in 2023, God willing, because everything happens by way of the Creator. The first 2 weeks in March, we're going to go to Senegal, Senegal, Gambia, Burkina Faso, and Sierra Leone. I may be getting one of them wrong. 4 countries, 2 weeks. First 2 weeks in March. For the people who are watching our conversation, if they want to go to Africa with Dr. Umar, the information will be out next month. They can start paying on their trip. Trip is going to be approximately $4,500. I don't make any money from that, but the travel company do because that's their business. That's how they make a living. But if you want to go with me, the first 2 weeks in March, again, Senegal, Gambia, Burkina Faso, and Sierra Leone. I'm sorry, Senegal, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, and Sierra Leone. First 2 weeks of March. And then the last week of July, first week of August, Sister Cheryl, we're going to Ethiopia and South Africa. Last week of July, first week of August, Ethiopia, South Africa. Again, the information will be out. I do want to say this. It is for supporters and FDMG donors only. If you do not support me, if you did not donate to the school, you may not go on my trip. This is not a trip for anybody who want to go. This is a trip for people who are Team Ifatunde. If you are not Team Ifatunde, you have no business going on my trip. And if you act like a coon on my trip, you will be banned from ever attending any function whatsoever at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. The other announcement, Sister Cheryl, is November 11th, the week before the boot camp in Philly. We will be in Nat Turner Land, Virginia, to honor the greatest revolutionary to ever walk on American soil, the Prophet Nat Turner. We are there every August the 21st, my birthday, because that's the day the war started. And we are there every November 11th because that's the day Nat Turner was hanged.
Okay.
So we will be there this November the 11th. So anybody who wants to come, go to natturnerlibrary.com. natturnerlibrary.com. If you've never been on the Nat Turner Trail, if you've never been down there, Sister Cheryl, it's a pilgrimage I take twice a year. The 2 most sacred places for me is the Goree Island Slave Dungeon in Senegal and the Nat Turner Trail in Virginia. They're the 2 most sacred places in the world. In Goree Island, Senegal, that's what I had my first spiritual epiphany in 2005. That's what brought me into African spirituality. And going to the Nat Turner Trail, I started that November the 11th of 2011. I showed up coincidentally, Sister Cheryl, on the day Nat Turner was killed. And I've been going back ever since. And so I go down there, I sit, I meditate, I burn my incense, and I try to connect with the soldiers of the Nat Turner Army to give me strength to keep on fighting the good fight for Black people. So November the 11th, we are in Nat Turner Land. And November the 19th, the very next Saturday, we are in Philadelphia for the Black Parent Boot Camp.
Okay. Have you started back doing the bus tours where you take the children?
I haven't, but I will. COVID kind of threw everything off.
Okay.
I'm going to start up with some mini tours, and then I'm going to start up with the full college tour this summer. We're probably going to do 2 trips. And just so you know, as far as FDMG goes, brothers and sisters, keep on making your donations. $ FDMG School on your Cash App, $ FDMG School on your Cash App, FDMG Academy on your PayPal for my international Africans, FDMG Academy on PayPal. And of course, you can mail your check or money order payable to FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. We need your help. Sister Cheryl, we're in a good place right now.
Good.
We're in a good place with the school. The HVAC is in place. We just waiting. It's still being tied in. The plumbing is about to be finished. The electric is about to be finished. The roof has been finished. The sprinkler and the fire alarm system has been checked. If all goes well, Sister Cheryl, and I can't say for sure because it's all up to the Most High, but if all goes well, in February of 2023, we should be having a grand opening for the community of the Nat Turner John Jacques Dessalines Gymnasium and or the Honorable Marcus Garvey Elementary School. We should have at least one and maybe
That would be
both
fantastic.
ready for February. And I feel sorry for one group of people, and that's the coons. Because you Negroes are not allowed in my campus, on my school. I better never see you. You will be arrested and thrown out by your neck. If you ever had something negative to say about me or this campaign, keep your ass home, because the minute somebody shows me who you are, you will be dragged the hell off that campus. I will not. Sister Cheryl, this mission to build this school is so important and so sacred that nobody should have ever broken their mouth to say anything against it. And for those who did, I will forgive you, but I will not pardon you. You are banned from the school forever, and you are herefore and henceforth entered into the permanent book of Negroes. Sister Cheryl, I got a book with all the coon names in it who are not allowed at the school. I call it the Book of Negroes. And everybody who think they talking smack are going to be in that book, and I can see them now coming to the school begging me for forgiveness. I forgive you, but I do not pardon you. Take your raunchy ass back home.
And before we go, Dr. Umar, someone asked a question. They wanted you to speak on what your thoughts were about Kanye West or something on drink champs.
I haven't watched the interview yet, but I'm going to watch it because I'm due to be on the Breakfast Club next Wednesday for my 6th interview, and I'm sure that might come up.
Okay.
So I'm going to watch the interview, but I haven't watched it yet, so I'm going to withhold my comments until I see the entire interview.
Okay, but that's good. So with that, you can give them again the address and everything to get to you.
Absolutely. And let me say this to the people. I appreciate everybody who has donated, because this has been a long road. Sister Cheryl, we took our first donation in St. Louis, Missouri in April of 2014. It's been 8.5 years, not 10 and 20 and 30. You hear the coons. He's been doing this at 10. Yeah, it's been 10 years. Okay, it's been 8. And it takes time to build institutions, but they wouldn't know that because they never built the damn. But anyhow, it's been a long road, and most of our donors are repeat donors, Sister Cheryl. There's very few people who have only donated once. I got grandmoms who send me $10 loyally every month, and they've been doing it for almost 10 years. You know, we got doctors, lawyers, brothers out of prison who send me a couple of dollars. They just want to contribute to this because we need it. It's not going to solve all our problems, Sister Cheryl, but Black people need to see some evidence that we can still do this. We need to see evidence that we can win. We need to see evidence that we are capable of nation building on our own without white bank loans, government handouts, and corporate sponsorships. Because white bank loans, government handouts, and corporate sponsorships is suffocating the revolutionary spirit of Black America.
Yes.
Because he who pays rules. And if everything you do is financed by your oppressor, you're not free to do a damn. One of the reasons I'm able to speak as freely as I speak is because I'm not beholden to nobody. I'm not a Greek. I'm not a Mason. I'm not an elk. I'm not a homosexual. I don't belong to any society, Sister Cheryl, that can exert influence and control over my actions. And so, what was I saying before that? I had an ADHD.
No, you were just talking about what you're talking about. That you're able to do what you're doing because you've had so many people. You were thanking the people.
Oh, I was thanking the people. And when we do have the grand opening, the initial grand opening is only going to be for donors. And because we have so many donors, we're probably going to have several grand opening events, activities, and we're going to have to rank the donors by quantity and quality. And what I mean by quantity, what I mean by quantity, how much they've donated, but quality, how long they've been donating. So you may have not donated as much as the next person, but if you've been sending us $5 a month for 8 years, that means something. That's yes. And so we want to honor them as well. And we're also going to give all of our donors honorary stock certificates into FDMG. Just like the Honorable Marcus Garvey, you could buy shares of the Black Star Line. They're going to get certificates. Not that they recoup any money from them, but these are spiritual and honorary that they can hang up in their house and say, I'm one of the reasons that school
They did that.
is up and running, you see. So I'm just looking forward to it. It's been a long haul. But I tell you this, Sister Cheryl, when we had our second festival, and you got to try to come to the third one next year. But when we had the second festival on September the 10th, you know, that was either a new moon or a full moon. And it was in Taurus or Libra. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because the divinity of the campus, FDMG, is Orisha Oshun, who is the ruler of Taurus and Libra. And I have a Libra moon. But around 5 o'clock when the fashion show started, that's when the moon came in, the full moon or the new moon. And ever since that day, the festival day, September 10th, there has been a new energy around the camp. I could just feel
that's
that
great.
there was a shift in the spirit. And ever since the festival, Sister Cheryl, we have been rocking and rolling with the renovations.
Okay.
I would damn near argue, Sister Cheryl, we might have got more done in the 2 months since the festival than the previous 3 years.
Ain't that something?
So I'm just saying, I think spirit is on our side right now. So I want everybody to pray for us, pray for the school, pray for the future, because when we open up, Sister Cheryl, it's going to be like nothing you ever seen in your life for Black boys. Somebody asked me, how are you going to get parents to pay? Well, God blessed me to be Dr. Umar, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm going to have a waiting list down the street and around the corner. My issue, Sister Cheryl, is not getting enough students. It's how do I turn away the ones that I don't have class space for? Because I can't overcrowd them classrooms. That defeat the agenda.
Yeah.
And that's why as soon as we're done the Garvey School, we have to open up the Frederick Douglass High School. Remember, Sister Cheryl, we got 2 schools, not one, it's 2 buildings. Which means we're the only independent Black school in America with 2 schools. And we are the largest independent Black school campus in America. And we will be the only one completely funded by African people from all over the world. Never before done. Never before has there been a school in this country that was financed, renovated, and operated by Africans from every single continent. Maybe Garvey 100 years ago. Maybe Garvey 100 years ago. So we will be the second to Garvey. And if Garvey didn't do it, we are absolutely the first to ever do it.
You have a lady that lives in Philadelphia, and she asked you to repeat the number for the conference that you're having in Philadelphia.
Okay, my cell number. So if you need the flyer for the Black Parent Boot Camp Training Conference in Philly, text me. I'm going to send you the flyer, and I'm going to send you the link to register. If you want to come to Nat Turner Land, November the 11th, which is the week before the boot camp, I'm going to send you that flyer too. Also, Sister Cheryl, just to make sure y'all register for drumar.tv. Do that tonight. www.drumar.tv. And also, Sister Cheryl, just for the good of the conversation, where else will I be coming up? I have my Breakfast Club interview the 26th. I'll be speaking at a panel discussion at Cheney University on the 29th, which is America's oldest Black college. I will be in Nat Turner Land November the 11th. I have the Philadelphia Boot Camp November the 19th. I'll be in the Bronx, New York for Kwanzaa. I'm in Baltimore February 1st for Black History Month. I have a Black Male Leadership Forum in Philadelphia February the 16th. I'll be in Las Vegas on February the 18th for Kemet in the Desert, which is a program, Sister Cheryl, where they raise money and send children to Africa every year. Okay, I'll be in Calumet City, Illinois, March the 22nd. I'll be in the island of Martinique, May the 19th. And of course, my Kwanzaa tour, my Kwanzaa schedule isn't set yet, but I'll be going on tour for Kwanzaa in December as well.
Okay.
But 215-989-9858. Twice more. 215. And if you could post this, Sister Cheryl, I'd appreciate that. 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858. If anybody to text me, if you need life coaching, I'm available for life coach sessions, relationships, sadness, depression, career choices, whatever the problem is, life coaching. Also, if you need consultation for your child, you need me to help you decide what to do next educationally in terms of mental health. You need me to review the IEP, review the psychological evaluation report, review the behavior plan, review the pre-referral intervention plan. I'm available for that as well.
Fantastic. But Dr. Umar, we couldn't ask for a better interview. I tell you, I'm truly honored and humbled, and I thank you for answering the call. You always do, and so I thank you for that. And on that note, if you have nothing else to say, we can get ready to close it out because we want to meet your 11:30 timeline, and I think we're there.
Yes, ma'am.
That's very gracious of you, and it was outstanding. I couldn't ask for a better guest, and I thank you. And of course, in the future, if I need to, I'll be calling on you.
Yes,
most
ma'am.
definitely. And look like everybody said this is outstanding. Thank you. They really enjoyed you. And so we'll get a lot of views on the playback.
Oh,
and so I thank you for your time, Dr. Umar.
No problem, Queen Mother. Be blessed.
Yes, you have a beautiful evening.
All right now.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that was my interview with Dr. Umar that I thoroughly enjoyed and had a good time. And we're going to keep it moving. I think anybody that have children, or if they know of people that have a child that maybe they're talking about, they may have an issue, they're in elementary school, junior high school, or high school, that it is worth dialing Dr. Umar's number and sending him an email even, and that's Dr. Umar at yahoo.com. I think it's very it would be useful to you. You can listen to the naysayers, you can talk about the school, you can talk about the money, you can talk about all of that, but I can talk about the help that I know he gives, I've seen him give, and that he's helped me with. So, have your own experience. Don't let anybody deter you. I think that's a lot of our problems. We allow people to deter us from the help that we can use and the help that's willing to help. So, I was going to play Lil Woody's videos next, but I want to play Dr. Claud Anderson, and I think it would go into what I'm trying to get you guys to understand and see how this system that has been put in place, and remember, it is more than one system. So you're not just fighting one system, you're fighting a plethora of systems. But the system of racism, a lot of people on this app try to disparage people and impugn their names and talk about their races. They try to say all of that kind of stuff about Asatar, who is a coach and has been for over 26 years with children of all kind of backgrounds, and he give of himself freely, and he has done that faithfully, and he's very easy to talk to, very easy. So I want you all to understand from Dr. Claud Anderson. And I was going to play the entire video, but I have all of the videos listed. I'm not going to play the entire video. I'm just going to play targeted areas that I want you guys to get. And let me see. I think it's on the Rock Newman video. It's the one that I want to play. That gives you the definition of racism. And Rock Newman doesn't have closed caption, so what I did is I just actually just sped it up a little bit. So we're going to be at 1.25. But let's listen to this video. And I need to cut the mic.
Took away from, stole from the Native Americans, made treaties that ultimately were broken, if you want to say willy-nilly, that's where willy-nilly came in. So If you would address that for a moment.
Well, yes, and see, it started one of the first treaties was the New York Treaty about 1516 that came in. That was one of the first treaties. But in every one of those treaties that they set up with the Indians, they put an inclusion in there saying this, that if you were to cooperate with us and be able to help us maintain the slavery system.
Right now, I don't know if this is actually about racism, but let's listen. He's telling us about the treaties because I don't know if you guys know it, but the treaties, along with the Constitution, are the supreme laws of the land.
And we set up in this country, you know, and we will reward you and compensate you. We'll give you clothing, we'll give you food, we'll give you weapons, you know, and we'll even call you civilized if you will help us maintain slavery. Every treaty contained a clause to help Indians to shut down black folk. Slavery could never have existed in this country and been maintained without the full participation of the American tribes. That's why they started calling them civilized, Rock, because they began to say, you quit hunting in the woods and running wild and get yourself some land and get yourself some slaves. So Indians became slave hunters, slave traders, and in the final analysis, all civilized tribes, the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, and Seminole Indians, they all fought with the South to maintain slavery. And so therefore, and they got benefits from it. And that led to going back to the earlier question you asked me about reparations. And even after the Civil War ended, the Choctaw and Chickasaw was still holding about 12 or 15,000 slaves even after the Civil War ended. The United States government sent in troops saying, you got to get rid of this slavery and set black folk free. And they set up what's called the 1866 Indian Treaties with these 5 civilized tribes, which says that black people in this country, you must not only turn them loose, they must get benefits. They must get forms of reparations, going back to your earlier question. You must first of all, set them free. 2, you must give them an option, and this is for all black freedmen and all blacks who lived in the Indian territory and all black Indians. You must set them free, allow them to have membership in the tribe. You must give them, let them have access to all the resources on the reservation. You must let them also be tax exempt. You must let them have free education. You must also let them be able to give them $150 in cash. You must give them 160 acres of land. And in present day times, those black Indians under the 1866 treaties should be getting, they could also hold gambling casinos. Now, this country has never carried out the full mandates, but yet we're still honoring it for Indians. Right now, all the benefits that Indians are getting in this country are getting it from the 1866 Indian Treaty, because they took up arms against the United States in the Civil War. They wiped out all previous treaties. Now, every year in the White House, we get about 560-some white Indian chiefs, which in history they call $5 Indians, because 90% of the people call themselves Indians nowadays are not really Indians. Those are whites passing as Indians, because they paid $5 to the Dawes Commission to get their name on the Dawes roll so they can get all these advantages. But every year they get invited to the White House, and every year they got an approximate $3.5 billion every year, even that Obama's been in office. They got money into the Federal Indian Bureau. Now, see, if you were to talk about reparations, black folks should have been getting all this money all these years too. But they got shut out because the Indians in 1938, they sent a letter to the Department of Bureau of Indian Affairs saying, how do we shut black folk down to make sure they never get any reparations? And that letter floated around in the federal government from about 1938 to about 1941. Then it went to the Secretary for the Department of Interior, and the Department of Interior looked and says, aha, said, how did I come up with a scheme to shut down blacks so they get no reparations in this country? He said, what you do, you Indians come up with a new concept called a quantum blood law, which says that black folk are not entitled to any of the benefits of the 1866 treaty in terms of reparations unless they can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that they got 1/4 Indian blood in them. And we make Indian blood sacred like Jesus Christ's blood. And therefore they've been shutting blacks out all these years. That's why they didn't get any reparations, to go back to your earlier point. And the last point on reparations, you asked me earlier about a blueprint. This country's always given reparations to all groups except black folk, even though black folk were the ones who built the country. They built the bridges, they picked the cotton, they built the highways, they built the government buildings. They were the backbone of this nation. But now, so in the Marshall Plan, we gave billions of dollars to Germans after World War II. We got under what's called a Point 4 program. We gave reparations to Japanese. We gave reparations to American Indians. We gave reparations to everybody but black folk. Yet black folk are locked into the bottom of a vertical order, and a descending order of wealth, owning, and poverty, and control of resources, and nobody wants to address the issue.
As you articulate your position on reparations, redistribution of wealth, again, those looking in, the pundits, if you will, might say, well, are you, a Bernie Sanders acolyte? Are you socialist? Do you propose practicing socialism when you start talking about redistributing the wealth? My question for you is, what do you think it is that has prevented a groundswell behind something that seems as if is such a logical, practical, and fair idea? Not revolutionary, not radical. When you look at the facts and you look at the history, then it would seem that most fair-minded people might consider this something that they could get behind, put their shoulder to the wheel on. Why do you think there just hasn't been the groundswell, even amongst black folks? Most black people don't talk about reparations.
Well, because simply a lot of them don't want to be identified with anything as black. Because right now, see, in this nation, everything that everybody dreams of is identified with and associated with white skin. That means privilege, wealth, power, income, and privileges associated with white skin. Nobody in his right mind will identify with anything black that's negative. If black folk are carrying 6 to 7 times their fair share of everything is bad, why would anybody want to identify with blackness when they can identify with whiteness and get all these advantages? Now, in terms of what they should be doing for that, black folk, for instance, right now, these young black folk that need leadership in these communities, like this thing about Black Lives Matter, they're floundering around because they don't have any black leadership out there. Now, if black leaders will say, well, what can we do to help these blacks, give them some leadership, and at the same time give them some mild form of reparation that's not violent, not committing themselves to violence, and then to kind of overthrow a revolutionary activities. They should go in all these urban areas. 70% of all the black people in America live in and around 10 large metropolitan areas. Why don't you go in and reindustrialize those areas and build industries in there? But what this country should...
What does that mean?
That means that back in 1960s, when you started the integration process, see, these urban areas didn't deteriorate because of black folk being there. They deteriorated because at that point in time, to avoid integration, the power structure in this country used the 1952 Highway Act to build expressways out of these urban areas and to build what we call suburbs. Suburbs didn't exist. And once they built those suburbs, they then made a commitment to relocate and all the resources out of those cities, to abandon those cities on what we call a burnt field process, which means let's destroy it and let the cities deteriorate. They moved to the suburbs. They moved out the industries, the businesses, the wealth, the power, the banks, everything moved to the suburbs. And they abandoned those cities. That's why those cities deteriorated. You should do just the reverse thing now. Go around and take those big cities like Detroit, Gary, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, where you have heavy concentration of blacks, and you do an industrialization program. What that means, you start awarding incentives. You set up redevelopment banks in those cities, where now the government puts special funds into their revolving loan funds, like at about a 2% interest rate that's revolving and subordinatable to regular loans, where blacks in those cities can start building their own businesses and rebuilding their own communities rather than socially integrating. Stay where you are and build your own communities. And in those communities, started building industries and factories where you can create jobs, an income base, a tax base, wealth base, an employment base, and begin to build functional schools in those communities. And set up these development banks, and the government should put the money into it. Secondly, you should go.
Let me stop you there. And Joe Sixpack, driving into work at one of the factories in Detroit from the suburbs where he still lives. Joe Sixpack, the white guy.
Yeah.
He's going to say, well, wait a minute. My tax dollars, in order to do what you're talking about and redistribute some of this wealth, my tax dollars, my hard-earned tax dollars, are going to have to be touched. And I'm not looking to make that happen.
Well, that's good. It should be touched. You know why? He came here. His ancestors came here to get free handouts. That's why they came here. No immigrant spent 3 months crossing perilous oceans to get to the United States looking for happiness. They came here to get handouts, to get free benefits. See, understand this, Rock, and I want your audience to understand it too. 99% of all the black people in America are the direct descendants of slaves, which means they were here before 99% of all the other people arrived. All these people are coming to this country boasting about, my family came from Germany, my parents came from Ireland, my parents came from Greece or Italy. They came here for a specific reason, to get benefits. They get unearned benefits, to profit and enjoy the fruits of black folks' labor and the Indian land. They've already gotten theirs. And now what they're saying is that now that we've gotten everything, we got control of it, we got it free and passed it from generation to next generation, we're not gonna let you have anything. And see, that's grossly unfair and it's immoral. And the worst thing that our society is doing, and they should cease in doing it, is they start equating black folk to all these fabricated groups, like minorities and poor folk and people of color and Asians and Hispanics coming into the country. These people coming to this country today get unearned benefits to enjoy the fruits of black folks' labor. Nobody shut them down. The Chinese started pouring into California after the Civil War to get benefits. And the Mexicans, there were no, in the Civil War, you had about 6,000 Hispanics in the United States. And now you got about almost 50-something million. They came in looking for benefits.
And I heard Jesse Jackson say one day that, all other groups came here seeking a thrill.
That's right. They came.
Black folks came here obviously against their will.
See, as black folk are the only non-immigrants. Our country is structured on immigrant rights to give them benefits. Mm-hmm. Black folk are the only non-immigrants in this country. I know people always say, well, Indians are immigrants. Indians were the original people. No, they were not. The original people in this country were black folk. The Folsom people that came in this country about 16,000 years ago. The so-called American Indians are Asians that came across the Bering Straits about 6,000 years ago. So what I'm saying is that everybody comes to this country to get benefits except black folk. Nobody wants to stick up for and fight for black folks. And you cannot solve the racial problem in this country unless you create a circumstance where black folk can acquire some wealth, power, decent communities, functional schools, and be able to take care of their own people and be self-supported and competitive and independent.
Malcolm X was quoted as saying, and I don't know if my quote will be exact, but something to the effect of, to allow your oppressor to educate your children is to be a fool. Talk to me about, in all of your study and scholarship and research, the role that education has played in depriving, enhancing and or depriving the pursuit of happiness of black individuals.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. See, and the education system as we presently know it, Rock, came into existence. It didn't even exist until after slavery. The present system came into existence, and one of the primary reasons it came into existence was to educate the offsprings of slaves, to be able to give them an educational opportunity. Mm-hmm. And they structured it so that basically that it would be, even though it would be a manual education, mm-hmm. Manual art training, but it did come into existence. And to a large degree, black folk contributed to the development of those school systems. They worked hard to build those schools, selling flowers, pies, cooks, and cakes, and building with their own hand. And that was like in 1866. In 1866, keep in mind that up until that point, we had laws in this country that forbade the educating of a black person. Yeah. You get caught teaching a black person to read and write would cost you $100 and 39 lashes with a whip to be caught teaching a black person to read and write. We black folk were suffering from imposed ignorance. They were being mandated to be ignorant, and if they weren't physically or in fact ignorant, they had to act and pretend they were dumb. They had to dumb down. Right. But between 1866 and let's say 1896, in that 30-year period, even though 96% of the black folk could not read and write in 1866, in a 30-year time period, those black folk almost by themselves educated, reduced their illiteracy rate in this country from 96% down to about 44%. Nobody has ever done that in the history of this world. No group that had been enslaved for 300 or 400 years could in 30-year time period set a record for educational achievement. Now, and they did it. So but then by, let's jump and show how that worked though. By 1950, a black person with an education was still not getting the benefits of having an education. Education usually has benefits that follows it once based on the achievement levels of a group of people. Mm-hmm. Achievement benefits never followed black folk in education. So in 1950, the average black person with a college education could not earn as much as a white high school dropout because they were not getting the benefits of having an education. And what you have to do nowadays is go back in those, when I say you go back in these urban areas where all these black folk are, you got to rewrite the curriculum. You cannot have a curriculum that is designed for to educate white children and all these other groups who've not been oppressed, denied, and rendered dysfunctional. You cannot use the same curriculum on them. You need to shut down all these schools in these urban areas. Shut them down, close them down, and say, now we're going to rewrite the curriculum based on the needs of black children.
Okay. You say shut them down, close them down.
Right.
And any administrator, Kaya Henderson, who's superintendent of school, chancellor of schools here, and anybody else would say, that's so impractical. That would destroy our children.
No, I mean, I wouldn't. Now, I don't know about Henderson, but I was over education for the state of Florida. I'm the only one, the only black person in America that was over the entire education system for 7 to 8 years for the whole state of Florida. I was over everything from the first grade of the nursery school all the way to the universities in both the public sector and the private sector. You got to be realistic. Black kids need a special kind of education. We are the only people on this earth that, for instance, have never enjoyed the fruits of an industrial revolution. Everybody's done it. We have never had those kind of values, those kind of experiences. You got to go in there and say, now, what are the things that black children need? They need things that are different from the white child. They come to school with different emotional, physical, and financial baggage than the regular kids do. You got to modify your curriculum based on the needs of black folk in this country. There's an example. Supposing right now I was to tell you that we all now, that the world's coming to the end, we got to go to the moon. What you should do is say, now, how does that impact your school and your curriculum? You got to say, we need to go into our schools and shut down our curriculum and begin to teach our kids how to survive on the moon. What kind of expertise and training would they need? We're going to need pilots, we're going to need astronauts, we need chemists, we need biologists, we need people in physics, physical science. You need to rewrite the curriculum so they include all these things to help elevate black folk up so they can be a competitive group along with all the other people. The other kids that are coming to the school system, they come from families and from cultures that have already enculturated certain kind of values, skills, and amenities into their lifestyle. We never had that. You got to bring those black kids up and make schools worthwhile. Right now, most of the schools like in Detroit, Michigan, they are dysfunctional. Half the black kids that graduate from high school can't read and write. Why do you keep passing these kids through school talking about, well, we ain't gonna shut the schools down? Shut them down and restructure them. Now, that's what I recommended. But here's what's happening in Florida. When in Florida doing integration, here comes whites now and say, well, Dr. Anderson, what we're gonna do with these schools, we're not gonna integrate our schools. What we're gonna do is create charter schools. We're gonna shut your schools down, but we're gonna create charter schools to replace the public schools. We're gonna set up segregated academies. We're gonna set up religious schools and shut your schools down because we're gonna make sure our kids get what white kids need in the South. And so the same thing, black kids, black teachers and principals say, we're gonna close our schools for a month or whatever time it takes, or during the course from June until September, say, let's rewrite the curriculums and start providing these kids with some education that'll qualify them to do what? To make sure that they never graduate from school without either a scheme in their head or a skill in their hands. Every black child should be taught economics and basic training and business development from the first grade to the 8th grade. And by the time he gets to the 8th grade, he should be stimulated to be able to learn how to create things, to modify things, to produce things. When he gets to high school, he should at least be taught some basic skills, at least 2 years of skill training. Like it used to be. Why aren't they graduating being plumbers, electricians, tool and die makers, or sheet metal, woodwork, carpentry? Right now, if you go call Sears out to your home, most of the people coming now doing all that basic work are not black folk. There are immigrants coming into your house doing the work for plumbing and electric work and woodwork and bricklaying. Look at the construction companies. Blacks used to have that. You got to make sure these black kids do not graduate from high school ill-equipped to compete. Quit sending so many black kids to college. You don't need all them black kids in college. Black kids now graduate with a master's degree working in McDonald's and Wendy's stores because they master nothing. Yeah. Quit getting black folk master's degrees with masters so they can't master anything.
Let me ask you about, people know you. There are videos of you with thousands and thousands of people, eyeballs on your videos.
I didn't know that. That's
paying attention to what Dr. Anderson has to say, theorizing, making very strong suggestions, advocating, black empowerment. What didn't come across so much in the public domain was the businesses that you operate. One, tell us about what you're doing in the world of business and how what you're doing in the world of business gives backbone to the things you're saying. So how are you practicing what you preach?
Well, now, because I'm spending most of my time being a speaker, going around the country, and most of the resources from those engagements go to the Powernomics Corporation, which I don't own. Now, my wife owns that. That's her company, the Powernomics Corporation. But in the course of my life, before I've been to the highest levels of government. At every level, I run campaigns for presidents, for governors, for mayors, for congressional people. I didn't run in the campaigns. I was a campaign manager for them. Okay, I've been in all levels of education, from everything from special education to elementary schools to university, community college. I've been at the highest level of everything you can think about.
And I heard you talking earlier about the fish business.
Yeah. Oh, well, let me get to that one. Now, in terms of business, first thing I built a radio station, WOWD in Tallahassee, Florida. I built that. That was one of the first FM station in the country for black folk. I think it was about the second or third with James Brown and myself. I also had owned a radio station in the top of the Superdome in New Orleans. I owned radio stations.
And that was what period of time?
That was back in the 70s.
Okay. And in the 70s, you also you were in the administration of the peanut farmer from Georgia.
Yeah, from Georgia.
What role was that?
Well, I was a campaign manager in Florida for Jimmy Carter.
Okay.
Jimmy Carter had been in 2 primaries earlier in the campaign season, and he had lost in both of those campaigns. And then he was on the wing. And at that point in time, people like Andy Young, Julian Bond, and some other people in high levels of his campaign in Atlanta, they called me and said, Dr. Anderson, the next campaign, the primary will be in Florida. Organize the blacks in the state of Florida on what's called a state action council to empower them. And we were very strong then because we were united, played as a team. We voted as a block on issues. We moved as a block. We lobbied as a block.
You were a part of that.
Well, he pointed me to be the first assistant secretary in commerce as a black secretary. I was the only black that got appointed to be a chairman for economic development for Eastern and Southern governors. Most people don't know that. No black has ever been a chairman for governors. They appointed me over that.
Okay.
So plus I had trade missions in third world countries, including Africa, Venezuela, Colombia, and all around the world.
And back to your business. We started to talk about the fish business. Tell us about that. How did you get into that?
Well, we're heading up trade missions in different countries. The classical seafood industry came to me and said, Dr. Anderson, we're getting killed off. At that time, they set up what's called a Kobe plan, where we went over into China, Kobe, Japan, and we're trying to figure out how to help some of these third world nations. And we encouraged aquaculture, started raising fish in those countries. But those people within a short period of time got very good at it because they didn't have a labor cost and a food cost because they weren't feeding their fish the appropriate diets that they needed to be clean and harmonious. And so it was killing off our classical seafood industry. So I went and set up several programs to try to help our local seafood industry. I set up what's called the John Island crabbing facility for blacks in John Islands. I set up the Hilton Head Seafood Corp. I started what's called a Midwest Seafood Distribution Program. And I was taking surplus, I had the surplus fishing program. I was taking fish to third world countries, particularly Africa, to give it to them. But then I said, in my basic principles of powernomics, I said black folks should dominate in business wherever they dominate in population or in spending patterns. And since black folk eat 3 to 4 times more fish than anyone else in the country at that time, and we spend $9 for every $1 white spend, then blacks should be dominating in seafood production. In other words, from the boat to the throat, they should be controlling the seafood industry. So I decided to open up an aquaculture facility here in the Washington, D.C. area. And we set it up, and we operated for about 6 to 7 years. But the problem was most of my clients were Asians. Almost 99 and 99% were Asian. No blacks ever got into the vertical integration. I wanted blacks to not only learn how to produce, but to retail, wholesale, all the way up.
So your business, you're sort of manufacturer almost, if you will.
I'm a manufacturer of fish.
And what you were looking to do was to be able to have.
I have this video inside the description so you can look it up, but I want to talk about the racism because that's what Dr. Anderson talked about. So let me go here. And then we're going to leave this video and go to the next.
To have
other blacks to be introduced in that ladder, as you say, wholesalers, retailers, whatever they might have been.
Right.
And that never happened.
Never happened.
And why?
Everybody right now is pimping and hustling black folk. They've been pimping and hustling black folk for 400 or 500 years. We spend approximately 97% to 98% of all our money outside of our own community, as an example. And we don't practice group economics. We don't practice group politics. All that makes, when we spend 98% of all our money outside of our community, what that does, it makes the other groups enriched. they now are living off of two incomes. They live off of 100% of their money and 98% of our money. And what are we left with? It's 2%. Where everybody else is living off of 198% of everything, we live off of 2%, which makes it impossible. And so you start talking about unifying black folk, that's a threat. They're saying, you're gonna cut off your money from us? You're gonna cut off, we living off of two incomes. You're gonna reduce us down to one income? That's a threat to them. Also, it's a threat when you start talking about unifying blacks and looking out for your own people. That means political possibility of uniting as a political force in this country, which nobody wants to see. That's a threat, because all the rest of the people in society are living privileged lifestyles based on what they came in here and got as immigrants. Black folk never had those lifestyles. So yes, it's a threat to them.
You have forcefully suggested that that is by design, that where black folks are in America today, and to some extent throughout the diaspora, let's talk about America today, is clearly by design. How do you defend those who simply say, look, we come here, you're here, and in America, there is the pursuit of happiness, life, and liberty. So you, sir, are dwelling on the negative and dwelling in an area of impossibility as opposed to possibility.
Well, your first statement was right on point. First of all, it was by design. Your Constitution itself boxed black folk in. We've been boxed in by the United States Constitution because the original Constitution spelled out specifically how black folk would be treated in this country. You just mentioned something about we come here searching for life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. That was not what it was talking about originally in the Constitution. Originally, when Jefferson and Madison wrote the U.S. Constitution, they were talking about life, liberty, and pursuit of property. Because in the Constitution, black folk were defined as property. 3/5 of a human being, equal to a field animal, and you were treated as property. There's nothing in the Constitution that addresses the issues for black folk. We are locked and boxed into the Constitution. And until we go back and address that issue, black folk can never get out of it. And you can't get out of it secondarily, out of this box, because the United States Supreme Court put the lock on the box. The United States Supreme Court right now says, let's go back to the original intent of the Constitution, which says black folks should be 3/5 of a human being, property, and equal to a field animal. That's throughout the Constitution. It's never changed. And the United States Supreme Court then, in the Madison and Marlboro decision of 1803, says that we're going to make sure that we abide by that. And then later on in 1857, in the Dred Scott decision, says black folk have no rights that white folks are bound to respect. The Constitution have you locked and boxed, and the United States Supreme Court can make sure you never get out of that box. That is the most racist organization in America. 57 of the first people appointed to the United States Supreme Court were slave owners, and subsequently most of them have been racist. So you're not going to get out of the box unless you go back and address these issues structurally on behalf of black folk.
I like to think that I'm a relatively aware and conscientious individual. I kind of have to be trying to do what I do. But I've read a couple of your highly illuminating, informative books. This one here is Black Labor, White Wealth, The Search for Power and Economic Justice. And you have an appendix in this book that sort of blew my mind as I was reading down it. And it's titled Boundary Safeguards and Restrictions in Southern States. And you mentioned many things, like in 1619, the Maryland segregation policy, which we're right here on the doorstep of Maryland, recommended that blacks be socially included, and so many other things in this particular appendix here. But when I got down to the year 1775, there was something called the Virginia Runaway Law that allowed the sale or execution of slaves attempting to flee slavery. And I thought that I would bring this up in this discussion because oftentimes there are people who say, oh my God, why are you still talking about slavery? And I think that in 2015, there is, for the most part, a wholesale lack of appreciation for the impact that slavery, for the hundreds of years that it was practiced, has on today's world.
Right. And see, black folk are still under the impact of 360 years of slavery and another 100 years of Jim Crow semi-slavery.
I didn't hear the first part you said.
They're still being burdened. They're overburdened by slavery because no one has addressed the negative impact of slavery on black folk. It's never been addressed. Because what was the purpose of slavery? The purpose of slavery was to systematically, socially engineer black folk into the lowest level of a real-life monopoly game that was based on wealth, power, and control, what you own and control. And slavery itself then maldistributed almost 100% of all this nation's wealth, power, resource, privileges, and controls of all levels of government into the hands of the dominant white society. And black folk don't have enough resources to be a competitive group. When black folk came out of slavery, let's say before they went into slavery, they owned and controlled nothing. When they came out in the 1860s, a few blacks, about 250,000 black folk, had successfully acquired 1/2 of 1% of this nation's wealth. And that was in 1860, Rock. Here you are 150 years later, black folks still own and control 1/2 of 1% of this nation's wealth. And it's wealth that controls what you get, what your opportunity is going to be. And that 1/2 of 1%, what does it equate to today? That means that the typical white person right now has 3,500 times more wealth than black folk. And we tell black folk to go out and compete with what? What are they going to compete with? They don't own and control anything. They still own and control 1/2 of 1% of anything that value in our society, while they're being burdened down with 6 to 7 times their fair share of everything that's negative. All the social pathology is being inflicted on them. They're the ones that are bearing the burdens of low-income housing, poverty, food stamps, welfare, dysfunctional families, no businesses, no opportunities, failing school systems. They're the ones that's being negatively impacted. Nobody has ever addressed the real issues. The civil rights movement didn't address the issues. They started talking about social integration. Social integration was not the problem with black folk, and even the concept of civil rights. They twisted and corrupted that concept. Civil rights was initially talking about what you're going to do for black folk in the country when it came out in 1865 and 1866 in its first civil rights laws. And what those civil rights laws were trying to address was correct the Dred Scott decision of 1857. And what I mean by that black folk had no rights and they could own and control nothing. And so when you had, and here in Washington, D.C., you had some congressmen called radical Republicans like Congressman Benjamin, Thaddeus, and Charles Sumner and the rest of them. They said this, that the only things that black people can ever be in America, they're either going to be free or they're going to be slaves. Minimally, to be free, they must have 40 acres, a mule, and $100. Now, immediately, Andrew Johnson, who replaced Lincoln when he got assassinated, he vetoed it. Yeah. And after he vetoed it, when the conservatives took over the control of black folk, the Northerners walked away from it, left them, abandoned them. Black folk were forced into Jim Crow, segregation, and peonage. And they corrupted the whole concept of civil rights and made it a civil issue for everybody. Nobody's ever enslaved the gays, the midgets, the humpbacks, women, Asians, Arabs, Hispanic, and American Indians. They enslaved black folk. That's why it's critically important, to go back to one of your earlier questions, for people to understand, when you start talking about issues, about rights, the Dred Scott decision said the black man has no rights. It didn't say the Asian man, the Arab man, the Mexican man, the Indian man. It says the black man. So what's happened now is that the whole concept of civil rights and social integration, all this has been mal-distributed and it's been corrupted into what we call fabricated classes. They're getting all the benefits that black folks should be getting today. All these, and it's intentionally and being designed to make sure everything is moved away from black folk and the lock in the box stays on black folks so they never get out of it.
There are those that would challenge you to say that you discuss about civil rights, because it almost sounds as if you're saying that the struggle of the civil rights movement didn't yield fruit. And one thing that those who challenge you, Lord knows, as we look at, the different people who have addressed some of the things that you've said, is that, for example, the civil rights movement in itself is in large part for Barack Obama sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue today. Do you discount the importance of him sitting, or is it as important as proponents would say it is, that he sits there in the White House?
Oh yeah, it's most definitely important in a social context and in a symbolic concept. Very important, because, and unfortunately, that's what black folk have been fed for 150 years. It's symbolic achievements, it's symbolic success. Well, you got a black president, you got Martin Luther King Boulevard, you got Rosa Parks Boulevard, but you didn't touch the structural issue. You did not go back and redistribute some of the resources back into the hands of black folks so they can be a competitive group and a self-sufficient, independent group in America. I mean, what are the benefits, direct benefits do black get from having, in terms of rectifying the structural problems, by having Obama in the White House, by having we got 4 or 5 black billionaires like Oprah, Tiger Woods. How does that translate over to black people? If Oprah and Tiger Woods lost all that money tomorrow, how does that disadvantage black folk? It doesn't hurt black folk one way or the other, because there's no connection between Oprah and Tiger Woods being billionaires and helping all these poor black folk, when 38% of all the black people in America are in the poverty level. Having Obama in the White House, how does that translate to benefits for black folk? You write down on a piece of paper, on one side of the paper, all the symbolic issues, and write down how black folk are going to have been benefited. Write down right now what direct, specific sole benefits have gone to black folk by putting Obama in the White House. So that's important.
You mentioned the word redistribute the wealth.
Right.
And we have a clip, I think we have here about you speaking to the issue and on the issue of reparations. Because to some extent, when you say redistribute the wealth, that I think incorporates some form of reparations. So we're gonna show that clip and we'll discuss it.
You're gonna have all kind of black folk in this country gonna be opposed to reparation for you. They're gonna be jumping out. They're gonna be jumping out of the woodwork. They're gonna be jumping out of the woodwork because they're scared to death. They're just as scared now as they were in 1860. They're gonna say we don't have anything, and when we ask for something, they'll take away what we got, and we don't have anything, but they'll take nothing away from us. And so you're gonna have that group that's always scared, and they're always gonna say it's better for us to have nothing than you try to get something, because that way they'll take us back to nothing, which is where we are already.
John Conyers, from his perch there at Capitol Hill on.
I hope y'all understood what he was saying. I sped it up a little bit so that you can kind of move this along a little faster. But I hope y'all heard what he was just saying, because it makes all the sense in the world considering our situation today.
Capitol Hill started a long time ago, maybe as forcefully as anyone within the political structure, talking about bills for reparation and the need for reparation. And people yawn and almost say, you know, go away, little boy, with that noise. So I want to talk here today about reparations. When you say that blacks deserve reparations, one, tell me what you mean by that, and take your time and give us, to the extent that you can, a blueprint of what reparations would look like if Dr. Anderson were a part of the architecture of that structure.
I would be delighted to. See, well, first, let's start with the basic premise, is that black folk are exceptional people. They're exceptional people. And they have some exceptionality in this country that everybody overlooks. Black folk have not been treated like all the other people coming to this country. Black folk have been disrespected and disenfranchised in everything and excluded out of everything. Now let's talk about it in the context of reparations. See, all the immigrants came into this country. They came here looking for some form of benefits. The entire American dream is structured on coming to America to get two things: free land and free labor. That's the basis of the American dream. And we have an unending influx of immigrants in this country going all the way back to 1790 with the first immigration and naturalization law, which set up a ranking order. It set up a ranking order in skin color, running from white, yellow, brown, black, from the highest to the lowest in terms of color, of skin color. And that was the immigration law that was set up based on that. Every immigrant that came to this country was entitled to benefits, to get unearned benefits in terms of the American dream. Everybody talks about the American dream, but nobody ever defines it for you. And every nation was alerted to the fact that America was now open for immigrants to come in. And every immigrant came to this country through the homesteading and through head rights. They could get free land in whatever quantity they want, they could claim. When Thomas Jefferson came, got over 100,000 free acres of land. Thomas Jefferson and Washington, they all got over 100,000. Patrick Henry got over 65,000 acres of free land. They got free land. And when the big land rush came after the end of the Civil War, and we had 26 million Europeans poured in this country. Then they opened up the Oklahoma Territory. White immigrants picked up over 2 million acres of free land in 24 hours. They didn't pay for it. Now that land has been passed on. Let's use that. All that land, all the resources, the timber, the gold, the silver, the chrome, the bauxite has multiplied in value and doubled in value, to triple in value every 20 years. And it's been passed on through inheritance from one white generation to the next. So consequently, they have control over the land, the resource, and everything has been passed on from generation to generation and shutting black folk out. That's why the average white person now has $3,500 wealth compared to black folks at 1.5%.
Okay, let me ask you, because you talk about this land, this land that was originally inhabited. Since Columbus didn't 1492.
Didn't find it.
Right. Okay, address, if you would, the role that the U.S. government, see, this wasn't willy-nilly cowboys, running wild. This was a U.S. government and its policies that ultimately bastardized, took away from, stole from the Native Americans, made treaties that ultimately were broken. If you want to say willy-nilly, that's where willy-nilly came in. So if you would address that for a moment.
Well, yes, it started, one of the first treaties was a New York treaty about 1516 that came in. That was one of the first treaties. But in every one of those treaties that they set up with the Indians, they put an inclusion in there saying this, that if you were to cooperate with us and be able to help us make.
We've seen that already. I think I want to leave that one.
In 5 to 30 years, even when I was with the Carter administration going around the country, you're not going to progress.
And y'all probably say, what does this have to do with the trial? I think it has everything to do with the trial and what's happening to us and how we're being treated. And until we understand, again, our beginning and how things are playing out in the political scene, we will never understand how to get out of this quagmire that we're in. So I hope that you all are finding this interesting. I have these videos listed inside the description if you want to go see the whole entire videos. But I definitely want to share these things with you. So it can put you something on your mind. And then you can decide if there's something that you're interested in and looking into.
You're going backwards. You're going backwards. The only people, blacks in America, are progressing are those who are locked into a vein called entertainers. If you're an entertainer, what you're telling white folk is that you are safe as a birth control pill. Ain't nothing gonna happen. You're not gonna do anything for black folk. If you're running with a ball, joking, telling jokes, singing, dancing, that's safe. White folk, that doesn't frighten white folk. They'll give you a television show. They'll put you on 10 television shows. They'll make you a host of a television show. They'll let you broadcast every sport event. As long as you don't address any issues dealing with black folk and the problems that black folk have. And so when you all see all these blacks on television, read about them in the newspaper, those blacks have been classified as being 20 times safer than the birth control pill. There ain't nothing gonna happen for black folk. And so this morning, I wanna let you know that you are not progressing. You're not progressing. And first and foremostly, social integration has failed. Get that through your head. Social integration has failed. As a matter of fact, you lost in social integration. You didn't gain anything. You lost everything you had. Any black person here in this auditorium today that's more than 50 years of age can tell you what you used to have. You have nothing now. You used to have theaters and bus companies, cab companies. You used to have almost everything that whites had. But now you have nothing. Why? Because see, social integration is a weakening process. It is not designed to empower you. Powernomics might be, but social integration is not. You cannot integrate anything you cannot empower anything by integrating it. You weaken it. And in social integration in this country, what social integration did was make you a guest. You became a guest in what other people own and control. And any of you know that once your guest has been with you for 2 or 3 days, you want to get rid of them. We are guests. You don't own any hotels. You don't own anything of value in the country. That's why everybody's been pushing social integration. That's why you no longer have communities. You used to have decent communities. In every black city in America, I used to be able to go to any city and find a black neighborhood, not a neighborhood, those days were communities. You used to have some of the finest communities in America right here in LA. You had a Compton, you had an Inglewood, you had a Watts, you had a South Central, you had something. You got nothing now. And all my blacks who were so silly enough, they moved out of the city up into the mountains and said, I'm getting away from all of you, I'm going up in the mountain by myself. And you turn over the city to the people you're competing against. Social integration cannot enhance you. Now, anybody in social economics knows this. The Jews found this out way back a long time ago, in the 1500s, in Europe, when Jews tried to socially integrate. And Jews found out very quickly it is a weakening process. They became at risk. No group is going to try to socially integrate that's an out group. And especially if you're an out group, that's a hated group. You are a hated out group. You've always been a hated out group. And then why would you go divide yourself up, splinter yourself, and then scatter yourselves and think that somehow you're progressing? And see, that's why you don't see any other group in this country trying to socially integrate except black folk. You have not seen any integration marches from the Asians. What Asians have been trying to socially integrate? What Arabs have been trying to integrate? What American Indians are coming off the reservations trying to integrate? Nobody wants to integrate but black folk. That is a form of social economic suicide. But we do it. And they've been doing it now for all these years. And back during the 1960s, I told them all, you're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. Pushing social integration in this country. I'm saying you're going the wrong way. They said, well, Dr. Anderson, you're a radical. I don't mind being a radical. Because see, radical is just the opposite of superficial. If you're superficial means you're just dealing with anything minute, non-irrelevant, wheel spinning, non-frictional kind of activities. Radical means you got a problem that's very desperately bad. And you got to do, that's what you call radical surgery. You got to cut something out and stop it. And so when people call me a radical, I say, fine. And so I don't mind being a radical. Just like somebody's telling me I don't mind being a racist. A racist signifies power, which I'm going to talk about a few minutes ago. People say, you're a racist? I would love to be a racist so I can have some power. But anyway, so social integration just cut us down. And in terms of what it's done to us, your poverty rate hasn't improved. It hasn't improved. Right now, 38%, almost 40% of all the black people in America are beneath the poverty line. Almost 40% of all the blacks in America beneath the poverty line. You got about another 33% that's right on the border of going into the poverty category. If you were to take away their house, a little bit of money in investment, a little bit of money in a car, they go beneath the poverty line. And then you would have 2/3 of all the blacks in America would be poverty stricken. Now, black children right now across America, about 35% of all black children are in poverty. The wealth gap is also decreasing. The wealth gap between whites and blacks is decreasing. About 1985, when Ronald Reagan came into office, in about 30 years he'd been in office, guess what? The gap jumped up 3 times, where we picked up something like about over 300% increase in whites in America, became millionaires and billionaires in a 3-year period between 1982 and 1986. And at the same time, the gap between poor blacks and middle class blacks began to widen. You're not getting any better. In slavery, you had 1/2 of 1% of the wealth. And we only had 200-some-thousand blacks that were free out of 4.5 million. And here you are 150 years later in the richest country on earth, and you still own 1/2 of 1% after 150 years. And everybody running their mouth about we're progressive. Watch all these civil rights leaders talk that crap. Oh, we're progressive. Where are you progressive? Show it to me. Show me the progress. You haven't got a pot or a window to throw it out of. And talking about we're progressive. They look through the mirror of a car and see, looking in reverse, they think they're going in reverse. In fact, they have been in reverse. We're not progressing in this country. We're going backwards. Right now, the unemployment rate has not changed. What you're hearing now in the news about, well, the economy is getting better. They are not talking about black folk. They talk about the economy improving. I don't care whether you got an economic boom or depression or recession. Black folk are outside and underneath the economy. It doesn't make any difference. Nothing's going to change for you. Now I hear a lot of my civil rights leaders say, but yeah, Dr. Anderson, but a rising tide will lift all boats. Yeah, fool, is left except the boat that's got a hole in it that's concreted to the bottom. It's going to stay underneath the water. And so what happens, our unemployment rate, even when Obama came to office, nationally, it was 35%. In Detroit, Michigan, it was 48%. In Baltimore, it was 48% also. And in Pittsburgh, 49%. In New York, 52% for black folk. Over half of the black folk in America right now are unemployed. They're not going to tell you that. It's called a structural unemployment rate. See, the only people reporting as being unemployed are those who are either searching for a job in the job market or they're collecting unemployment compensation. The rest of them have dropped out of the system. They're sitting on the corner someplace. Some places in this town I go find them sitting down on the curb, laying in the alleys, sleeping in garages. They're no longer looking for jobs. The unemployment rate is not changing. It's staying the same and getting worse. The same thing also happened in terms of things like imprisonment. You're in prison, and blacks are still going to prison in massive numbers. You came out of slavery. Over 50% of all the black people were free in 1860 on the eve of the Civil War. In prison, there was somewhere around 50% of all prisoners in the United States, in Atlanta, Savannah, New York, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Buffalo. Over 50% of all the prisoners were blacks, and you only had about 207,000 blacks who were free. Yet you made up over 50% of all the prisoners. You now still make up over 51% of all the prisoners in the United States. So you're not progressing in any place. Now, all this means what to us? It means that black folk don't have the wherewithal to be a competitive people. To be a competitive people, the first thing you must do is have some wealth. You must have some wealth. And you came out of slavery in 1860. You had 1/2 of 1% of the nation's wealth, the richest nation on the earth. You still have 1/2 of 1%. It is wealth power that dictates your opportunities in our society. It is wealth power that teaches you what you can do and what you can't do. Forget about civil rights and social integration. You try going down to the Ritz-Carlton tonight and tell them, I want one of those $1,000 room nights, one of those hotel rooms tonight. Give me a $1,000 room. And I want lobster and everything, every 20 minutes of steaks, filet mignons. And they say, how are you going to pay for it? They say, I'm going to pay for it through civil rights and social integration. And they'll probably throw you off the top floor of the building. What decides your opportunity in the society is what you own and control. That's the bottom line of it. Now, what's happening in all the urban cities across America is that you got a process in place right now in urban redevelopment. They're using 5 techniques that totally wipe you out. One is called gentrification. They're going into all these major cities that used to be majority black populated cities, and they are erasing you. In places like Detroit, Michigan, New York, Boston, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. used to be the chocolate city. When I went there with President Carter in 1976, at that time, Washington, D.C. was 78% black. Now it's down to about 42% black. Chocolate City is gone. Detroit, Michigan is going to be totally wiped out by immigrants pouring into the society. Since 1970 up to now, we've had 45 million immigrants coming to the United States. They came in over you, and they're displacing you. And then the second term they use besides gentrification to wipe you out is a thing they call privatization. You go into Detroit, Michigan, and as they gentrify, they're going to take all the public resources and things that should be owned by the public, they're going to place them through privatization to the hands of the wealthy whites. Whites are going to buy your golf courses, your subway systems, your bridges, your tunnels. They're going to control your airports, your parks, your museums. Why? Again, because Anderson says, he who owns and controls the resources got the power. If you own and control nothing, you are totally, absolutely useless and expendable. And that's why nothing has changed for us, because we don't understand the system of gentrification and privatization. The other thing they're using to wipe you out in those cities is called metropolitan forms of government. We're now going to do regional form of government, which means that the whites in the suburbs can come into those black cities and set up some kind of consortium to control what goes on inside those cities so they can extract the resources out of them. Another concept they use in those cities is called cool cities, which says cool cities mean bring in the gays and let them replace black folk. And that's the fourth scheme they use on him. And in Detroit, Michigan, using that as an example again, the governor there has already set up a movement, a system where he wants to go to the president of the United States, Obama, and ask him for a green card system where he can start importing Chinese from China to make Detroit, Michigan the biggest Chinatown in the United States. Even though that city had a 90% black population, they're going to bury blacks in Detroit, Michigan, underneath Asians coming into Detroit. And already in Detroit, Michigan, in Dearborn, right on the outskirts of Detroit, Arabs own 90%. 90% of all the businesses in the city of Detroit are owned by Arabs. Arabs and 90% black population must go to the Arabs to get what they want in terms of food, medicine, clothing, because they own out of the gas stations. You got 146 gas stations in Detroit, Michigan. Arabs now own 144 in a black city. Blacks own 2 gas stations out of 146. You own nothing. The rest, the hotels, are owned, and the 7-Elevens are owned by Indians. Asians are owning the laundries. The laundries. They're owning the hair and wig shops, the nail shops. Blacks own nothing in a 90% black city. And that's why now Detroit went into poverty. That's why it was declared bankrupt, because blacks had money. Blacks had about 11 to $12 billion a year annual disposable amount of money passing through their hands. They were going out to the suburbs, spending it in the suburbs, and spending it with the Arabs and the Asians, the Hispanics, and everybody else. And when I tried to put in a plan there for black folk, they said it was racist for me to try to help black folk. They said, yes, Dr. Anderson, we admit in this town that we have an Asian town, a Chinatown, a Pole town, a hockey town, a Cork town, a Mexican town, and a Greek town, but it's racist for you to try to do something for black folk, to build a black town. And guess what the black leadership said? They sure is right. And if you want to find out if I'm telling a lie or not, you got blacks sitting right in this auditorium that was there. You got right here on the front row, 2 here, you got Rosie Milligan that was there and spoke in Detroit. And I had over 1,000 blacks come across America and say, we will move and relocate our business to Detroit to build a black community, a black business district. We'll move our businesses into Detroit. Over 1,000 of them. And guess what? The town got scared and fighting. And they told black folks, no, we don't, it's racist for Anderson to come in and not include everybody and everything. And so that ended that effort. And so that's why Detroit failed. So what I'm saying to you is anything that's happened to black folk in this country can continue to happen, but it is not by accident. You all have to understand today that you're locked into a social construct. That social construct was put in place almost 300 and 400 years ago. You're locked and boxed. You're locked and boxed. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you that nobody else tells you. You're locked and boxed because of the United States Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. You're locked and boxed. We got black leaders can't figure that out. You go read the Constitution, it tells you straight up front what's going to happen to black folk. You're locked into it. That is a social construct that says in this country, that in the Constitution, which was approved in 1789, it says that this is a white nation. The first immigration law in 1791, spell it out. It is a white nation for white Europeans and other white people classified as white. And black folk are now going to be a permanent underclass. Not a permanent class, they will be an underclass. You will be classified as 3/5 of a human being. You will be classified as property. You will be classified as property and 3/5 of a human being. You will not be permitted to do things that everybody else could be permitted to do. And in the Constitution, it's spelled out, and black folk don't know this. The people in New York, in Philadelphia, met For a whole week, they closed all the windows and all the doors and put up guards when they drafted the Constitution and said, don't let anybody in. We don't want anybody to hear this. We got to decide how are we going to enslave all these black folk and use them without the public knowing it, while we craft a document that says all people are free. We're going to enslave these. That was done a week before the Constitutional Convention started in the late 1700s. And what they decided to do, and all of them participated, including Jefferson and Madison and all of them, when they wrote the Constitution, was this. They said, whenever we talk in those documents about all the people, we are not talking about black folk. When they say we the people, that's white folk. All the people, that's white folk. When you want to talk about the black people, you use very broad and ambiguous terms that nobody can understand. They develop a code into the construct. The code was those people meant blacks. Those who are abundant, black folk. Those who are indebted, black folk. The unhappy lot, black folk. And you look at those documents, whenever they use those terms, they were talking about black people. Whenever you use the very specific terms like we the people, all the people, you're talking about white people. And so when you read the document, it says that that all people have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of what? That's a lie. It wasn't happiness. It was property. It was property, and they changed it in the second writing. They demanded that it be changed from property, because black folk were their property. They were coming pursuing black folk. And they changed and put in happiness. Anybody got past a third grade education would have figured that out and say, well, hold a second. White folk aren't that dumb. Why would white folk go across the Atlantic Ocean on a 3-month voyage at the risk of their lives to come to the United States looking for happiness? They didn't come here looking for happiness. They came here looking for what they call the American dream. And so what I'm going to talk about now is to clear up all the debris and all the garbage, because you all cannot save yourselves unless you get rid of all the garbage off the table, get rid of all the trash. And when they start talking about the American dream did not include you. The American dream was two things. It was coming to America, getting free land and free black labor. That was the American dream. To come to America and get unearned benefits if you were an immigrant. The person that couldn't come was black folk. They put a 0 quota on black folk coming. And when you hear these people bragging about the American dream, don't be misled. They're not talking about you. You were the part of the dream. You can't get it because you were part of it. And all these people coming to America right now, they're still coming here talking about the American dream. Now, even though they can't get the free land anymore, or not all the free labor, they are coming here getting those free unearned benefits. Slavery.
They're coming here getting $400,000 and $150,000, and they're getting put up at hotels. They're getting all of the benefits that the government gives. And everybody keep wondering, how is it that people can do it and not us? We're indigenous to the land, tied to the continent. We're not considered immigrants. Think about that. And it's really unfortunate and sad that speaking to us as a people is considered racist and considered hate speech and considered anything negative. And they always give us connotative linguistics when it comes to us. But we have to think outside the box and have a desire to know more and learn it, and then start living as you are, the true American. I don't know no other way to say it. Let me let Dr. Anderson continue.
Was unearned benefits. Whites didn't have to work to get benefits during slavery. All they had to do was own a black person or own black folk and get free benefits. That's why when slavery ended, they created Wall Street, where now you go invest in stocks and get unearned benefits. 87% of all the money in the country that's generated, that people live off, whites live off in this country, comes from unearned labor. They don't work for it. They push paper around and numbers around and get 87% of the wealth in the nation. Wall Street replaced it at the back of a black slave. That's what unearned benefits mean when they start talking about how did you get your wealth and power. 87% of what whites get every year for earnings, they get it from unearned benefits such as stocks in a company, stocks on Wall Street, stock equity in a corporation. They get it from rental income. They get it from tax refund, dividends, all kind of abatements. They get that free. They don't earn it. But they want black folk to go out and work and sweat and earn your income, talking about you can't get the free welfare food stamps when they get all the benefits that are unearned. And so consequently, unless you understand these things, we can't make it. Now let me get rid of some of the debris before I get into what I'm going to talk about today. I didn't get into it yet. Let me make sure y'all understand this. The first thing you have to understand before you can do some serious stuff in this country and in this city, understand what racism is. Racism is not what you've been hearing all these years. about racism is whether or not you like somebody, whether or not you can get along with them, whether or not you're prejudiced, bigoted, or biased. That has nothing in the world to do with racism. Please stop your friends from getting in your ear talking about racism because you don't like somebody, or because he said something to you individually, or because he fired this black person. That is not racism. Racism is a group concept. Racism does not exist unless you're dealing on a group-to-group basis. You cannot have racism on a group to an individual basis. It doesn't exist. A white person can't do anything to me personally based on racism. It has to be against my group. He can personally be against me for personal reasons, his personal preference, or his personal bias, or his personal bigotry. That is not racism. Racism is a group concept. Secondly, it is based on economics. It's economics. It has nothing to do with social. Racism never existed on this earth until the early 1500s, about 1503. And it came out as a direct result because of blacks being enslaved. See, back about 1442, as an example, you had Henry the Navigator that went around the coast of Africa and pulled up about 16 blacks and took them back to Italy and gave them to the Pope as slaves. The Pope then in about 1442 used those blacks in the Pope's residence and in the Vatican. Said, boy, it's good to have some black slaves around here. If anybody wants to have some free labor, get yourself some black slaves. Now, here comes Columbus a few years later and supposedly discovered America. When he discovered America and went back to Europe, and then when he went back to Europe in the early 1500s, Europe was being wiped out. They were suffering from all kind of diseases, famine, starvation, crime. Europe was in the bottom. Europe was getting wiped totally out from diseases, food famines, and everything else you can think of. And they said, we got to do something to rebuild the European continent. And somebody says, well, look, Columbus just discovered America. He got all these, and got all that free land over there. And then now we found out we can use black labor. Why don't we start using these blacks to build wealth and power in North America, Central America, and South America? And when they did that, 9 nations said that's a good idea. And now when they said that, all of them got into a contest, a race, to try to get to America, to develop it for wealth. They got into a contest. The nations started.
And the reason they did that is because the Americas, ain't what he just said, North, Central, and South, are actually a part of what we know of as Africa. And it was known as Old Mexan, Al Maroc. It was the Moroccan kingdom, the furthest northwest. We were already here. But the story they tell, I guess it makes for a good storyline. Sounds good. But it's not based in reality. And they'll say we're giving false information, but no, you need to go and start registering for the Library of Congress and start just asking questions of the librarian. They will get you the information. It is really true. But as so many scholars give so much information, you really have to be committed to walk in the path. And it's painstaking, but you have to be committed to do that. Everybody just can't tell you, because you'll hear so much stuff you won't even know what to believe. You got to get in there and get it. You got to want it. But if you've never been told, you don't even have an idea that you have a need to want it. Because we just believe what we're told. And we believe that one day we're going to be delivered. But if you don't start trying to deliver yourself and teach your babies, we are going to be right back in the hands of the enemy. The enemy is a system in place to keep us in our place. Let Dr. Anderson continue.
Started competing for wealth. And that's where the racism came from. Racism, then these nations were trying to pick up different parts of the Americas and use black labor to really be able to build wealth and power for their home nations. That is racism. It is, and it was based on economics. It started about 1503. Now, I want you to understand what racism is. It is a competitive relationship between groups of people that are competing for the ownership and control of resources, wealth, and power. That is racism. Again, make sure you understand it. Racism is a group-based phenomenon. It's economic-based. It's when groups are competing for the ownership and control of resources, power, and wealth, and to be able to use it to benefit their people. And once they get enough of it, then they can shut somebody else down, they can enslave another group, Jim Crow segregate them, or do anything they want to them. That is racism. No black person can be a racist. It is impossible in theory and practice for a black person to be a racist in America. You cannot be. There's no way you can be. And quit letting people call you a racist because you speak up for your own people. You can't be a racist. Where do you have enough power and wealth and resources to tell white folk who they can marry, where they can live, and what businesses they can own and control? No black person can do that. This is what Dr. Anderson, we got with Malcolm X and Farrakhan, what they're racist. No, they weren't racist. Any black person that speaks out in behalf of his own people is not a racist. He is reacting to white racism. All a black person can do is to react to white racism. He cannot be a racist. That's why I get very concerned. I hear people talking about, well, Dr. Anderson, we got reverse racism. Yeah, how do you get reverse? Well, he's talking bad about us. He's supposed to. He's reacting to what you're doing to him. You're there beating a man to death and talking about, well, he doesn't want me to beat him anymore. He's a real racist. Well, it's a reverse discrimination. And how to get the reverse discrimination? Well, you can't. Let me tell you something. You cannot have reverse discrimination unless you got forward discrimination. If I pull a car into a garage, and park the car on your foot, and while the car is in forward gear, and I start screaming in pain, say, "Get it off my foot!" They said, "Well, Dr. Anderson, for me to put it in reverse and back it up, that's reverse back up, but that's reverse discrimination. So it's best for us to leave it where it is on your foot." It's stupid stuff, but black folk go along with it. You see? Well, Dr. Anderson, we won't be talking about reverse discrimination. Hell, if it's on your foot, you get it off. I don't care what you call it, but now people are scared. They'll tell me, well, I might as well let it stay on there, child. It'll be okay. God will make a way. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And they're scared to stand up and say no. And so what they've done now is set up a social construct and lock you into being 3/5 of a human being and being property. Now, and guess what? Then they wrote the Constitution. No black leaders make this point. We got two constitutions in the United States. We got the first one that was written and codified in 1789, and we got another one in the 1860s. The first Constitution was an affirmative action plan. It is an affirmative action plan for whites. You hear white folks always talking about they're against affirmative action plans. They're only against affirmative action plan for you. Why? You see, because I wrote the other affirmative action plan. I wrote it in 1970 when I was over the state education system for Florida. I did not write an affirmative action plan for everybody. I wrote that plan for black people. I did not write that plan for minorities and poor folk and people of color, midgets, humpback, lesbians. I wrote it for black folk. Why? Because, see, affirmative action was supposed to be corrective action. Correcting something that the system and that the government has done consciously, historically, and continuously against a very specific group of people. That's what affirmative action is. Then why in the world do you all keep letting people put you in a bag called minority? No government hasn't done anything to the minorities. Why are you letting them put in it, comparing you and equating you to gays? And well, now they're getting all the benefits. And Hispanics weren't even in the country. Now, when you go to affirmative action plan, guess what? I got Eskimos in the affirmative action plan. Where did Eskimos pick cotton? They had nothing in the world to do with affirmative action. The government hadn't done anything to them. And you go into affirmative action program, the affirmative action program has been totally corrupted. The only people that should have been on the affirmative action plan in the first place were black folk, because those are the only people that the government done some things to specifically exploit, misuse, abuse, subordinate, enslave, Jim Crow segregate, castrate, lynch, and do it and deny them education. Only black people. And you gotta go look at the affirmative action plan. They got everything in there except your dog from the neighbor's yard. And I don't see the blacks speaking up about it. They'll go right down and call, well, I'm a minority. How the hell you get to be a minority? What's a minority? I don't know what it is, Dr. Anderson, but I know I'm one. Because they call me one. And then leaving that point, I'm telling you, it is illegal and unconstitutional for you to equate anything to black folk in this country and make them equal. There's no constitutional basis to have any Asians, Arabs, Hispanics, women, gays in affirmative action programs or preferential programs. It is illegal. But I haven't seen one black person, not one black person, go to court and raise hell about it. As a matter of fact, I have whites that tell me that they were totally, absolutely surprised that they started doing that no blacks spoke up and raised Cain about it. They just sat there and let it go down. That's why back in 1970, with the affirmative action plan, when I wrote that plan, they turned around immediately and came up with a thing called Title IX. Because throughout history, every time you try to do something for black folk, they would throw other groups in there to water it down and dilute it and give it to everybody so blacks wouldn't be anything left for black folk. And they come on to Title IX. How are you going to spend those money now since we dictated for black people and they got Title IX? Every county, all 67 sent a letter back says any money comes out here, we're giving it to women. Not a penny would go to black folk. No black folk raised Cain. None of them said anything. They went down like that. That's what happened to your money. Because you see, and guess what it's backed by? It's backed by the United States Supreme Court. One of the most racist organizations in America. One of the most racist institutions in America is the United States Supreme Court. And I still cease with a total, absolute amazement as to why black folk keep going to the court system. It doesn't make any sense. The deck is stacked by the United States Supreme Court. The United States Supreme Court has never ever done anything in benefit black folk. Never. And they are going to do it. You've had the first 57 to 58 people appointed as justice to the United States Supreme Court were slave owners. And everything subsequent to the 1860s, they were either white racists or people who were totally indifferent to black folk. They're one of those two even to the present time. They're either a racist, closet racist, or they're totally indifferent to black folk. They don't care about black folk. And what they've done is to make sure that the social construct what was set up in the Constitution about your being property and 3/5 of a human being and non-competitive will stay in existence. The guardians of racism in America is the United States Supreme Court. That's why when the second Constitution was written in the 1860s, and you had a few liberal whites, radical Republicans those days said, we got to correct some of these things that's going on. And they crafted the second Constitution. The second Constitution was made up of the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment. They also passed two civil rights laws, the 1865 and 1866 civil rights laws. They passed those laws all for black folk, newly freed slaves. They passed them for newly freed slaves. The Supreme Court jumped in immediately. And they used that same little schemes they use today. The first thing they did was say that all those civil rights laws that were passed from 1865 all the way up to the 1880, late 18, about 1889, all those civil rights laws were unconstitutional. Nobody gave them authority to do that. The United States Supreme Court does not have the authority to do what it's doing to you all right now. It doesn't even have authority. But you don't see the black, you got all these black with law degrees. You see one raising hell about it? The United States Supreme Court does not have the authority to mess over you the way they're messing over you. That's why they've never done anything in your favor. They don't have that authority. Congress is the person that sets the rules and law. They are the elected bodies. Nobody elects anybody to the United States Supreme Court. They're the closest thing to royalty in this country, where they get a lifetime job to do nothing but sit there and mess with people based on their own personal prejudices and get away with it because nobody raises Cain about it. They don't have the authority. And so, but they didn't do anything after the Marlboro and Madison case back in 1803. Then here, jump up to 1857, and here comes a case called Dred Scott. In the Dred Scott case, a black man then was trying to get his freedom, having moved from Missouri to Illinois. And the Supreme Court, went to the Supreme Court. And Justice Taney ruled in that, being the Chief Justice, says that in the final ruling in the Dred Scott decision in 1857, it said a black man has no rights that a white man is bound to respect. That case, that issue has never been overruled. Well, are black folk progressing in America? No, you're not progressing. That's why they're shooting you down. That's why they're shooting down a black man every other week in some place in the United States, or beating a black woman. These are just the police alone, dragging you out of cars, beating black women on the street, shooting black men. Why? Because the Dred Scott decision is still in effect. It's still in effect. That you have no rights because the decision was never addressed. And the real sadness and irony of this, and I look in the newspaper, I look on TV, and here comes my people down the road. Guess what they're doing? Wearing signs, hollering, yelling, screaming, and saying on the signs, Black Lives Matter. They never ask the question, Black Lives Matter to whom? To whom? I look on TV every day, they are walking with signs, Black Lives Matter. They never say, to whom does it matter? You got a law saying you don't matter. And more importantly, if you understand the nature of the system, you would know that you don't matter. Why? Because you see, in American society and in a capitalistic society, value of life is based on what we call personal net worth. When you go to a bank, the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is to fill out what? A personal net worth statement. Net worth means what are you worth? That's why you hear people saying all the time, John D. Rockefeller is worth, Henry Ford is worth, Bill Gates is worth. They are telling you that value is what you're worth is based on what? What you own and control. And since in black folk we only control less than 1% or 2% of anything, that's why whites say we aren't worth 2 cents. Because we don't control anything. We control less than 1.5 or 1%. How in the world can you justify people been in the country for 500 years and can't even control 1% of something? It's because of the social construct you're locked into. You're locked into it, bottomed up. And how did that come about with capitalism? Let's go back to what I said a few minutes ago. When they decided to build racism in by commercializing black folk into slavery. They commercialized black folk in Europe and started that race. And when the race ended and they maldistributed all the wealth, they took the E off of race and stuck ISM. ISM means is a suffix which says maintain the prevailing conditions. If whites had used slavery to acquire almost 100% of all this nation's wealth, resource, privileges, controls of all levels of government into the hands of the white society, racism means let nothing change that condition. That's what you're locked into. Racism means, as a group phenomenon, whites own and control at almost 100% of everything of value in the society. 87% is frozen. 87% of everything in society that's owned right now by whites is frozen. It is locked into their communities, locked in their businesses, locked in their culture, locked in their neighborhoods, locked in their schools, locked in their churches. 87% is frozen. You can't get it. That means that the average white child, he now has an 87% advantage over a black child. Because everything that a white child needs to be successful in this society is in his community, in his church, in his business, in his neighborhood, in his schools, in his family, in his culture. He can get it anytime he wants to. He inherits it. It is passed on from one generation to the next. Every child gets what he needs at birth. Now, the disadvantage for these black children is that you have never owned anything and never controlled anything. And what you can pass on is what you cannot inherit. Because you see, all of our black leadership have had us focusing on things that are non-inheritable. You cannot inherit food stamps. You cannot inherit public housing. You can't inherit a job. Every time I go to a civil rights organization, I say, what are you doing to enrich black folk and give them something to pass on to their children? They say, well, we're going to try to get blacks some jobs. How are you going to pass on a job to a black child? Why don't you build some businesses with stock, equity, and wealth and pass that on to them? Now, what we're going to do now, we're going to have to change. We're going to have to flip the switch. Flip the switch, power up on the powernomics principles. I'm going to give it to you again. We're going to have to flip the social economic switch and start learning how to power up on the powernomics principles. Now, how they get away with these things while we can't do anything is because we're not playing the game to win. We're not playing the game to win. The bottom line is this. If you're going to play the game to win, you must understand those powernomics principles in those books. The first thing you must do, you're going to have to go vertical, straight up and down. Everything must be vertical because racism is vertical. Racism is not horizontal. It goes from the top to the bottom. Anything that's horizontal, stay away from it. Do not get involved in anything that is horizontal. That's a total, absolute waste of time. I know a lot of my friends want to get involved in horizontal issues. Anything that applies to everybody around the world is horizontal. Anything that applies to everybody around the world is horizontal. I got a lot of friends getting involved in religion. Religion is a horizontal issue. Anybody can belong to any religion, any place, anytime they want to. That is not a vertical issue. And if you're black and you get involved and your primary issue becomes religion, then what happens is that the only people that benefit is only where those two issues will cross. Where vertical cross the horizontal, those people right behind it will benefit. And that's why I tell people up front, I don't care what religion a black person belongs to. He is my friend and member of my group. I don't get into the religious aspects of anything. I don't care whether you want to be a Mormon or Hare Krishna or you want to practice Hinduism, Buddhism, anything you want. That doesn't about, I don't get into that. Sexism, that is a horizontal issue. I got all these guys always, they want to fight for women for this around the world. Women in Iran can't drive cars. That ain't my problem. That's not my problem. And I don't want that to be black folks' problem. That's between her and those people over there. Let them resolve that. I want the poorest people on the earth to start prioritizing, quit majoring in the minors, digging in the minutia, getting involved in non-frictional wheel-spinning activities that cannot lift you up. They said, well, Dr. Anderson, how about the gays? We got to do something for the gays. That ain't my issue. As far as I'm concerned, the gays can stay in the closet. You can go back in the closet and lock the door behind you. That's not my problem. I'm not interested in, I'm going to give you my approval to who you want to go to bed with, who you want to screw at night. That's not my issue. Don't equate that, and I'm offended if you equate that to black folk. That is not the same as being black. But so you stay away from those issues and say, no, if they don't have to come out of the closet. Gays should go do what they want to do and do their own thing. But they want to come out publicly and want blacks to identify with them and support them. And I got all these liberal and civil rights movements. They can't wait to get involved in the gay issues. From the White House down, that's all they talk about is gayness this, gayness that. Congratulations, you're a transsexual. Who cares? That's not nothing to do with black folk. The 500 years of suffering that black folk went through was not because of being whether or not they were gay. some of the biggest slave owners in this country were gays. If I go down to New Orleans right now, you got a restaurant called the Two Sisters Restaurant in New Orleans. The Two Sisters Restaurant is still in existence in New Orleans. That was owned by two gay white women during slavery. They were the biggest slave holders in New Orleans, and they were gay. And this restaurant still exists. That has nothing to do with the slaves that were there. Now, people, well, how about women? The same thing. Mixing women issues with black issues is like comparing a headache to cancer. It might be a headache being a woman at times, but it's cancerous being black. And a lot of black women can't understand that difference. They'll run out right now and say, I'm going with the sisterhood. I'm going to join all women in the world. And they don't understand that the issue is not with sisterhood or with women, it's with the race, and particularly with the black man. Racism started out with the black man, not with the black woman. Nobody wanted any black women in America as slaves. Get that through your heads. They didn't need any black women. Black women was too weak and they couldn't do the work. They just started importing black women into the United States as slaves until the late 1700s. You know why? When they found out by the early during the course of the 1800s that they were going to that they had 20 years in the Constitution from 1789 all the way up to about 1807 that slavery, importing slaves would end. You remember that? You could not bring in blacks from out of the country. So all of a sudden, whites said, "Okay, I tell you what, let's do. Since we can't bring in more slaves in, because the Constitution said they had 25 years from 1709 to bring in slaves, because we end in 1807, let's start breeding our own slaves. And let's take women now and use them as breeders. So we can get free slaves off of women." And that's where the whole issue turned to women. But basically, they want a black man as strong and big and burly as they can get him and work him to death before he was 35 to 40 years of age. They want to work him to death until he died. Because they had no interest in taking care of him, giving him Social Security and medical benefits. And so stay away from that issue. The next issue is capitalism. Now, when racism started in the 1500s, and they started practicing racism, guess what happened? Capitalism started. Up to that time, the whole way of making money was mercantilism. And all of a sudden, they started getting these slaves who can generate all this wealth. By wealth, they figured they paid it's typically about $40 at most for a slave in this country. And I'm sorry, no, they paid about $25 for a slave off the coast of Africa. They spent about $40 to work him for a whole year. That's the maximum amount of money we spent on a slave. That's for his welfare. But they expect that slave to bring in about a 1,500% return for owning him. And so they're going to work him to death. And so they started things saying, so capitalism started. Now, what is capitalism? That started about 1509, probably about 7 or 8 years after commercialized slavery started in Europe. Capitalism started. That's what you're operating under right now, is capitalism. Now, what is capitalism? Capitalism means own and control the land, the tools, the resources, and use other people's labor to enrich yourselves. Now, if you all didn't hear it, let me repeat it again. Capitalism means own and control the land, the tools, and the resources, and use other people's labor to enrich yourself. That is capitalism. W.B. Du Bois defined capitalism a little different, but pretty close to the same thing in 1915. W.B. Du Bois says that capitalism is like having 3 to 4 ears of corn. You eat, you save, you sell, and use the other seeds for next year's planting. That is capitalism. Now, how many blacks you know that's eating, saving, and selling and planting? Did any of you in this auditorium now hear me say anything about that capitalism was social integration and civil rights? No. Then why do you keep practicing capitalism in a capitalist society looking for civil rights and social integration? You're at odds with the society you live in. You're at odds with it. You're swimming upstream. You're swimming upstream. You keep talking about socialism in a capitalist society. Nobody else is concerned about it. Even China and Russia now has become capitalistic. They're not trying to be socialistic anymore. They're looking for wealth and power and resources. Only people want to practice socialism is black folk. We want to be able to look about civil rights and social integration. And so capitalism means owning and controlling those resources. And that's what my powernomics stuff is about. We're going to learn how to own and control resources and power and wealth to take care of our own people. Immigration. Also understand immigration. That immigration is not your friend. In 1791, in the first immigration law and naturalization law, it stipulated that this is an immigrant nation. And there can be no black immigrants. That only Europeans can come here to be a white nation. And the black people then are the only people in America that are non-immigrants. I'm telling you this, so now when you start watching these politicians, they keep talking about what they're doing for immigrants. Immigrants are coming to this country to replace you, to supplant you, to get over you. They're not coming here to be your friend. You're looking for love in all the wrong places. They're not coming here to get along with you. They're coming here to get over you and above you and take you out. The National Hispanic Party told me that back in 1972 when they met out here in Kansas City. When one of my friends who's been with the Bay of Pigs from Cuba told me, he said, Dr. Anderson, he says, we're going to dominate starting by the year 2000. We're going to take black folk out. We're going to become the #1 minority in this country because black folk don't understand the issues. And they hit it right on the head. You're no longer #2 in this country, you're now #3. They passed you in population. And in about another 15 or 20 years, you're going to move from where you are now. You were the #2 population for almost 300, 400 years. Hispanics made you #3, third-class citizens. And when these Arabs and Asians get together, you're going to become fourth-class citizens. Because they're going to dominate and dictate over you. And that's why the Hispanic says that anything from now on in this country must come through them first before it goes to black folk. But yet you got all your leadership.
And that's why we need to understand, while we're talking about the borders and they're letting all these people over, which are Americans, because Mexico, El Salvador, Brazil, all of those places are Americans. While we're talking about coming across the border, they're flying in on American Airlines, Frontier Air, whatever the other European airlines are, Indian Airlines. And that's why Kamala is so important. She only became an African American when it was time for this election that's coming up. She used to identify as an Eastern Indian, and they used to call that Hindustan. So we really need to start researching and learning for real how this world operates today. It is very good to know what happened thousands of years ago in Kemet and Egypt and all that. But if we start understanding geography and jurisdiction and politics, civics, history and law, linguistics, so that we can understand, overstand, and understand what we're reading, then we can better prepare and teach our children how to become economically sound. Because our idea is not what is true, unfortunately. And a lot of people, like I said, they will call the truth misinformation, but it's according to who's distributing the truth. And I think if you start learning, because it's not hidden, it's written so that we can know. But a lot of us just won't read. I'm going to get ready to bring Dr. Anderson to a close. I'm going to play him just a little bit more because I have a little bit on. He had an interview that I want you all to hear. I've been trying to find his 5-story building that he speaks about when it comes to politicians. And first you get the money and then you go to them and, you tell them what you want and you be willing to pay for that vote. That means you fund their campaigns. And if you can't pay for the vote, then you rent them. Whatever you need to do to get your agenda passed, because it's not going to pass any other way. Marching and praying is a good thing for some people, but that is not how change takes place. It takes place in the legislative body of your state and the Congress of the United States. Used to be known as the Military Congressional Industrial Complex. We need to learn history, not just American history, but world history. It's a must, or we're going to cease to exist.
All your political leadership, all your civil rights leaders are always talking about, we are people of color. Who are you talking about? Well, those are our brothers. No, they're not. Hispanics were classified as whites up to 1970. In the country right now, 99 7/10%, only 0.3% of people who speak Spanish in the United States are black. The other 99 7/10 are whites speaking Spanish. Right now, Hispanic is nothing but a white person speaking Spanish. And they're coming here getting benefits over you that should have been going to you. In this city, all these benefits they're getting for running for office, all these programs and everything, all this help that should have been going to blacks in the city of Los Angeles are going to them. They're getting it because you don't raise hell about it. You don't make an issue out of it. They're not entitled to those benefits, and it's illegal and unconstitutional because you go back to the 13th Amendment. It says very specifically that black folks must be treated in all manners similar to the way white folk are treated, or the white man is treated. Now, you're not being treated as whites are being treated when they come in and dominate over you. The slaughterhouse case in 1872 said the same thing when whites down in Louisiana tried to use the 14th Amendment. And the court says that whites cannot use the 14th Amendment. Hispanics are whites. They can't come in and say they're looking for due process. They want equal protection. They want affirmative action. You can't do it because the slaughterhouse case said it was illegal for anything but black folk. It's illegal. I don't see the blacks raising Cain about it. If you're going to march and demonstrate, that's what you should be raising Cain about. How is it all the things that were set aside for you is going to everybody else? You're sitting there sleeping. And the immigrants are coming in this country to take you over. That's why in all the progress that blacks got from the civil rights movement in the 1960s. Let me give you a better example there. Let's go back to the 1950s. In 1950, a black man with a college education could not earn as much, or he only could earn 50% of what a white high school dropout could earn. That's in 1950. By 1955, the income of a black person moved up 10% during the black civil rights movement. You moved up from 55% to 65%. By 1965, black people had picked up 10 points, from 55% to 65%. Then by 1970, when the Hispanics got classified as minorities and started getting into the affirmative action program, along with the Asians and the Eskimos and Filipinos and Samoans and American Indians and everybody, Koreans and Chinese and Japanese, everybody, guess what happened? Black folks slid back. You're back now to where you were in 1950 in the income ratio. You went backwards. They took it from you. They're going to take over all the jobs and management jobs. They got special programs in Washington where black folk demonstrated and raised Cain up until the 1960s just to get federal jobs. Now, guess what? The federal government is going out soliciting, bringing in Hispanics and giving them equal job opportunities. All the things that you fought for to get, they get it free. Now, what we're going to do now is to understand this concept. Then we're going into powernomics. Powernomics says we're now going to go for something that Anderson is pushing us towards. Powernomics. To power up for powernomics. Now, here's the way the system works. You build your communities, black business communities. And the first thing you always focus on in your communities is economics. Economics, it is a 5-story building in powernomics concept. So I put it in a concept where you can always remember this when I'm gone. So you'll never forget it. The first floor is always economics because racism is economics. Racism has nothing to do with who you like or who you don't like. It has nothing to do with it. Only when they beat up on you now because they know you don't have any economics. You don't have a basis beneath you. When they drag and shooting black folk, they're not shooting you because you're black. They're shooting you because of your social economic condition. You're powerless. They know the only thing you're going to do, they shoot 20 blacks tomorrow. Only thing you're going to do is go out and march. That's all you're going to do. They know that. You have no power and wealth. You build that business community and you build factories and industries in there. And you produce wealth and money and income. Then you take that wealth and money and income and you use it to benefit and lift your people. And you use it also to take the surplus capital and you go to the second floor in that 5-story building. On the second floor in that 5-story building, that's politics. That's politics. That's where your politicians are. Quit letting people mislead you about voting. Voting ain't worth a damn if you don't have an economy. I have run political campaigns for presidents, for governors, for attorney generals, for congressional people, for mayors and city council people. Voting and politics ain't worth a quarter in voting if you don't have an economy. It's money that controls your politics. You take your money on that first floor and the powernomics concepts that I'm trying to get you all to buy into. You take that money off the first floor, you buy every politician on the second floor. Don't worry about voting, buy them. Be just like the mafia. Be like the mafia. Just buy them. If you don't have enough money to buy them, then rent or lease them for a while. You rent and lease them. Then you commission him and say, now on the second floor, now that I bought you, just like this next election, you can see all this money going into all these candidates, billions and millions of dollars. They're buying those politicians. You buy them on the second floor. And then you tell them on the second floor, now, under the powernomics principles, I bought your rear end. You now take your rear end to the third floor. And on the third floor, that's your court system. I don't care whether it's the Supreme Court or the local superior courts or county courts or city courts or state courts. And you buy them. And you tell them on that second floor in the court system, you start taking care of my people and doing right. The courts control the police department. The third floor is the courts and the police department. The police department would not be killing your people and shoot them down if they knew that you had an economy underneath you. They're going to pull in you. How many of you seen police shooting down Jews, for instance, running? How many times have they been shooting down Asians? How many times you see them heard them shooting down American Indians? They only shoot down black folk. You don't have an economy to dictate to the police department or to the court system. Then once you dictate to them, you take that money off this first floor, you go to the fourth floor. Your fourth floor is your media. You all got to start producing media in these communities and take that money and start going into buying media. You got about 12,000 radio stations in the United States, about 12,000 cable systems in the United States, about 5,000 daily newspapers in the United States, and about 5,000 also, what did I miss? Television stations. You own nothing. Out of 12,000 radio stations, you probably now own about 60 or 70. Out of cable systems, you don't own any, not one. Television station, you used to own one out of 5,000. Daily newspaper, you don't own anything, not one daily newspaper. How in the world can you communicate? How in the world can you mobilize your people when you don't own the media to get in touch with them and tell them what to do? If you right now try to promote something for black folk, most media will not even carry it. Most white corporations won't even buy tickets or ads to help you do it. If you have a black radio station, you cannot have black media unless you got black businesses, because you need the advertising dollars to keep the business, keep the radio station, the media going. Then people say, why can't we own some radio? Because you don't have any businesses to buy the ads. Whites are not going to buy it. But you get white racists on TV and on the radio. You can get the Rush Limbaughs or the Hannitys or O'Reillys on the Fox channel. That whole Fox channel is loaded down with racists. But they get the advertising dollars to stay on the air. You know why? Because you give them the money. I don't see any black folk in America renegotiating their relationships. When did you renegotiate your relationship with white corporations? Saying that if I see you supporting the Fox channel on this negative stuff about black folk, you'll never get another dollar out of the black America. You won't do it. You should be doing it. Y'all should be sending letters every chance you.
That was very powerful, because most of these small channels and these people who call themselves big channels, but they're buying subscribers and views, most of them, that's how they make their money, destroying one another. They wouldn't dare try to come together and do something positive, or talk about the negative in a positive way. Hold the tough conversations. They wouldn't dare do it. They'd rather laugh and put you down and talk about you so that people can give. Because we like to laugh at other people's pain, and we don't want to deal with our own realities. Take Kwame Brown, who heard Dr. Umar on Instagram, and then went and made a video using Dr. Umar talking points without even giving him credit for those talking points. And then bragging about how he's going viral while he's paying limp stick, one-eyed individuals, gossiping crack addicts, living off of women in the medical field, to attack everyday people. Doesn't matter your age, doesn't matter your stage in life. They just brutally attack you. And then all of their minions join in. It's unfortunate. We do it to ourselves, but we could do so much better. Listen to what Dr. Anderson is saying.
To get and call them, let's say any white person on any of the Fox channel out here saying something that implies or suggests or intimate that black folk are stupid, lazy, dumb, and criminal, we will shut off every dollar coming into your company. That's right. They're not scared of you. They got your money for granted. They know they're going to get your dollar because they know you don't have any businesses to buy from. You don't have any alternative places to go get your gasoline, like in Detroit, Michigan, when the Arabs took over 144 out of 146 gas stations. You don't own and control anything. You're dependent on them. They said, we ain't worried about the black folk. They don't have any choice but to come give us their money. We'll kick their butts and they still got to give us their money. And the same thing is true with politics. The Republican Party don't need you. They know they got you locked in box. They know you're going to belong to the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party said, we got you locked in box. We don't need you either. Because you see, my people, your leadership has not got enough intellectual credulity and internal fortitude and common sense to say, hey, let's not support either one of the parties. Let's create. You all could be the most powerful people in this nation within 1 or 2 years if you did one single thing. If you withdrew publicly from the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and said, we don't need either one of you. We're going to create a black independent party. And in that black independent party, we're going to trick you all because we're not going to run any candidates. I wouldn't run any candidates. I would create me a black independent party. I wouldn't run not one candidate. But I would say this. We're going to vote as a block. You're going to get 43 million black votes. And we will deliver that 43 million black votes to whoever promises most and delivers the most to black folk. Yeah. We don't care what political party you belong to. You can be, and we don't care whether you're a black person, a white candidate, a pink candidate, a yellow candidate, or just an outright Sambo. We don't care. We will vote for anybody who would deliver and promises the most to black folk. That's the way you play politics. And I guarantee you, from all my years in running campaigns, every politician would knock down anything to get to your door. He said, you know what? If I deliver something to black folk, I can pick up 43 million black votes. Hell, I don't need a lot of people. I don't need it. I'll be there. Even though Hispanics have bypassed you in population, might have about 43 or 45 million Hispanics in the United States, their turnout rate is only in the 20%. You still got them beat. Hispanics might have picked up the population, but they don't have the voting capacity yet. You can deliver and become the most powerful people in this country if you started voting as an independent bloc. It said we move as a group. We move as a fist rather than fingers. And we'll stay together and we'll take care of each other, we'll buy from each other, we'll support each other, and we'll look after each other. And we'll make our dollars bounce in our community on that first floor. We'll make it circulate 8 to 12 times before it leaves black hands. Hispanic money in America bounces 6 to 7 times in the Hispanic community, all over LA. White money bounces 8 to 12 times. Asian and Arab money bounces 13 to 14 times. Jewish money bounces 18 times. Right now, black money doesn't bounce once because you're committing social economic suicide. You can be the most powerful people if you learn how to organize and play as a team. Now, doing that, now the last floor, then the other part. Last floor is the 5th floor. The 5th floor is education. Don't keep going around telling black folk that our future rests in education. It is not. Education is about as useless as the black vote. It's about as useless and as wasted as a black vote if you don't have what? An economy. You can educate these black kids. They have no place to go and use it. Education is a tool, just like a hammer and a saw. I got all kind of black kids graduating from school every year with all kind of degrees. Master's degrees in this, master's degrees in that, and they can't master a damn thing because they ain't no place to go. Whites don't need them in their business and don't want them. So you're educating your kids to get an education and leave your community, go to somebody else's community, look for somebody else's business, work in somebody else's job, producing the wealth, power, and resources. What's the difference between that and a slave? You're still in the same spot. You should be saying, go off and get an education and come back home to our community and build things for us. And rather than going out looking for jobs, make your organizations, both whether religious or civil, make your politicians teach black folk how to produce jobs, not look for jobs. And we're doing that now by going to the last point, that's called exceptionality. We do that by telling everybody, tell all your politicians from this day forward, we heard Dr. Anderson speak. And what he says from now on is that we're not going to play the game anymore. We're going to stop doing what we've been doing in terms of inappropriate behavior. We're not against anybody. I don't want you all to hate anybody. I don't want you all to be against Hispanics, Arabs, Asians, midgets, humpbacks, anybody else. Just strictly be for your own people. Okay? Racism is a team sport. You either play as a team or you lose by default. And whether you like it or not, God has arbitrarily assigned each and every one of you to a skin color team. That's right. God sent you here black. Your mom and daddy brought you here black. You better learn how to play as a black team or you're going to go down. And so I want you to learn how to play a team. And so what I want you to do now is focus on this. I keep hearing the President of the United States talk about exceptionality. In the last month, he's talking about, we are an exceptional nation. We are this. We are exceptional people. Blah, blah, blah. I heard right now, the Gallup poll reports that 8 out of 10 people in the United States believes firmly that the United States is an exceptional nation. Most of the nations in the world, out of over 180 of them, believe that the United States is an exceptional nation. Now, what do they mean by exceptional and exceptionality? They're saying this, that because the United States has a certain kind of principles and values and precepts in it, that makes them different, and that they're entitled to certain treatment, certain respect, certain accords, and certain dignities because of what our principles are, what we call democracy, because our principles in immigration, because our principles in immigrants coming into the country. because our principle in human values. Therefore, the United States will be a special nation. They're entitled to privileges. That's why they run all over the world trying to be a superpower nation, getting involved in everybody's business around the world, going to every country and trying to set values about what they should do and what they should not do, saying that we as Americans are the exceptional nation on earth. We are the special nation. Therefore, we're entitled to have certain privileges and certain rights and certain dignities that you should be proud of. Now, the president and all the politicians saying that, I want you all to do this. You have to understand that you are a nation within a nation. You are an exception within an exception. Black people in America are an exceptional people. And all these years that I can count in doing research, black folk have been running away from their exceptionality now for 500 years. You've been doing what is downright stupid in terms of behavior. We've been doing stupid stuff, running away from our exceptionalism. We are exceptional people. There are no people on earth. There are no people on earth like black folks. That's right. You are totally different from everybody. Totally different. Quit trying to be like everybody else. Quit going around claiming things that don't make any sense. But what we want is to be loved and accepted by other groups. No, they should be trying to be loved and accepted by you. That's right. You're doing it in reverse. Understand again about you live in a competitive society about race. And to my people talk, well, it's a race against me. Quit looking for equality. If it's a race-based society, you cannot get equal opportunity. Nobody with more than a third grade education will be looking for equality in a race-based society. That's right. It makes no sense. Why would you be out looking for equal opportunity in a race-based society? Nobody's going to give you any equal opportunity in a race-based society. I'm sick and tired personally of hearing civil rights leaders talking about what we want is an equal opportunity. Nobody's giving that to you. What's the point of a race? A race is a contest. It is not designed to say, let's all play, but let's all come across the finish line at the same time. The point of a race is to separate what? Winners from losers. To guess who comes in first place, second place, or third place. You either win, show, or place. And yet we keep talking about as black folk about equality, equal opportunity. You got to say, no, from now on we're running this race to win. We don't care who comes in second or who comes in third. We're going to try to come in first. You're in competition based on what? On things that you got that you can control, your exceptionality. We are exceptional people, and we are entitled to certain dignities and respects and honors. And let me run through these things and tell you very quickly what you should be doing, that you are totally different. And for this reason, don't let anybody put you in broad, ambiguous categories like they did in the Constitution by saying those people, that unhappy lot, those who are indebted, those who are bonded. Forget that crap. You can only have one original. When I hear people now talking about, well, we got Native Americans, no, they're not Native Americans. If black people are the first people on earth, how did Indians get to be the native people? What happened was the blacks in Africa migrated out. The Folsom people had been here long before Asians got here. Asians crossed the Bering Straits like about 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. The Folsom people came about 15,000 or 16,000 years ago. They interbred with the Folsom people. That's why you have a Folsom, Arizona, Folsom Prison, Folsom, Colorado, and Folsom. That's why you came for all that Folsomness. That's when black people from Africa that are already here. So what's called American Indians are not the native people. They're not the first people. The first people in America were black folk. The first Jews in the world were black people. At some point, your exceptionality should be brought up and should be dignified. That you were the first in all these things. You were the first people. You were the first Jews. You're the first human beings on earth. You're different. Now, if the United States can get different respect and privileges because of its exceptionality and its differentness, why don't black folk say our exceptionality is that we are different from all these groups you're trying to put us into? We're different from all those so-called minorities. We're different from all those so-called people of color. We're different from multicultural and diversity because we're the only people that came to this country and were classified as 3/5 of a human being. You didn't classify anybody else as 3/5 of a human being. You did all those immigrants that came to America. You didn't classify them as property. You only classified us as property. So how can you let somebody put you in a bag with all these other groups when they don't have the experiences you have and have been treated the way you've been treated? When in this country, when black folk black folk got here, they were the only people that were treated as slaves, not all the other people that came here as immigrants. In terms of exceptionality, again, black folk are different in the way how they've been treated versus how women were treated, minorities and other and handicapped people were treated. Nobody else was denied an education but black folk. Every state, every level of government passed laws saying it cost you $100 and 39 lashes with a whip to be caught teaching a black person to read and write. How can you sit there every day and let the politicians keep putting you in these bags about multicultural, diversity, poor people, and minorities and all this kind of stuff when they were not treated like you were treated? You were the only person that was denied an education. So when white folks start talking about how dumb black folk are, they are supposed to be dumb. If you deny people an education for almost 500 years, they say, well, they're dumb. You did a good job. You're supposed to say, no, why are you putting me in a bag with all these other groups when you treated me differently? That's my exceptionalism. I was exceptional. I should be getting some prize or some kind of dignity or privileges or rights lifted up because of the way you treated me. Why is it when all these other people came to the country? Every white person came here as an immigrant, was entitled immediately to 160 acres of free land. He could get 160 acres of free land immediately, or 620 in certain circumstances, free acres of land, when a black person couldn't get 1 acre of land. And every acre that whites got was kept in their family. And that's why you had the Oklahoma rush in the 1880s, when they opened up the Oklahoma Territory, and immigrants poured into America. And in 24-hour periods, they picked up over 2 million acres of free land in 24 hours. Immigrants picked up over 2 million acres of free land in a 24-hour period. All that land was passed on to their children. And each generation, it doubled or tripled in value and cost. That's why out west, when they go out west, all these whites got these large farms, 50, 30,000 acres of farms and ranches. They have all this land. Blacks have nothing. It was passed on from one generation, got wealth, power behind it. How can you let them get all those privileges, and you got to say, well, we're just all minorities. You got to be stuck on something other than stupid. Just sit there and let people put you in a bag with people who've never had your experiences. You've been treated differently all through history in every respect. You're the only people denied education. How is it in this country that black folk were the only people that we had a constitution written for them, which was the second constitution? They didn't write that for whites, they wrote it for black folk. That was different. They didn't write a second constitution for gays and women and minorities. They wrote it for black folk. The 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, the 13th Amendment, the Civil Rights Law was written for black folk. You were different. Why do you let people keep comparing you with other groups and denying you resources? Then the Supreme Court comes back and says, we can't do anything for you black folk based on color. Yes, you're supposed to. You're supposed to lift these black folk up. You're denying them the things they're entitled to. They're entitled to some respect and dignity. You mistreat them all these since for 500 years and say, we're not going to do anything for them. They're no different from a Hispanic that ran across the border last night. That is criminal, it's immoral, and it's illegal. And I can't find any black leaders in the country that understand that, to say, no, we ain't going for it. The black folk are not going for that. You are the only people in this nation that has fought in every war for this country. You're the only people that's fought for it. The only people that's fought in every war and whose mother country has never gone to war against their country. There's nobody else in this country can make that claim except black folk. You're the only people that fought in every war and whose mother country has never gone to war against this country. And they're direct descendants of slaves. 98%, that means that 98% of you all were here before 98% of all the other people in America ever came. You are the oldest people in the nation. Why aren't you being respected as being the oldest people in the nation? And that you're not guests. Why would you let people treat you as guests in America? Immigrants are the guests. They turn everything upside down against you. Where black folk are treated as guests in this nation, when in fact they're the only non-guest. Every white is a guest. Every Arab, every Asian, every Puerto Rican, they're guests. And so what you should be saying is that we are not guests in America. You walk on sacred ground, paid for by the blood, sweat, and tears, the suffering, sacrificing of millions of black cotton pickers, slaves, cooks, bussers, waiters, janitors. You are entitled to some dignity and respect, and not to let people treat you as guests and say, we're the most patriotic people in this society. Lift yourself up and say, we are special people. And don't let anybody else compare you with anybody else. Black people founded the country, and then tell the entire world that you all have to use your creative imagination, whites, Asian, Arabs, Hispanics. Use your creative imagination and imagine this. What would this country be like if black folk had not been slaves in this country? What would this country be like if black folk had had a chance to have voted from the founding of the country? What would this country be like if black folk had been allowed to participate in writing of the United States constitutions? What would this country be like if black folk had gotten all those hundreds of thousands of millions of acres of free land and passed it on from generation to generation? What would black folk be like in this country if black folk had owned enough money to handle that land that was given to the railroads and to the ranchers? What would this country be like if black folk had been treated with their special exceptionality? You'll have a whole different way of looking at things in this country, because you are the backbone of the country. You're always the backbone. But because of the debris, the misleading, the sellouts, and this, what they call political correctness, and political correctness is what you're under now. Political correctness that came into existence in the 1970s under the policies of benign neglect, which says kill off the black civil rights movement and the black power movement by taking the focus off of black folk and shifting it to women, minority, and immigrants. Political correctness means make black folk disappear, make them invisible, make them never be seen again. Anytime you hear anybody talking about political correctness, it means pretend that black people don't exist anymore. And don't sit there and take those butt whippings. They want to know why you're not progressing in America. You're not progressing because you're not doing the kind of things you're supposed to be doing. You're exercising inappropriate behavior. And consequently, if things move out well, what we plan on doing, by the end of this year, we're going to have a big movement. We're going to start building some black communities in America. And I'm going to need each and every one of you to participate. And through the harvests, we're going to be raising capital to make loans and to build, and for black folk to build these businesses. And so count on that, and stay close to my friends here like Rosie Milligan. We're gonna be asking certain blacks in the country to put up about almost $500 each. We're gonna identify a certain number of people, and it'll be donated to the Harvest Institute, a non-profit tax-exempt corporation. And we're gonna raise that capital, and we're gonna have a whole pool of capital in Washington, D.C. We're gonna build black communities, and we're gonna subsidize our communities through that capital we're gonna raise on long-term revolving loan funds at 2% interest rate. You're gonna build this country for black folk. And you're going to be hearing about it later on. We're going to have a big major convention about it. And like I said, we got a bunch of churches now all across America that are lining up. And right now, we're looking at maybe about somewhere around 1,500, 2,000 black churches already across America. And we're going to raise this capital. And you all going to be special people. You're going to get out of this ditch. If you don't, I'm coming down in that ditch with a barbed wire switch. I'm going to beat the hell out of every black in there. And one way or another, I'm going to run your butts out of the ditch, okay? Get out of the ditch. And I love you all. And they want me to sit down and shut up. Okay, take care. Thank you.
I'm not a lawyer, but
Okay, now we're going to go into the trial. So now we kind of understand and we know what we're facing. It's up to us what we want to do about it. Everybody that we know that's trying to help us are the ones that everybody is against. But I want you to listen to I'm Not a Lawyer But, and then we're going to close with Katt Not Williams. And again, thank you, Katt, for coming by and joining my membership. I greatly appreciate that. Oh, you're so welcome, babe. You're very welcome. So let's hear about the trial, because now the defense has been cross-examining Woody. And the whole temperature has changed. I don't know the outcome of how it will be, but I think they've been very respectful to him as much as they could be and defend their clients. And I think he's been very respectful and honest with them as much as he can be. And knowing now how he's been mistreated and how the state, he knew they were mistreating him. But to learn some of the things that we learned today, it's mind-blowing. But again, I call it a modern-day lynching. And I think that we all should be tuned into this trial and take notes. And one of the best ones I've seen cover it, especially in real time, is Katt Not Williams. And then this young lady here is the second best that I've seen cover it. And she is I'm Not a Lawyer But. And she covers different things, so I don't know if she covers it live. Also, Eban Films covers it great. I like his take on it. I like to hear D talk about it after, because he's working or something, so he doesn't do the live stream. And then Tasha, who I met through D, they do an excellent job of breaking things down. Even the lead attorney, he does a lot of laughing and joking and adding his little lawyering in there, but he's good. Phil is good. And I'm trying to think of his last name. He's really good. I use his videos sometime. And The Lawyer You Knew, or You Know, I think is what his name is. He's pretty good. Phil, I think name is Phil Holloway. I don't know if it's Holloway, but it's Phil, something with an H. But he's good. So it's some good people that's covering this trial. But I spend my days now in Katt's chat because she really breaks it down. So a person who don't really understand jurisprudence or law. Yeah, Phil name is Phil Holloway. He's good. If you don't really understand law, then Katt really breaks down to me the jurisprudence and not just the color. Although she's good with that too, but she talks more to the strategies and why they do what they do. And that to me is awesome. So we're going to listen to now I'm Not a Lawyer But, and then we'll end with Katt. So here we go. This is on today, Woody charged, ? Plus he breaks down on the stand. So let's hear what I'm Not a Lawyer But has to say.
But day 119 of the YSL RICO trial got a bit interesting. You're going to want to watch until the very end of this video. Kenneth Copeland returned to the witness stand for his second day of cross-examination, and Brian Steele kicks off the day asking Woody about what Ms. Hilton told him in that infamous ex parte.
When you, your lawyer, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hilton were speaking, the three of you, just the three of you, did District Attorney Hilton tell you that you would be arrested, locked up, whatever the words are, if you testified to this jury that you had anything to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
Did District Attorney Hilton tell you, with you, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hilton, no one else, that if you invoked your Fifth Amendment right, you would be locked up for jail?
Yes.
I'd like for you all who have not been watching this case to check out the body language of Miss Hilton and Miss Love. There seems to be a lot of tension between them, and their case seems to be unraveling right before their eyes, because they've actually built this case on social media posts, on lyrics and songs, and on hearsay. No real investigation, and Brian Steele actually breaks that down to show how they didn't verify any of the things that Hilton made a mistake and said the other day, that everything that's been said was verified, right? And the judge, I think that she's been doing the best she can. She still favors the state, it appears, but she has shown some dignity and respect, I think, toward the defense. I think that she's in it for herself, and I think she's in it for most what judges are. And they are the tellers. They collect the money. But trust me, this is really getting to be an interesting trial, with her being on board and bringing what she brought to the table. Was the state can no longer just wake up every day, come in there and have it their way. They're no longer at Burger King. Now she makes them spend some time, let her know who they're going to call, the next 30 witnesses, what they're going to be asking them, and what evidence they're going to be presenting, so that it can go in a cohesive manner. So let's just listen to this.
Other than those two issues you just told, your use immunity kicks in and you would not be locked up for anything else you testified to. Is that how you understood it?
Yes.
Okay.
From there, Brian Steele spent the rest of the day pointing out different things Woody said in the 4 interviews that he did with police. But the point Steele is highlighting is that police never went back to verify any of the things that Woody said in the interviews. They never got phone records, interviews with other people, or video evidence to ever support the stories that he was telling in those interviews.
I would like to talk to you about what you said in those different statements, and then whether the police, the district attorney's office, the federal authorities ever came to you to say that we can or cannot, the word corroborate, but that means we verified what you said, okay? We didn't verify. That's what I'm going to ask you. A whole series, okay?
All right.
When you said to the detective, I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Thug back cool, did the police ever come back to you at any time, or the district attorney's office, and say, here are cell phone records showing you and Bloody J talking? Did they ever try to do that with you?
No, once they took me to jail, I don't hear from them until I'm back on the street and I'm going back to jail again.
You are saying to law enforcement, so we're up there chilling, so Thug dialed 911. He had a bullet hole in his car, so he want to know who shot his car. Did the police ever come to you after you rewarded them with this information and play for you, or even tell you, hey, here's the 911 call made after the gambling house was shot up and a supposed bullet hit Jeffrey's car? Did that ever happen? District Attorney's Office nor the police ever came to you with that 911 call?
Did I? I don't know.
Did anybody come to you from the police, the district attorney's office, and say, we corroborated this car window story? Did they ever tell you that?
After 2000, When I gave the interview and went to the feds, I haven't heard anything from the state, the police, nothing until they kicked me in the streets.
Did the police ever come to you? When I say police, I'm including everybody. Come to you and inquire of you, ask you. Your phone shows no calls between 7:01 at night and 7:23 or 24 at night on the night Donovan Thomas was shot. Did they ever ask you to explain or why there are no calls during that time? Did they ever discuss that with you?
They don't tell me nothing.
You were trying to launch your own career as a musical artist at that time, true?
I was trying to find myself.
You put out music videos. Jeffrey never had the pleasure of having you featured in one of his songs. Is that true?
No, I ain't never been in his song.
Jeffrey never was featured in one of your songs. Is that true?
No, me and him don't have music together.
But he did put you in one song of his. You know the song Halftime? Do you remember the line, if you mess with me, Woody will come up and pop in the noggin?
Yeah.
And there's no truth to that lyric that you would pop somebody in the noggin for Jeffrey. Am I right?
I would never.
Now, do you remember putting out a song and a music video entitled Homicide?
Yeah.
Jeffrey had nothing to do with that song or music video. Is that true?
I started doing music with somebody else.
And one of the people that you started to do music with is a gentleman named Mr. Turner, or you referred to him as Threat. Is that true?
Yeah.
It's irrelevant.
I believe that there is an indication of an image of it appears to be like Mr. Donovan Thomas, and Threat is in the video as well as Mr. Copeland.
Say twin, we got that fuck nigga y'all been looking for. All right.
Can you tell the jurors who that is?
I said that Threat.
Is it fair to say that's you?
Yeah.
That man who had money on his head and then was shot in the video, did that have anything in your mind to do with Donovan Thomas?
No.
It's just a video, a music video?
Yeah, just a video.
Do you remember giving an interview saying that you are a real gangster, but other people are just musicians, play gangsters? Do you remember saying something like that?
You gotta show me. At the end of the day, I got a story to tell.
Yeah.
You wanna listen to it? Or if you listen to these niggas that ain't did nothing gangster, nothing tougher than they life.
But you're explaining that you're a real gangster, not these other people who are pretend. That I'm not saying that's a quote. It's something like that. That's what you were discussing.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Because I had a pride thing, like I don't want to be labeled as nothing but a gangster. So you look at me anything other than that, you got a problem. I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. But
You hear what you said?
I think we all heard.
That's what you want people to look at you as. Tough.
No, I just wanted people to know, not to look at me. I wanted them to know.
But you're tough.
I ain't tough. I just ain't scared. My stomach hurt bad, Judge. It's like I got cramps.
Can I ask you a question? So you're saying every time you got to jail, something got shot up. That's what you're telling the police, right?
That's what I told the police.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
And that Valerie told you don't trust Jeffrey. Remember that?
That's what I said.
To your knowledge, did the police or the prosecution ever just simply go to Valerie and say, did this happen?
Yeah, that's I don't know.
Do you remember seeing this yesterday? And she said, and you verified that that's Valerie. Remember that?
I think so.
Besides that being a photograph or an image of a video, what does that picture mean to you that you were shown yesterday?
That she was dirty as hell back in the day.
Thank you, sir.
Why did he say thank you?
You said, you know what I mean? This N, you know what he did to me? He gave me $300,000 to hold, and he left and came back. Detective Dennis said, and you ain't get none of that? And you said, listen, the N would give me money.
What's N?
N-I-G-G.
Oh, nigga.
Detective Gates said, you just said the most amount of money Thug done gave you, $300,000.
If I had $300,000, you know, it would have been pictures, videos, and everything. The whole world would have seen it.
The last one I want to focus on, and you said, if I hate jail, man. Listen, I'm a tell you anything.
You know what they did to me?
Tell us.
After January the 10th, people started shooting at me and my family. February, I went to jail for trying to protect me and my baby and my girl at the time. They put me in Rice Street on some stuff called medical flow. It's somewhere hid in the jail. It stink. It's crazy people now talking, yelling through the door, putting feces all on the window and on the wall. They locked me in the room. It's one door right here, it's one door right here, and it's another door back here, and it's another door back here. I'm behind this door. I don't see nobody, I don't talk to nobody. I'm by myself. I'm at the verge of losing my mind. People are trying to shoot at me while they got me locked in this room. I can't talk to nobody. I can't see nobody. I'm locked in this room. They held me in that room for 3 weeks. I got out of jail. I had a court date for another county where I never even been to for some charges I never even did. I don't steal out of stores. I went down to that courthouse and tried to get it situated. Went in the wrong courtroom, told the deputy, hey, my name is such and such, such. I missed court. I'm here to fix it. He said, oh, I gave him my name, told him what happened. He said, oh, you got a warrant. And he locked me up. They put me right back in jail. I stayed in jail a whole month. I had to use the money for selling my four-wheeler to pay an attorney to come represent me. I got a lawyer to come represent me. That lawyer, he got me a bond. A friend of mine gave my baby mama the money to pay my bond. She paid my bond. I got out of jail. The very next day, Atlanta police came into the gym with a whole lot of them. They got me, said, this is my bag, this is my gun. They took me from my neighborhood to Turnerfield. They questioned me. I told them it wasn't my gun. They let me go. They came back and get me June 10th. They questioned me. I was at the verge of losing my mind because every time I come outside, they keep locking me up. They got me. They held me in the interrogation room for a whole day, probably. I don't know. They put me right back in Rice Street, put me right back behind all these doors. They constantly kept doing it to me. Now I mean, like, I don't at this point, like, man, I'm tired of keep reliving this stuff. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it, man. I'm sitting right here. I got cramps, man. I got knots in my stomach, man. I haven't ate none. I tried to eat yesterday. I haven't ate today. Y'all sitting up here. I asked for a break. I asked. I'm in pain right now. I understand it might be my fault. I'm telling y'all, I made it up. I lied. Damn, man. This is crazy. I'm telling y'all, my stomach hurting, man.
Well, with the honorable court's order, we're going to be leaving in a little bit of time. Can you try to just listen to the JW240EE that I just said? If you need it, could you put in your earphone if you don't mind?
I can hear it.
Okay.
I hate jail, man. I damn how they think this shit with. Man, let me try to kill me and my child, bro. And they didn't even come out killing me, bro.
Mr. Copeland, with your background and your experiences in jail, is it fair to say that you would do anything not to go to jail? Mr. Copeland, can I ask you a couple of questions?
I'm listening.
Okay. For people who've never been, whether it's a prison or jail, is it fair to say
Rice Street is not either one. There's not prison or jail. I don't know what that place is. This is the worst place in the world.
Do you remember being in custody after Friday, June 7th, 2024, after the first time you testified before the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and before you came back in the late morning of Monday, June 10th, 2024? Do you remember where you were held?
You talking about they locked me up here?
Yes, sir.
They took me to Rice Street, and then the next day came, they took me from Rice Street to the DeKalb County Jail. And they damn near just as worse as Rice Street.
Describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it was like when you were in that jail.
Objection, relevant, Your Honor. Okay, let's move on.
After giving law enforcement officers January 11th, 2015 recorded interviews, January 28th, 2015 recorded interview, February 20th, 2015 recorded interview, February 21st, 2015 recorded interview, June 10th, 2015 9-hour recorded interview, you got charged with murder for Donovan Thomas.
Can you say it again?
Yes. Do you remember Detective Thorpe swearing out a warrant for you for the offense of murder for you knowingly and intentionally with malice aforethought on January 10, 2015 at 330 McDaniel Street, Atlanta, Fulton County, state of Georgia, did participate in the drive-by shooting?
Hang on just a second.
Do you remember being served by a United States Marshal these warrants?
No, my attorney told me.
And you were charged with what crimes?
He just said murder.
For Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what he said.
So Detective Thorpe took out a warrant for you for murder of Donovan Thomas just 4 months after you gave the last interrogation that we have, June 10, 2015.
Right?
Yes, you're hearing that right. 4 months after Woody gave his last police interview, he was charged with the unaliving of Donovan Thomas. Those charges were later dropped, and now co-defendants in this case have been charged. Following this part, Brian Steele starts going over the deals that Woody has pled to in the past, and then the day ends. Steele expects to finish up his cross-examination tomorrow, and then the other defense attorneys will be up to do theirs. There will not be court on Thursday, Friday, or Monday, so this is your warning.
Can I leave?
Yes, we'll see you back at 9 also.
That was riveting all over again. And our last video we're going to do is Katt, as she explains how Brian still got to cover the Parte meeting and his skillfulness. And these attorneys are really earning their pay. This was very good. I think it was dignified. They were very respectful and mindful of Woody. And I want y'all to know, looking at that last video, my heart goes out to him as it did when I was looking at it when it was happening in real time. Because again, this is what Dr. Umar is talking about when he talk about the war on our boys and how they come up in impoverished communities and the education system really doesn't care. And these guys, almost all of their witnesses said that they were in special ed. That's what they used to call it. And they took medications. And then when they took them off of the medications, I'm saying this because once they were taken off the medications, and they could have been doing it while on the medications, but then they were actually self-medicating. And these people, especially the state, are talking to these young men and treating them like they were everyday Boy Scouts and didn't have any of the other problems that they faced growing up in the projects on a street that was notorious for crime, drug dealing, using, and all kind of things happening in that community. So I think we have to really look at this thing, and we don't have to excuse anybody's behavior if we choose not to. We don't have to pretend somebody did or didn't do something because we don't know. We can see where it looked like it's going. But what we can do is have grace, and we can visualize, because we're visual people. We can visualize and only imagine how bad it is for these young men. We may even have some in our own homes or families. We have to look at the totality. These are not kids from middle class America that are hard-headed, dumb, stupid. When I say dumb, I don't mean intellectually. I mean making dumb decisions and being stupid and robbing drug dealers with BB guns. We don't have to look at stuff like that. We want to look at the realness of what's going on in this situation and how this is playing out. And the world is getting to see. And I wished more of us would pay more attention. These other people do get a lot of people in their chats, and they do get a lot of people. The conversations are great. It's just awesome to see. So let me show the last video of the evening before I close out. And this is going to be Katt. And it's only about 5-6 minutes, 5.5 minutes. And I probably won't be paid on this video. I don't know, but it's okay because I need to get this word out and you guys need to hear it. So I thank y'all for being with me. The two of you that are here, I appreciate you. Here we go.
Mr. Copeland, if you cannot hear me, just let me know, okay? And I will speak louder, okay?
All right.
Is this okay to speak? I'm not trying to yell at you. Is this okay, voice?
Yeah.
All right. Yesterday, when we left, when the Honorable Judge Whitaker stopped for the day, I was asking you whether you remember being in Judge Lando's chambers with the District Attorney Nelson, your lawyer, Ms. Bumpus.
And thank you also, Jen, for the gifted membership. Super nice of you.
Judge Glanville. Do you remember that?
Oh,
yes. Okay.
Yes, about the judge.
Do you remember there being at times other people there, including a court reporter named Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
As well as some security. When I say security, members of the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. You were in custody. You remember that?
It looked like SWAT team was out there.
Okay. And you were wearing a jail uniform?
Yes.
And were you in any type of restraints? You know what I mean by restraints?
Handcuff.
Okay. And you already said, yes, I'm not trying to repeat anything, but just to clarify what I'm talking about, I wasn't there, and no, Jeffrey Williams wasn't there, and no other people who were charged in this case or their lawyers were there. Is that all true?
It was just me and them.
Okay, so it's correct that nobody else other than the people we mentioned.
It was the state and Taylor and the judge.
Okay. Now, during that time, some of the conversation you had with the District Attorney Hilton was not in front of the court reporter. Is that true?
Say that again?
Okay. The court reporter, at times you saw her working and taking down information, the words, presumably, right?
Yes.
But were there other times that the court reporter was not present taking down what was said between you, your lawyer, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hilton?
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen a transcript of that June 10th, 2024 meeting with the judge and District Attorney Hilton, you and your lawyer, right?
What you mean?
Well, okay. The words by the court reporter coming out on a white piece of paper with the words on it.
Oh, I seen it, but I didn't read it. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. My question to you is this. During the time that you were speaking with your lawyer, District Attorney Hilton, three of you, no court reporter, did District Attorney Hilton tell you that if you testified that you were involved with the Donovan Thomas murder, you would be locked up or arrested?
You can ask me that again?
Yes, sir. When you, your lawyer, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hilton were speaking, the three of you, just the three of you, did District Attorney Hilton tell you that you would be arrested, locked up, whatever the words are, if you testified to this jury that you had anything to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
Okay. Did District Attorney Hilton tell you, with you, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hilton, no one else, that if you invoked your Fifth Amendment right, meaning I'm not testifying, you would be locked up in jail?
Yes.
Other than those two things, did District Attorney Hilton tell you you could testify to anything you want or something to that effect, and you would not be locked up? Just tell the jury. Just think about it.
I don't know what you just said.
I'm sorry. Look, there's a bad question. That's me. Thank you for telling me that I was inartful, is my word. Okay. Other than those two issues you just told, I'm going to get locked up if I evoke the Fifth Amendment. I'm going to get locked up if I testify that I'm involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Other than those two. So if you don't say those two things, then your use immunity kicks in and you would not be locked up for anything else you testified to. Is that how you understood it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever ask District Attorney Hilton, why can't I testify if I'm sworn to tell the truth about being involved in Donovan Thomas's murder? Did you ask her why did she exclude that?
What you mean?
Did you ever ask any question to District Attorney Hilton? Let me ask it a different way.
It wasn't no question. We was talking.
Okay.
And we were going back and forth.
And that's what she said.
Objection.
That's fine. That's fine.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you some questions.
That was it. So that was the same thing almost that I'm not a lawyer but used, but it's good to reiterate that because I'm gonna have some of Mr. Schardt, who closed it out with a mic drop. Woody was actually speechless at the end. He did that on the end, at the end of court. Attorney Schardt was last, and boy was it really something. It was really interesting. Looked like D covered it today too. I put their links inside of the chat if anybody is interested in going and actually signing up to their channels. I think that would be great. I want to see if this is where Schardt is. Yeah. We've gone for 5 hours before, so since we're not close to that, let me just play the last. Okay. That's where she goes over what we went over that day. She's real good about breaking stuff down, like I said. Let's try to do 10 minutes or so. We're going to go here. I know my videos probably are a little get on your nervous because of the way that I like to cover different stuff, but I like to tie it all in together. And perhaps I overdo it, but that's the way it makes sense to my mind. And I have to make sense in my mind in order for me to be able to give it to you guys. So I hope that it doesn't confuse you, but I want you to get the big picture, not just this trial, but us as a people and how we're treated. We all need to start being cognizant of that. And I know that we know as we live in our skin how we're treated, but sometimes our own personal lives are overwhelming and we kind of don't see that it's not just happening to me, it's happening to others that look like me. And so I don't know if that make you feel any better, but it just kind of helps to get the big picture. And so here we go with the end today of Mr. Schardt.
We just had problems on the cable. Yes. Scrap cable too. So you pitch.
Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS18C, which is from the same interview, same exhibit, 33031 to 33102?
I messed up on them, so I got you. Yeah, they got their hands with you. But I know that they can't like. I just know that I did something. I know that, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to go to jail, I ain't trying to jail, I ain't trying to go back to front line, none of this. Me and nothing ain't never had a problem. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, I for sure to you. A person come on my picture and said, you gonna die tonight. They come on my picture and say, your history work? Yes. So you gonna die.
And finally, Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS18D, which is from the same interview, 34150 to 34245 a.m.?
I don't know what to do, but I didn't do it. Like, I'm lost. Like right now, man, I really am. Man. I'm scared. I'm lost. I always say, I always wonder if I can't think, man. Like, I don't know what to do, man. I don't, man. Because my name come again every day. I'll be the same way. But now somebody's dead, and I know how to feel lose one. You know what I'm saying? I was my close friend. You know what I'm saying? And now, they showing up one house and stuff like that, bro. Like, and it ain't even dead. It's a game. It's the whole clip. You know what I'm saying? They deep. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing put fear in my heart, because now I gotta watch out for everywhere I go. I have to watch out, and it ain't nothing I can do about it, man. I didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't kill him. I didn't have him killed. I ain't never tried to fight him. I ain't never tried to rob him. I ain't never done nothing to nothing.
In that January 11th interview, you stated to Detective Thorpe on 4 different occasions that you never had any problem with Nut, that you and Nut were okay, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. You specifically said, I've never tried to fight him. I've never tried to rob him. I've never tried to do nothing to Nut. Right? Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to publish DS-21, which is States 378 Yankee Beta from 8/11/50 to 8/13/18. Hold on one second, Mr. Kokomo. And Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask a couple questions first. Going to your January 28, 2015 interview. Well, in general.
Let's just get to your question. You want to know, did I take the change?
We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. But in 2014, Donovan Thomas's chain went missing, was stolen out of his car, correct?
Right.
All right. The people in hip hop, a chain is a very personal thing, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know that? Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish DS-21.
And then, like, you would have somebody broke in that car and gave me phone and the jury. Come on, I realized I was ticked. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? He nut shit. But I called him. Hey, man, I got this shit right here. Pull up on. He come pull up on. But before I gave that to him, I already intended. And he would take the kid like, come on, bro, I introduced you to these folks, bro. You just took them out. And he was like, he sent a big paragraph, kill it. And like, man, nigga, man, like, you what up? You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I'm out here, nigga, you ain't doing it for me. Yeah, this one reading. You know what I'm saying? So, nothing, big paragraph, move paragraph. Kill it, man. And I didn't take that, like, man, fuck you, whatever, bro, you know what I'm saying? But nut pull up, don't want to, nobody know you. You know what I'm saying? Nut pull up, him and Grease. Man, nut shut up. Like, bro, here your stuff right here, you know what I'm saying? He's like, how you get it, bro? I didn't want to tell him, one of the young niggas on the video broke in the cup.
Okay. In that story, you were saying that someone stole a chain from Nut, correct? The peanut chain.
Yeah.
And that person, and not only his chain, but his ID, his wallet, his phone, correct?
Right.
And that person happened to give you Donovan Thomas's belongings.
Right.
And you said, you told the police, you realized it was Donovan Thomas's chain, and you called Nut and wanted to return his stuff, right? And specifically, right before we paused it, you said you didn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it because Donovan Thomas is what some people might say is the big homie, right? He's a gang leader. You don't just take Donovan Thomas's chain and it's all cool, correct?
I don't know.
Well, that's why you wouldn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it, correct? You'd want to protect whoever took that chain. You wouldn't want Donovan Thomas gunning for that person for disrespecting his property, right?
Right.
Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS-24D, which is States 378 Yankee Delta, which is from February 21st, 2015. And this is from 5:37:44 to 5:40:26.
It's not paying.
So I'm pull up that one day.
Is it popped up now?
No.
Start it again, Mr. Kokomo.
There you go.
Thank you.
I was finding a little in Canada at night. You don't pull up that one day. Somebody had one little punk broke in the car. Stole your chain, their phone, their ID, my driver's license. And I gave it back to him. Like, you know, when I got it, man, it's nut shit, nigga. You did. But I really thought I was going to give me some back for it. I called him, hey, man, I got the shit, bro. Like, for real, bro? Like, yeah. Like, where you at? I'm out here in Canada. I'm on my way to Canada. He's like, all right, call me when you get out there. So he called me back. I'm like, shit, I'm here, they waiting up. He's like, all right. So when I get out there, I call him. He's like, pull up at 90 spot. Like, shit, I ain't got no ride now. I got locked out right about 4. So I'm going to pull up about, like, I got a pump from the player. He pull up, bag in, hand me a fit. She get out the car. him death. But I was found Olympia and can't be a man.
Yeah, and on February 21st, 2015, you're telling that investigator about your partner stealing from Donovan Thomas and then giving you the chain and the phone and the wallet, and then you returning it back to Donovan Thomas, right? And you dapped him up, and you and Donovan Thomas were all good, right? Okay. January 11th, 2015, you repeatedly said you had no problems with Donovan Thomas, right? January 28th, you talked about the chain. It was someone else that took it. You returned it to Donovan Thomas, wouldn't tell him who took it, but y'all were all good, right? February 21st, 2015, you again repeated that story about one of your partners taking the chain and ending up in your hands. You returned it to Donovan Thomas, you dap him up, you're all good, right? Mr. Copeland, the reality is, late in 2014, you broke into Donovan Thomas's truck. Isn't that correct?
The door was open.
The reality is, you knew that was Donovan Thomas's truck. You know what he drove, right? You went into his truck and took his peanut chain, right? You knew it was Donovan Thomas's peanut chain, but you didn't care. You wanted to disrespect Donovan Thomas. You wanted to take his stuff. Isn't that correct?
It wasn't about disrespecting him.
The reality is, Mr. Copeland, that Donovan Thomas called his phone and you answered. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
The reality is, you knew that Donovan Thomas knew that you stole his stuff.
I ain't steal.
Objection, speculation.
The reality is that you knew you bit off more than you could chew.
What you mean by that?
Donovan Thomas was coming after you.
Objection and speculation. Based on the evidence, relevance, sustained.
The reality is, you made up this whole story about returning his chain, about your partner breaking in, and all the rest to try to throw Donovan Thomas off of your scent. Correct? But Donovan Thomas knew.
Objection, speculation. Vague. Sustained.
When you told Detective Thorpe on January 11th, 2015, that you ain't never have no problems with Donovan Thomas, that you and Nut were cool, you never brought up the chain, did you?
For what?
When you said you ain't never tried to rob him, you ain't done nothing to Donovan Thomas, you never brought up the chain, did you?
That ain't robbery.
You and Donovan Thomas were far from cool. TIG stands for Think It's a Game, correct? Ms. Copeland, TIG is Think It's a Game, correct?
You know it.
Okay. That's a record label?
I guess.
That's a record label that Donovan Thomas was associated with, correct?
I guess.
It's run out of Summerhill
I don't know.
neighborhood in Atlanta. Mr. Bennett, also known as Lucci, wrapped under that label. Think It's a Game, correct?
I guess.
Think It's a Game had a studio on Metropolitan Avenue in Atlanta back in 2015, correct?
I guess.
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you to look at DS31. Is that, do you recognize DS31?
Yeah.
Okay. That is the building that housed TIG Studios back in 2015, correct?
I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that DS31 be put into evidence, be admitted into evidence.
All right, it's admitted.
That's the studio that Lucci went to make songs, correct?
I guess.
That's the studio that Donovan Thomas would be at, correct?
I guess.
That's the studio that Rich Homie Quan would be at, correct?
I guess.
Okay. You are aware that on January 8th, 2015, late at night on January 8th, 2015, the TIG studios were shot up, correct? You know that, right?
I'm listening.
You are aware that Rich Homie Quan's truck was struck by bullets on January 8th, 2015. His windshield was shot out, correct?
You don't know.
You're aware that Donovan Thomas was present at TIG Studios on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that true?
I don't hang up there.
DS22B, please, Mr. Kokomo. I would like to publish, Your Honor, DS22B, which is from January 28, 2015 interview, states Exhibit 378 Yankee Beta 7/24/39 to 7/25/06.
All right.
Like, it ain't that, bro. You got used to supporting these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything. Hey, bro, we need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and you niggas out here doing. They gonna hit me. So you shot my truck, bro. That side of the truck. Man, you been, you know what I mean?
You are talking to the police about Rich Homie Quan asking you if you shot up his truck, correct? In that interview.
That's what it just said.
What did he have a 25 to do? Take it from?
So, Rich Homie Quan questioned you about whether you were the person that was outside the TIG studio shooting up in that studio on January 8, 2015. Isn't that correct?
You can't question me.
Okay. Take the course and don't defend. Not talking about what you told the police. I'm talking about reality now. On January 6th, 2015, you were at Club Crucial.
I'm listening.
You were in possession of a large amount of money and you were showing off in front of a bunch of people that knew you, in front of a bunch of girls, correct?
I'm listening.
In front of all these people at this club, Kelvin Watts, Shell Kell, Donovan Thomas's brother, jumped you, correct?
I'm listening.
He tested you. He started punching you. He tried to take your stuff. He gave you a black eye.
He punched me in the back. He didn't hit me. He didn't face me off.
Okay. Well, you had a swollen face.
Because another nigga hit me.
Okay. Who was with Shell Kell?
What's up, bro?
He was with Shell Kell, the other person that hit you?
Obviously, he went with me.
These men, Shell Kell and his friends, tested you publicly in front of a bunch of people, in front of a bunch of girls, correct? They tried to run your pockets, right?
I'm listening.
Pardon my language, it pissed you off.
Just like you is.
Okay. 2 days later, on January 8th, 2015, you found out that Nut and Rich Homie Quan were outside the TIG studios on Metropolitan Avenue, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got in that rented Infiniti and drove up to that studio, didn't you?
Your Honor, objection assuming facts not in evidence.
I'll allow it.
You took your gun with you. You stood outside the fence and you shot at TIG studios. and you put a bullet in Rich Homie Quan's truck. Did you not?
You got proof?
Was Trevante with you when you went to the TIG studios?
Did you got proof?
We're going to change the subject, Mr. Copeland.
All right.
To your understanding, now you pled to the possession of a firearm case from 2021. You pled to that recently, or this year.
Say that again?
You pled to that case this year, correct? Earlier this year, the possession of firearm that you were interviewed about in October 27, 2021?
I don't know if it was this year or last year.
Okay, fair enough. To your understanding, you still have a pending matter in front of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Shit, I ain't no telling. I don't know.
Well, you discussed it. You gave an interview with the Danza Project recently, right?
Right.
All right, and you discussed a pending matter where your understanding is you are charged with filing a false report.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. To your understanding, you're charged with false report of a crime and false statements, 2 felonies, correct?
Right.
And the allegation is that while you're at Fulton County Jail,
relevance as to the specific conduct or specific improper impeachment as to the specific extrinsic evidence of the specific incident that occurred.
Okay, I can't really hear you very well, but I think we might need to approach about this anyway.
All right, I see a lot of mixed thoughts in the chat, you guys. I see some people asking how this benefits his client. Well, his client is charged with the murder that happened here. So if he can create a scenario where there's a bunch of back and forth being initiated by Woody and or Threat, then you have a culprit that is not my client. So not only is it reasonable doubt, a reasonable doubt's already been created because I lied when I said Shannon was in that car. But now you have a possible other person that actually did it. And that's extremely helpful because jurors want to know who did what. Jurors want to have closure. Something happened, so someone must have done it. It's hard for a defense attorney to just say, my client didn't do it, the proof isn't sufficient, blah, 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 blah. Please go in there and find my client not guilty. But when you could say, my client didn't do it, the evidence against him isn't sufficient, the evidence actually points to someone else, clearly, catches them red-handed. Motive. Evidence. And the evidence that should be here, reports, they don't have because they never got the right gun back from Moody, from Kenneth Copeland. So this is extremely, extremely helpful to Shannon Stillwell. Extremely helpful. And, like, really, the other co-defendants as well, at least as it relates to charges relating to Donovan Thomas's murder. So, yeah. Maybe Max is cooking big back beef ribs. And you can see now, I hope, like, going back to the beginning of Max Schart's cross when he started, remember I said he's circling. He'll loop in and he'll loop back out. He keeps changing the subject every once in a while and coming back to have these more pointed, like, you did it kind of aggressive moments. Because he knows how this type of witness might react, how he might get frustrated, and how he starts answering differently when he's frustrated. And there's probably certain very pointed questions, like the ones he just asked before we took this recess or sidebar. There's certain questions that you want the witness to be aggressive in answering, because the jury will perceive it, most likely, a certain way. When a jury hears a witness on the stand for a key thing, shooting up someone's window, you got proof? After you've been so calm and collected while the questions did not talk about Donovan Thomas, your demeanor changes to this when we're talking about January 6th, January 8th, January 10th. You want those aggressive answers there. You want those aggressive answers in that moment. So I think all of this is very helpful for Shannon Stillwell, at least as it relates to things that the jurors could reasonably believe Woody might actually be the culprit or Tay might be the culprit. So, and yeah, he's not just going to come out and admit something. Like, I don't think we're going to get that moment, but the next closest thing to admitting, because what reasonable person really would admit on the stand when lying and telling stories and making the police chase their tails for 10 years? Why would they suddenly admit and come clean now? But by asking them, don't you want to come clean? I'll end up like dissecting piece by piece these questions that make the juror kind of funnel in right after, don't you want to come clean? And you lay out the timeline, you lay out the specifics. Those aggressive answers, if this is a confession, those aggressive answers get you right here. for those pointed questions. So that's my takeaway on what Schardt is currently doing with this witness. And he has the hardest questions to ask. You know, when Steele was up there, Steele had a lot to address as far as, was Young Thug ordering you around? Was this stuff happening because Young Thug was calling the shots? But Brian Steele didn't have to get his client outside of the car, the Infiniti that was seen supposedly driving by and shooting at Donovan Thomas. Steele has, Max Schardt has the heavy lifting for his client. So, but there we are. Yeah, so I know there's a lot of good back and forth in the chat though. So by all means, don't let my opinion limit the way you think. And Black Butterfly, this is perfect. You said it earlier, but fourth quarter, run the clock.
That won't do much good then.
Your Honor, may I approach
You may.
DS-27A and DS-27B?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland, could you just look at those two documents? Do you recognize those documents?
I seen them before, yeah.
Are those the arrest warrants taken out for you for false report of a crime and false statements that you believe are still pending against you?
Yeah.
Okay. And briefly, the allegation is that, well, Your Honor, I would move to admit DS-27A and DS-27B into evidence.
They're admitted over objection.
Mr. Copeland, briefly, the allegations against you that you believe are pending are that you accused a jail worker or a deputy of spraying with OC spray at the jail.
Right.
And the deputies, the supervisors, reviewed the videotape from the jail and determined that the jail worker did not have OC spray on her and did not spray you with any OC spray in the jail. Isn't that correct?
Right.
Did you know that the state, while this trial was going on, dismissed that case against you?
I didn't know that.
Well, I brought you good news. May I approach with 27C?
You may.
I was say, Schardt just took all of the screws out. He's ready. He said, well, I'm here.
Does that document say State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland?
I think.
Okay. That document indicates.
You may.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Does this document say the facts of this case have been reviewed, and although it appears that probable cause existed for the defendant's arrest, the decision of the district attorney at this time is not to prosecute the above named defendant? Is that what that says?
Yeah.
Okay. It says the reasons for this decision are as follows: prosecutorial discretion. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
the person whose name is on this document is Fonnie T. Willis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That document does not indicate that your pending charges for false report of a crime and false statement, they don't indicate that those are dismissed forever, just for now, at this time, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And nothing in that document says we dismiss this case because we were wrong, Mr. Copeland's innocent. It said prosecutorial discretion, correct?
What do they mean?
Okay. It means they just made the decision to do it.
All right, that we can strike that part. Ask your next question.
isn't it true? And you just found out that this was dismissed today, but isn't it true that while you were on the state's witness list to testify in this case, the state was simultaneously, at the same time, prosecuting you for false statements and false report of a crime? Isn't that true?
Tell me so I can understand.
They were calling you a liar at the same time that they were asking this jury to believe what you're saying. Isn't that true?
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about your immunity agreement with the state. They told you in that June 10th, 2024 meeting that you did not ask for, that any crime that you talked about, they were not going to prosecute you for, correct?
Yeah.
You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's dad's barbershop. You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's father. They're not going to prosecute you for those things, right? That's what they told you. That's the promise they made to you, correct?
Accusation of the evidence.
Sustained.
Is that your understanding?
Nothing I say can be used against me.
There's one exception.
If I say that I did, yeah.
The Donovan Thomas thing.
Yes.
Close.
Mr. Copeland, you don't know any of these gentlemen back here to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas, do you?
What you mean?
Back in 2015, you didn't know any of these gentlemen to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas.
I never said I did.
Okay. The reality, Mr. Copeland, is you were the person who had a problem with Donovan Thomas. Isn't that correct? You were the one that broke into Donovan Thomas's car, correct?
So in fact, not in evidence.
Overruled.
You've admitted to it. You're the one that stole Donovan Thomas's chain, correct? Ms. Copeland, you're the one that shot up Donovan Thomas's friend, Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop in 2014, correct? You're the one that was going back and forth with Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct? You've called his brother a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
Mr. Copeland's not answering the question, so
Yeah,
he needs a
apparently
response.
Mr. Schardt doesn't care whether he answers or not, so it's fine with me. I mean,
Fine
if
with
he
me
wants
too.
an answer, he can say that.
You called Kelvin Watts a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
And I don't think nobody walking earth would not agree with it.
You said that people would cheer if he died. Correct?
I will. Back in the days.
You've shot at Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct? You're the one who got jumped by Donovan Thomas's brother on January 6, 2015 at Club Crucial, correct? You, not any of these gentlemen. Right? And you're the one that shot up TIG recording studio on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that correct? Let me ask you something, Mr. Copeland. You were asked about the Green Store by Attorney Steele, right? The Green Store, you're familiar?
Yeah.
That's actually called Mommy's Grocery in Delhi on Glen Street, correct?
I guess.
You estimated that the driving time is 5 minutes. The truth is, to get from the Green Store to where Donovan Thomas was gunned down, you have to drive a couple hundred feet on Glen Street and take a right onto McDaniel, correct? That's how you get there, right over the tracks. The truth is, it takes less than a minute to make that drive. Isn't that correct? Mr. Kokomo, could you play published DS24F? This is February 21st, 2015, 378 Yankee Delta from 622.59 to 624.01.
I got somebody don't know his name. He called him the night. Well, I forgot what they got killed with.
And we're going to start it over, Mr. Copeland, because I didn't provide any context. You spoke on a gang meeting that the Bloods had about you on that Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct? Ms. Kokomo, could you play DS-20?
I don't know his name. I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He called him the night. Well, I forgot what they got killed with. It was a Friday night. It was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about it was blood and everything blood. Then the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about that and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I need every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that other nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all of them guns. The same night they gave every last one gun. They treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and told me everything he said. Is this person in front of yours?
The Bloods had a gang meeting on the Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, 2 days before, on the same day that you shot up TIG Studios. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
In that statement to the police, you said that the whole meeting was based on me. Not them, on you. That Mo, from behind the wall, had put the green light on you. Not anyone else. He put the green light on you for what was going on with you. The guy who stole from Donovan Thomas. The guy who shot up the studio with Rich Homie Quan and Donovan Thomas in the studio that night.
Yeah, objection, I was assuming facts not in the evidence. And harassment of the witness.
Overruled.
You told the police at that meeting, Donovan Thomas went whoop, approved of the orders to kill you. You told the police that the gang members handed out guns to younger people. And the plan was to trick you to come to the gas station. And the only reason you weren't killed is because someone told you about it. In January 2015, Donovan Thomas was coming after you.
Extra speculation, again, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Copeland, you're not the type of guy to back down, are you?
Don't want to answer now.
All right.
Wow.
Okay.
Beautiful ending with silence.
Redirect, but I think it's going to last longer than we thought for this evening. So we will come back on Tuesday of next week to finish up with Mr. Copeland. So Mr.
Look
Copeland,
at him staring.
You can be back here with us at 9 a.m. on Tuesday of next week. All right.
Not the alarm.
Okay, so I am going to excuse y'all, except I'd like for you to stay after for a minute, if you don't mind. The rest of you.
Okay, they're going to do the jury thing.
Reminders to not discuss this case with anybody. Don't let anybody discuss this case with you. Don't talk about it amongst yourselves. Don't look at and, in fact, avoid any media accounts of this case or anybody involved in it, including anything on any kind of social media. Don't try to find out any information about the case or anybody involved in it from any source outside of what we all hear together in this courtroom. Okay, I want y'all to enjoy your long weekend and your holiday break, and I'll see y'all back on Tuesday. All right, and again, for the media, what we're about to talk about, I'm going to need y'all to turn off all of the audio and video for. Thank you.
Right, so you guys know the drill. We'll keep it up in case they come back. Crazy. You guys rate Schardt's strategy now that we've seen it incomplete. Well, Mel said that Woody was tortured to lie for the state so they could have this case. Thug should thank him for exposing these type of tactics. I mean, I do think that we wouldn't be here without Woody, but at the same time, Woody is the one that kind of had to be used to get them out. I mean, I get that there's 100 witnesses left, but if this is the big fish charge is stuff circling the murder of Donovan Thomas, this is a big one to check off and, you know, really seal up that deal. I don't know how the state's going to recover from it. Ending on a silence like that is wild. Sheenie Beanie earlier had said, finally, Schardt is now down with my kind of courtroom carrying on. That's right, show those Flint County Blues, paint that shirt. Yeah, even though he didn't get the bag of dirt in, he definitely got to keep mentioning that. Lola said, let me find out there's a Woody multiverse. Do you mean the little Mike and the Quez catching strays? Nancy New says, lawyer is on alert for federal immunity and statute of limitations. That's why they're careful of this particular question. Yep. And you could see there was always hesitance on Woody's end whenever the subject were dancing around the subject of Donovan Thomas. Welsh Lady Reeds, good to see you. Enjoyed first month as a member. Thank you, Kat, for what you do. You are welcome. Thanks for being here. Satchel says, Woody seems to respond to questions that use the 10K basic English words. Yeah, and I do think shorter sentences with one direct point that we don't really hear that many objections for compound questions. I think there was a couple times where Max kind of loaded a bunch of things in one question, but state didn't object. But Woody did say, huh? Can you repeat that? I don't get what you're asking. But those shorter questions definitely seem to work better. Yeah, blue skies. Hilton and Love beefing again, sitting far apart. And it's funny because every time Love wanted to say something to Hilton, it would be obvious because now she's like leaning a lot. Thank you for the super chat. Laugh, always have fun. That's a good message. Didn't the judge say Woody had state and federal immunity? So the judge let Hilton give that answer, and then the judge adopted Hilton's answer, and I'm not sure if Hilton's answer was actually accurate. Technically, the state isn't supposed to use anything he says as a lead to find something to prosecute him for. And the feds seem to kind of honor things that are handed out, these types of immunity orders that are handed out at a lower level, unless they have a good reason not to. So I think that's cool, they respect it, but is that guaranteed? I think that explains why Woody was still hesitant to talk about certain things. And I think the defense attorneys did a really good job of being able to ask about that ex parte meeting and get the jury to hear what may have been said and discussed in that ex parte meeting, what impression Woody was under during that ex parte meeting, even if they weren't able to ask certain specific questions. Sandy, thank you so much for gifting the 5 memberships. You guys show Sandy some love in the chat, especially if you got a gifted membership. If you're green, just want to show Sandy some appreciation. And then directed verdict time, you know, it would be kind of interesting. A directed verdict, you guys, is, you know, right after the state rests their case in chief, they bear the burden of proof to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the sufficiency of evidence standard isn't met, a judge can decide, you know, I'm going to make a directed verdict and dismiss XYZ. There's so many counts here, and the sufficiency of evidence bar is pretty low to meet. So just if we accepted this at its face, the way you're presenting it to us, if this would prove the elements of the charges, if we accept it at face value, then we've met the sufficiency of the evidence standard. There's enough here to prove the elements, if it's all true what you're presenting to us. So it's not really a high bar to beat. So it would be interesting to see, though, since there's so many charges, if maybe we do get a directed verdict on a couple line items. Definitely be interesting. 99 super chat with the picture and everything, full character. And Chloe Alberts event just is funny. I think if Woody stays on the stand too much longer, they might have to pay him a salary. Shasta says, wild day. Woody got tased, made up Lil Mike and Quez, put Bumper back on a car, and the nut juice. And it's not over yet. Yeah, Lil Mike and Quez were out here catching some strays. So shout out to all the Lil Mikes and the Quezes out there that have nothing to do with anything being discussed here. Thank you so much, Shasta. Ike says,
so there we have it. Wednesday night special. I hope y'all enjoyed it and got what I was hoping that you guys would get from it. I also want to just thank the people. I had received a couple of cash apps right before the show started. So I want to thank them and thank Katt for my membership. I got a new membership tonight, so I'm excited about it. Okay, I'm getting ready to leave the Tiger's Den. And I hope everybody have a beautiful rest of your week. And hope we'll all meet back up on Sunday. On that note, good night, everyone. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if by chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.